Sorry.
Well, pleasant good morning to all listeners to DBS Radio 89.5 and those viewing via the stream 360 TV. I think I've got it right this morning. We're about to start play today. Much better news here today. Play beginning promptly at 9:30. So we have, I think, 98 overs to be bowled in the day's play. So it's a very good news. The sun is out. And with me is the former Windward Islands captain, former Dominica captain, and the former West Indies selector, Lockhart Sebastian. Good morning to you, Lockhart.
Yeah, morning to you, Andy. Morning to listeners. And the weather looks set fair for today. Looks like lovely weather, nice sunshine. Prompt start 9:30. The Windwards looking to make inroads early on, and we see Ryan John surprisingly, and starting from the southern end. I would have thought that the spinners bowled so very well yesterday. Why don't you continue? Because it's much easier, I could tell you, as a forward batsman, to start against medium pace, which Ryan John is, against spin where the ball is turning and bouncing. So that is a bit of a surprise to me that they've decided to start with Ryan John.
Indeed. And Ryan John, he just bowled 4 overs, none for 14 yesterday. His other partner, Martin, bowled 5 overs, none for 22. 137 for 5 of 52 overs. Only 52 overs possible yesterday out of a possible 90 overs. So a truncated display as the batsman crossed for an easy single, just working it off his body and getting a run to get things going for the combined campuses and colleges. So strange tactic being employed there by the Windwards. One would have thought that they would have gone back with their spin, either of Denbar or even Cavem Hodge.
Exactly. And we saw spin and bounce yesterday, particularly from Cyrus, and that's why very surprised. In fact, I see Martin warming up. Maybe it might be coming from the northern end as well. So it's very surprising to me that they opt to start with medium pace.
John bows to Evelyn, and Evelyn is bold, playing all over a delivery there. Damel Evelyn not adding to his overnight score, been bowled there by Ryan John. So certainly a success for the Windward Islands Volcanoes very early in the piece.
Well, Skipper Athanaze might be saying, what nonsense are this guy speaking about spin? I've started with John, and he's promptly repaid me by getting a wicket award. The second ball, clean bowled, as you said, right over Evelyn, who played extremely well yesterday for 53. And I'm sure the Windward Islands will be very happy that they have picked up a wicket very early on. Obviously, they're looking to probably get the CCC out under 200. So if they can bat all of today and up to lunchtime tomorrow, they will have a big lead. So good success for the Windward Islands, and well done Athanaze for starting with Sim early on.
Yes, and the trick there was that he brought the ball well up to the batter, because if you just pitch short on that docile track there, you won't really achieve much. So it was good that he brought the ball up. There are 2 slips waiting, and John obliged. He's one of the bowlers who usually swing the ball.
He does swing it. I've seen him bowl. Good little cricketer. He also can handle himself with the bat. But it was a good delivery. He didn't look all that threatening yesterday, the few of us he bowled, but he has started very well this morning.
Indeed. Bringing the ball right up to Evelyn. Evelyn, who batted quite resolutely yesterday, opened the innings with his captain, Jeremiah. Jeremiah went for 40. Kyron Powell for 11. Paris for 19. Akim Jordan, no score. Sadiq Henry, no score. And this morning, in the very first over, Damel Evelyn, bowled by Ryan John for 53, not adding to his overnight score.
Yeah, good start for the Windward Islands.
So there is Ambrose there at first slip, Hodge about third slip position. Ball is played there to cover, and there is no run. So the new batsman is
Romario Graves.
Romario Greaves, who hails from Barbados, right-handed batter. It's always a
Confusing, eh?
confusing with batter.
And
Yeah, you
batsmen.
usually associate batter when you're talking women cricket.
Yeah.
And it's people like old school like me and you look at your custom. You don't call Viv Richards a batter. You call him the great Vivian Richards a batsman.
The greatest of them all, to me, in my opinion, Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Good morning, sir.
Remember that the Leeward Islands at one time they dominated for quite a number of years. They won.
Well, they had several players in the West Indies team. You could think over the years, the Viv, Andy Roberts, the Benjamins, Ambrose, Ridley Jacobs, and a lot of them, the Leeward Islands. And
Otto, Ralston
Ralston,
Otto,
well, he died recently. Well, sometime last year, Ralston Otto passed.
John gets a good delivery, cutting back at the batter there. Romario Graves plays it in front of him. The over comes to an end. A successful first over from Ryan John, one in which he got the wicket of Damel Evelyn, bowled for 53. Evelyn not adding to his overnight score. The combined campuses and colleges, they've just added 1 run, so 1 run, and they've lost the wicket.
Yeah, good start for the Windward Islands. Ryan John starting, picking up a wicket very early. We see Cyrus now preparing to come from the northern end. Yes, I thought so. He bowled extremely well yesterday, Andy. He got the ball to spin and bounce. He hardly bowled a bad ball yesterday. I mean, normally you find from wrist spinners, you get a long hop or full toss. He didn't do that yesterday. He bowled extremely well. In fact, his economy rate was very good. He bowled, 18 overs and took 2 for 28. So I thought he was brilliant yesterday, done in Cyrus. Good morning to Mr. Randall Baptiste in Grenada. Bato, good morning. I'm sure you are watching and listening.
There are a number of former test players. There's Pedro Collins
Coach of the CCC, yeah?
and Alton Crafton.
Former Windward Island opening batsman, hard-hitting batsman.
Yes, and
Also a coach. He was the coach of the Windward Islands as well.
and the manager physio is Kelly Kunja. Young Guyanese lady, met her yesterday. She's the manager / physio, Kelly Kunja. And then for the Windward Islands, there is Liam Sebastian, manager Kenroy Peters, and former West Indies wicketkeeper Carlton Ball.
You know, Carlton Ball is one of the guys who played a lot of centuries, original cricketer. He has more centuries than a lot of batsmen who have played at the level, Carlton Ball. Call him the Alpha Man. The Jamaicans say Alpha Man, which means half of a man.
So Richards gets a run from his overnight. He was on 4. He's moved on to 5. Cyrus floats this one, pitched on about the outside of the leg stump. Could see the leg break turning in sharply. And
It'll be interesting to see how the CCC bowler, I think they have a few spinners in the team. It'll be interesting to see how they bowl on this pitch when the turn comes soon, very soon.
And Cyrus was, we'll get back to that as he played it down to long leg. The ball will trickle into the boundary. So badly directed delivery there by Cyrus on the legs of the batter, and he just worked it nicely down to the boundary, and Graves gets off the mark.
One of the few bad balls he has bowled. I mean, he's bowled, like you've said, extremely well. One of the few bad balls he has bowled.
He was speaking that the ball was turning prodigiously, and sometimes it's not really the ball which is turning big which gets the batsman out. You will have an off-spinner bowling real sharp off-cutters, and most likely the ball which gets the batsman out is the straight one.
Yes, you say, in fact, this delivery, a very good delivery, and Let's watch it on the monitor. There's a peel. Probably spun too much, maybe.
So Cyrus and Denver pulled back things after Jeremiah. There's a delivery sweeping at. Greaves misses. The ball goes through to the wicket keeper. So that's 73-run partnership between Jeremiah and Evelyn, broken by Denver. After he had been struck for a 6 and a 4 in that same over, he bongs back and got the wicket of Jeremiah, bowled for 40. Lovely shot played. Ball will go close to the deep extra cover boundary. The batsers will cross for 2. So 2 more runs to the total. 145 for the loss of 6. Getting it on the full toss and driving it elegantly past the short extra cover. A long chase there for Descartes, and the batters cross for just 2 runs.
Well, first over from Cyrus, and yesterday, as we said, he bowled extremely well. We saw a bad ball, I think the second delivery. One of the few bad balls he has bowled throughout his 19 over spell. So I guess leg spinner usually takes time for them to settle in. So we expect him to bowl much better as the innings go.
18 overs yesterday, 2 for 28. Really pegged back the combined campuses and colleges, getting Jordan for a duck. Also Sadiq Henry followed with another duck. It's Ryan John outside the off stump. Left-handed batter Richards allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Benjamin. So there's Ambrose there at first slip. Kavim Hodge about a foot slip region. There's Descartes, short backward point. Patrolling the covers. Stefan Pascal. Skipper Athanaze. We had a short extra cover as John bows. Delivery directed on the stumps. Richards defends to Solano there at mid-off, and he can score. Bright sunny conditions prevailing here today.
Lovely weather, as we say. We can look towards the south. I mean, lovely blue skies, as they say, blue skies and gentle breeze. And we will look towards our left, the gardens looking tip-top shape, green with all the rain we've been getting.
Shot delivery gets into his wicket, pulls it down to square leg. There's a chase on. Good work there done by the fielder. And they cross for 2 runs. A shot of a length delivery, and the batter working it off his, pulling it sort of, and getting 2 more runs.
Yes, good stroke by Richards. I mean, short ball, as you said.
So
Very
actually
easy for the batsman.
3 runs.
Yeah.
So good running by the 2 batters. So Richards moves on to 9. Greaves is on 6. 148 for the loss of 6. John bows a delivery cutting back into the right-handed batter. He came down hurriedly on it and was trying to safeguard, hoping that the ball would not go back onto his stumps. Watch it as he's playing back to a delivery which he ought to have been maybe forward to, jumping back, and fortunately for him, the ball did not go on to hit the stumps. So fine start for the Windward Islands Volcanoes this morning. Resuming on 137 for 5. They've got rid of the dangerous Evelyn, who did not add to his overnight total. Dismissed bowled by John for 53. And a leg by signal there by the umpire. Umpire Patrick Gustad and Chris Taylor, both hailing from Jamaica.
I think both of them are teachers, if I'm not mistaken. I know Gustav for sure, and Taylor, I think the teacher, also does work with Sports Max, the TV station in Jamaica. Also does work with them.
So 149 for the loss of 6 wickets. Richards on 9. Greaves is on 6. John from around the wicket. Pose the delivery on about the off stump. Richards defense. Straight to the man at extra cover. Captain Athanaze is in the way. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 55, combined campuses and colleges 149 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, and as we look towards the stands, not very heavily populated. As obviously the Windward Islands will be batting probably soon. We would expect with people like Athanaze and Hodge to bat. We would expect the crowds to come in. So it's a bit early on. Obviously, people listening, we encourage you to come and watch some good cricket. I mean, the Windward Islands, the home team, there are a few Dominicans. Although it's a Windward Island team, we don't want to emphasize about the Dominican on the team. But obviously, we would like to see people coming to the ground. And as we all know, Dominicans are always interested in watching cricket.
Indeed. So it will be Cyrus. Here ball to Gribbs. Right arm leg spinner. Bowls delivery. Bit too short on this occasion. And Gribbs having all the time in the world. Going on the back foot. Maybe thinking that it was short enough to pull. But it was spinning. And spinning towards the offside. And he just tapped it on the offside. Can't score. Flights this one, a good delivery on this occasion. Good flights there by Cyrus. Impressed with when he floats the ball up. Always seems to invite the batters. And with a mid-off and mid-on. In position, he's sweeping. Ball going there to mid-wicket. Denba is down there and they will only get 1 run, but not getting hold of it.
Yes,
Rocket.
well, it's playing across the line of the ball. If you're sweeping at a leg spinner, you're taking a chance, really. Yeah. Was it Denba or Descartes over there at the mid-wicket? It looks like Descartes. I'm not sure.
No, Descartes is right there. Number 57, Descartes.
Yeah, okay. Well, Denba already. Yeah. The off spinner.
Hits this one in the air safely and over the boundary rope at long off. 6 runs, getting hold of that delivery there from Cyrus and hoisting it over long off for a 6. A tremendous shot there by Richards.
A good stroke, and the bowler shouldn't really get too worried. I still think he should probably throw it a bit more, tempt him to try and go over the top. Good stroke though from Richards.
So the 150 has been posted. The 150 coming up of 55 overs and 4 balls, and immediately after the 150 has been posted, Richards striking a huge 6, getting hold of a delivery from Cyrus. Cyrus bowls this one a bit shorter. He plays it to mid-on with a bit deep. Descartes is in the way, but he can't prevent a run. So 1 more run to Richards. Moves on to 16. Combined campuses and colleges 157 for the loss of 6. It's the second day of this Cricket West Indies regional 4-day tournament played here at Windsor Park. Shot delivery, the batter going into his wicket and lost sight of the ball. In fact, he got hold of it and hits it over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Shot delivery and Richards getting into his wicket and hoisting it for 6 runs.
Yeah, well, it was a long hop, and as you say, normally leg spinners, you would get 1 or 2 from them. A long hop or full toss. Very bad ball, and was easily put away by Graves.
It
way
was,
over
yes.
mid-wicket for 6.
So Graves moves on to 13. The over comes to an end. 56 overs completed, 163 for 6. A long hop there, dished out to Graves, and he made no mistake whatsoever. Hoisted it over the mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs. He has moved on to 13. The Mario Richards is on 16. And the combined campuses and colleges, having begun the day on 137 for 5, they have added some 26 more runs. They've lost the wicket of Damel Evelyn for 53, did not add to his overnight total. But these two, they are partnership already yielding 25 runs. Useful runs.
And that's come out probably a runner ball, Andy.
John continues from the southern end. Bowls a delivery, which Richards is under no pressure to play, just outside of the off stump. And with the success of John, that would really motivate skipper Athanaze to keep John on for a bit longer, which maybe could be good. Or maybe you will have to bring in Denba as soon as possible. Here is John from around the wicket. Bowls delivery on the body of Richards. Richards plays to short mid-wicket and he can score. So the batters out. Jeremiah bowled Denba for 40. That was yesterday. Kyron Powell caught at long off by Ryan John of Denba for 11. 3 for 129. Paris leg before wicket bowled Hodge for 19. 4 for 130. Jordan bowled by Cyrus for a duck. Here is John, draws the bat forward, pushes it to mid-off. So Lozano is there and there is no run. So Jordan bowled by Cyrus for a duck. Henry bowled by Cyrus for a duck. And the combined campuses and colleges went overnight 137 for 5. And in the very first over, they lost the obdurate Evelyn, bowled by John for 53. They lost their 6th wicket when to score on 138. Another delivery from John pushes it to short extra cover, and there is no run. So Richards has looked quite good so far, and since Gribbs has come in, he has taken the attack to the bowlers so far. One remembers Lance John, Lockhart Sebastian, Linton, Lewis, Donnelly, Joseph. Hits this one in the air, straight back, and will await the signal. 6 runs, striking this one beautifully there, the Mario Richards. Ball pitched up to him, and he went through with the shot and hit it over the bowler's head for 6 runs.
Well, Richard looked like a little man, but he hits the ball extremely hard. You look at his physique, not very big lad, but he hits it. He does hit it. When he hits it, he does stay hit.
So John, after his early success, Richard seems to be enjoying Here is Ryan John in the bright sunshine of Windsor Park from around the wicket.
No.
Gets a shot of a length delivery. Richards steers it to gully, and there is no run. The over comes to an end. Over number 59 has been, in fact, over 57 has been completed. And
well, so far for the morning, Andy, we've seen 2 big sixes by Richard. As I've just said, he looks like he's a little man, but he does hit the ball very hard. When he strikes it, it does stay hit. And it was a lovely stroke of John, straight overhead. We also, the previous over, we saw him hit Cyrus way over long off a 6. So he obviously is a no-nonsense batsman. When he hits it, it does stay hit.
so these two have already added 31 runs. And in a good partnership, as Cyrus bows a delivery, flighted, he opens the face of the bat. Greaves steers it down to 3rd man. They run 1, they'll come back for 2. That's all they'll be. So Greaves moves on to 15. 171 for the loss of 6. Bright, sunny conditions, unlike what we had yesterday when play began at 20 minutes to 2 o'clock on the first day. So we expect a full day's play. Gets in the delivery, pitched outside the off stump, rocking back and trying to cut, and the ball goes to the wicket keeper, who does not gather cleanly on this occasion. Windward Island Volcanoes would have definitely loved to get a few more wickets. Captain Jeremiah said 250 would satisfy him with the wicket taking the amount of spin, and he has some spinners in his side, so he thinks getting to 250 would be a reasonable score.
Well, he said he has free spinners, so he's obviously looking to unleash them on the Windward Island batsmen, the spinners.
Hits this one in the air. There's a man getting on the discard, takes the catch, and the innings of Greaves has come to an end. Greaves going, caught this cut at long off for 15, 171 for the loss of 7.
Well bowled by Cyrus. He gave that one some air, and Richard Graves looking to go over long off. Descat, who was placed down on the boundary, 3/4 way, took a very easy catch. Another good wicket for Cyrus, who continues to bowl very well. Good.
It looks very good when he flights the ball and tempting the batters, and Graves could not withhold his patience. He went for the B hit and dismissed there. So Cyrus has picked up his 3rd wicket, 3 for 51 so far, and certainly they have pegged back the combined campuses and colleges.
Yes, Andy, we'll say again that we're looking at the weather. It looks like it's set fair for the day. Lovely blue skies. Sometimes we don't want to speak too early and then we start getting rain. But the weather forecast, maybe Gavin Richards will tell us, but I think the weather looks like it's set fair for the day. So we would encourage people, come to the Windsor Park and watch some good cricket. The Windward Islands probably will bat all day.
So the new batter who has come out, Mahabir Singh. Avinash Mahabir Singh. You say Mahabir and then Singh, so anyhow you break it down, Mahabir Singh.
Well, you know, after you talk about Mahabir, I remember playing against Ganesh Mahabir from Trinidad. Good leg spin bowler, Ganesh. I think he was somewhere from Tunapuna, somewhere. Well, I just got the thumbs up from Vinod, Ganesh Mahabir, to be played together, people like Ranjit Anand, around the same time.
So further inroads made there by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Remember that the combined campuses and colleges resumed on 137 for 5. They have moved on to 171. They have lost 2 additional wickets. Here is Cyrus, who was a good delivery, well flighted, spinning past the bat of Mahabir Singh, and very good delivery there, bowled by Cyrus. He's been the leading wicket taker so far. 3 wickets. Bowls another flighted delivery. He looks so good when he flights the ball. The over comes to an end. The end of over number 58. Combined campuses and colleges, 171 for the loss of 7. Maybe it's the time to bring in Vinod and Gavin Richards.
Yes, but as you before we hand over, as you rightly said, when Cyrus gives the ball some air, he does get it to spin and bounce. He's bowled well, and we would encourage him to continue to spin the ball. We see on the not on the southern end now, there's going to be a change. It looks like Denver is going to come on from the southern end.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot to Locan Sebastian and of course Carter. Carter is a great man, you know. Came with coffee this morning. My good friend next to me didn't come with any rice cakes. Morning, Rice. How are you?
Well, good morning, Vinod. I'm fine, thanks. Good morning to all the viewers joining us here from Windsor Park.
Yeah, Windsor Park in all its splendor this morning. You look out from a vantage position, it's such a beautiful sight.
Yes, the best ground in the Caribbean. Most beautiful ground.
It's very picturesque, I can tell you that. And Cebu seems to have trained you well in promoting this country. Demba, right on spot. He's been good, hasn't he, Demba?
Yes, he's been one of the bright spots for the Volcanoes so far. The spinners have really been doing quite well. Demba, Cyrus, and also Kavem Hodge yesterday. Hoping to continue as well today.
It was refreshing to see Kavim Hodge. I mean, at the higher level, we haven't seen him that much with the ball, and sometimes the team is struggling. Oh, did that go straight to him on the shins? Let's have a look at that again.
Well, struck firmly, so not much the fielder they could have done.
I think one criticism there was that he came up a bit too quickly.
Yes.
And Lockhart Sebastian, I think, would have spent some time. I know Liam Sebastian did spend some time at forward short leg. And they will tell you, yes, Lockhart was there a lot. And, of course, he would tell you that the longer you stay down, it's better. Down the track, it's in the air. A chance here. Dropped. Ambrose, is it? Never inspired confidence when he turned his back. It was difficult, and in the end, he just couldn't hold on.
Well, the degree of difficulty always increases when you're running back. And you could see the valiant effort there, but just out of his reach.
It would have been a fantastic catch, but
Yes.
you can't fault him for effort.
So Demba creating chances, and we've seen the spinners really creating chances so far this morning. It's been a very good start for the Volcanoes. They've already picked up 2 wickets.
So Mahabir Singh is in there now. He's no slouch with the bat. Avinash Mahabir Singh would have played for the West Indies under-19 team at the World Cup. Don't think he got into the final 11, but he was on that tour to South Africa. Former Naprima College player back in Trinidad and Tobago. Plays also for Caldrax. I think he has now moved from Caldrax to Victoria, which is a club that is owned by the former Trinidad and Tobago captain Darren Ganga.
Well, yesterday, the CCC captain Jeremiah, he was hinting at something around 250 given the start that they had. We spoke to him following the day's play.
Ooh, Mahabir Singh gets this in between forward short leg and backward short leg. He's a brave man.
And do you think 250 is still possible given that there's 7 wickets down and the way that the wicket is played?
I'll tell you something. It'll take an effort. But as I said before, Mahabir Singh is no slouch with the bat. He bats pretty early in Trinidad in domestic cricket. And he has a good temperament. If he can stay there with the Richards, anything is possible. And then you would know, Rice, that a problem in the Caribbean is that we can't seem to get rid of 9-10 Jack.
Yes, tail enders.
Yeah. What do you think is the reason for that?
I think maybe sometimes the bowlers probably lack the killer instincts, just to get the job done. Maybe sometimes a little bit of complacency might set in where you figure you've done all the hard work and you're just expecting, the tail to fold over. And then you see, 9, 10, 11, getting some valuable runs in the end.
Yep.
Daryl Cyrus was the pick of the bowlers yesterday for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
The leg spinners always seem to be attacking. They may leak some runs, but they'll get you wickets.
Yes, indeed, creates chances. And I was quite impressive how he was able to get that ball to turn on the first day of play. He was able to extract some good bounce and turn.
Just reaching out, pushing out Mahabir Singh.
So much better they've been out in terms of the weather compared to what we had yesterday.
Yeah, it's really, really good.
And hopefully we'll get a few more spectators in. Cyrus fires this one in.
Well, the idea, I was told by our scorer, David Johnson, that the idea is to get the 98 overs in today.
Yes.
Obviously, you would not get in 98 because there will definitely be a change of innings. So you might get in 95.
Well, you never know.
Short is gone! Mabir Singh throws his hands away there because that was a short delivery, what he was doing there. And he just finds out short mid-wicket and has to leave.
So to say a soft dismissal, given the work that he's put in so far. And he has to go. So the 8th wicket's down for the CCC. Just have another look at it. Short delivery, had ample time to put that ball anywhere.
Yeah, and you can see Mabir Singh actually trying to close the face of the bat. One wonders now is if we can just get it again. One wonders if he didn't do that and just looked to flat bat that down behind square, if he might have been better served. Look at this here. Gavin is turning the bat on it. And he should have probably looked to get it down in that area.
Yes.
Pardon my drawing there, Gavin.
Well,
Sibo taught me how to draw.
Well, your artwork won't be on display. But the Volcanoes continuing with that very good start this morning. Matter of fact, it's been a good start ever since they've broken that first wicket partnership. Those 73 runs, the first wicket.
Mansingh is coming out now. Now he's another guy who can handle himself a bit with the bat. Look at this. There he was, turning the bat face. Now had he flat batted that, he might have gotten it down there.
Yes.
That's a little better.
It was also a very good catch though as well.
I thought you were
Short
going
mid-wicket.
Yeah, I thought you were going to say it was a very good diagram. Can't get anything out of Gavin. So Mansingh, as you would know, has shown that he can also handle himself with the bat. But it's all about the mindset here now.
Well, Cyrus is now eyeing a fifer.
Gets a brutal delivery first up. At the end of it, 173 for 8.
Another good over there from Daryl Cyrus. 4 for 51. Exceptional bowling figures here.
That was a brilliant delivery, wasn't it?
Indeed.
I think Mansingh is not in great enough form to touch that.
Just having a look at the green, lush green mountains.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Have you had some time to go on a hike yet?
Haven't had that pleasure just yet.
Wow.
Is that your house, Gavin?
No. Actually, I live very far from the stadium.
Must be.
But I wish I was living right there because I would have an excellent view of the city.
I think that house belongs to David Johnson. He can stay home there and score.
So it'll be Kenneth Demba to continue from the Billy Duckworth Pavilion end.
Do you think the approach of Richard should change now?
Well, I think he still needs to, be a little bit aggressive because you want to try to get as many runs as possible and work with the tail. But you also don't want to expose them to, to too many deliveries. As you see, he's taking a single there, so it means that Mansingh will be on strike for the next 4 deliveries of the over.
The funny thing is that Mansingh is batting at number 10 for CCC, but I've seen him bat 6, 7 for Jamaica.
Oh. Well, I guess what does it say about the caliber of batsmen on both teams? He bats at 6 for Jamaica, or you've seen him bat at 6 for Jamaica, but almost at the last man for the CCC.
So very attacking feel. I like this. I like this by Athanaze.
And you can hear the chatter from the players, You can just see that the Volcanoes, they're real upbeat. They're encouraging the bowlers. They're also playing some mind games to the batter as well, Mansingh.
These players, they're so familiar with each other.
So Demba has been providing some real good support from the Billy Doctor Pavilion, and he picked up the 2 wickets yesterday. And he's into his 18th over, just the 49 runs conceded. Clearly establishing himself as the premier spinner in the Windward Island setup.
Which country is from?
I believe it's St. Vincent.
Okay. I know that there are about 6 Dominicans in the setup.
It's quite a handful of Dominicans.
Tells me that the academy here is working.
Well, the academy, yes, and also the cricketing programs. I mean, it starts off at the secondary school level, primary school level, sorry. Good work from the sports division. You know, you have the likes of Thomas Kentish. We also had Lockhart Sebastian, who was a sports officer once upon a time as well. You know, they would have done a lot of work with the youngsters coming through the ranks. And then you have the Cricket Association leagues, also the academy as well.
We always hear that name when you speak about Windward Islands cricket, when you speak about development in the islands here, when you speak about development in Dominica, you always hear a constant name, Lockhart Sebastian.
Yes, Lockhart Sebastian. I mean, he's really paid his dues.
And continues to.
And continues to, yes. He's been involved with cricket, I basically think, all his life. You know, as a player, then moved on into administration, into coaching as well. Served as a, coach for the various youth teams. Manager as well.
And his son is just following in that same trend.
Yes, like father, like son. The apple didn't fall far from the tree.
In that case. Demba. Sorry, it's Cyrus.
Yes. You can see he looked a little bit reluctant there to take that single.
I think he was in 2 minds, but as he looked up, he could have shook hands with Mansingh, because Mansingh is backing himself.
Cyrus will be eyeing his 5th wicket. Will be a well-deserved 5-wicket haul.
He's been working very hard since yesterday evening. Probably just needs to pull it back a few inches there, Gavin.
Yeah, I think he was also a bit too straight on that one as well. You want to pitch the ball in an area where you have to put the batsman in some doubt as to whether it will turn enough to miss the stumps. Yeah, somewhere around there, that's pretty good. But like Andy Carter was saying yesterday, he also needs to develop the variation to get the ball to turn back as well, because sometimes you can be a bit too predictable.
Yeah, that's... And then... Oh, that's a beauty. That was Shane Warne like.
Yes.
You see, I take your point there, Gavin, because if you don't have the wrong one, or the flipper, and then what it does, by having that in your armory, it even makes your leg spin more dangerous, because they can't pick you in the air just to the right. So it helps. One aspect helps the other.
Yes, it does. Always keep the batsman guessing. Yesterday, for example, I noticed a few deliveries, especially when he was bowling to Evelyn. Evelyn was quite comfortable offering no shot, even if the ball was pitching just about off stump. But if he could surprise him, if Warner could just come back in, or even go on straight,
Yep.
it could really be quite a handful. But he's work in progress.
Remember, the gentleman to my right was chosen for South in the interzone in Trinidad. He was chosen to play for South in the under-15, and he was a leg spinner who couldn't bowl a leg spinner.
Wow.
Every delivery was a wrong one. Whipped away.
Denver continuing from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end. Where's Richards back on strike? So Mansingh has looked quite comfortable so far. Richard seems to be trusting his partner.
I like this. I like the attacking mindset of Athanaze. He wants to finish this.
And that's what I was saying, that sometimes the captain would deliver there. Sometimes they bowlers, the field inside, they would lack that killer instinct to finish off the innings. And they'll just be hoping that the lower order will just flop and fold. Again, some good stuff there from Demba.
Soft hands. Good technique shown there.
Keep going, Demba.
So like you said earlier, Vinod, you know, the number of Dominicans on the team.
Yep. And there's the school children. They're coming in. That's lovely to see, isn't it?
Oh yes, and we'll surely get a lot more into the stadium as the day progresses.
Yeah.
Keep going.
And I'm so happy that today they're coming in and they can actually see the cricket. Because yesterday they were here, there was no play because of the wet areas in the outfield. They're coming in droves. Do you remember your time as a school kid coming to the matches?
Well, yes, I remember. There was once, well, it wasn't at the stadium, it was at the Botanic Gardens just over there. I remember the Windwards, not the Windwards, yes, the Windwards played in Jamaica. And I remember seeing Chris Gale and Wavell Hines. So that would give you an idea as to
how young you are.
Yes.
So the Botanical Gardens, is that close by?
Yes, right over there, just over the, next to where you see the clear area of space, just behind the wall.
So that was actually a first-class cricket ground?
Yes, it was, once upon a time. Right now it's more used for the national leagues and the school leagues.
Right.
But it's if you think the Windsor Park is a beautiful ground, when you go over to the Botanic Gardens, you'll just be amazed. Because it's literally in the middle of the Botanic Gardens. So you're surrounded by the lush vegetation, the different flora.
It looks very English-like.
Yes.
And there you can see the kids, they're just filing into the seats. Which school is that? Do you know, Gavin?
I wouldn't be able to tell from the distance, but it looks like it could be the Rosa Boys School.
Okay, this is a good move by both the Ministry of Education here in Dominica and also the Dominica Cricket Association to have the kids come in to take in the cricket. Because you never know.
Yeah.
If you can probably inspire only one of those youngsters to pick up the game, you would have succeeded.
Oh, that's a chance there. Maybe just a pad.
Not too sure. Wait on the umpire. Chris, he taps that right leg ever so gently, indicating it's a leg by.
And you were quite right, on the point of, inspiring the youngsters. Because Alec Athanaze was one, who saw cricket at a young age. And that's what it triggered him, to really get involved. That one should win the race down to the boundary, so it'll be 4 more to the total. Just sliding down the leg side.
Swept away fine. Wrong line. Well, been a good delivery to a right-hander.
Yes. I think maybe the different combinations might also just be putting Cyrus off just a little bit.
Full toss. Left, right, you think? Yes. There's umpire. Third umpire, Maria, was in your frame there just now. She's been very involved. She's out there all the time.
Forcing him back on the back foot. He's able to work it off. So you can see Richards is a guy who looks to be picking the deliveries quite well.
See, what he has to understand as there is Maria again, the third umpire. Still. He's getting generous turn, and especially if he is bowling to the right hand, he needs to understand because of the massive turn that he's getting, he has to watch the line.
That's the over.
Brings us to the end of the over. 64 completed. It's 183 for 8. The combined campuses and colleges team. Standout batters there. Donald Evan got 53 and Johan Jeremiah 40. The Mario Richards, however, is trying to give the CCC some runs to work with. He's not out on 30. And at the other end, the bowlers pick up the bowling so far. Cyrus, 4 for 58.
Go and get it. We go and get it.
And Kenneth Denver will continue from the Billy Doctor of Pavilion end.
No, 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 no. Working Kenneth.
So we saw just about 2 or 3 overs of pace from Ryan John, and then it's been an all-spin attack.
Yeah.
Maybe as we approach the,
Go and
and
Demba.
this
Keep
might
going,
probably be
Demba.
the final over before the drinks break.
Go and Demba. Keep going, Demba. 5 on them.
Can the Volcanoes just get one more?
Keep going, Kenneth.
See Denver just
Keep going, Demba.
and was that a chance? Oh, good bounce there on that one. Generated a lot of excitement from the bowler, but didn't get any bat on it. Let's have another look at it. Very close to the bat. Good take from the wicketkeeper Gian Benjamin. So get another attacking slip, attacking field. These appeals. Players are excited, but the umpire is unbudged. I think I also heard 2 sounds on that one. So let's have another look at it. It's quite close to the bat, so maybe hotspot or the sneaker would have revealed that it might have been an inside edge. But another good over there from Kenneth Denver. Made an over. 65 completed. It's 183 for 8. And I believe we will have the first drinks break.
Yep. So at the drinks break, we then make way for Lockhart Sebastian, and he's gonna come in with Bertrand.
It's there. Few
Yes,
people in the stands, though.
yes, that's a very good sight there to see the young ones, of course, looking. Sometimes that's how their career starts, but it's coming in there and, having a view at some of our local stars and the regional stars, and develop a stronger interest in the game of cricket. Of course, the combined campuses and colleges, of course, just looking to add some more runs to the aggregate. I'm sure they'll be eyeing a score past the 200 mark with the remaining few wickets. 2 more wickets in hand, but I'm sure they'll be looking to capitalize on some more vital runs and give themselves a good first inning start on this very placid wicket. But of course, it must be said, it must be mentioned that the spinners continue to do an excellent job and really making run scoring somewhat difficult at the moment.
They spin and bounce on that pitch. I mean,
Yeah.
Cyrus, ever since yesterday, has gotten the ball to spin and bounce and bounce quickly as well.
He has
Turn
picked up,
quickly as well, I mean.
already has 4 wickets to his name. Cyrus? And of course, Man Singh is looking good. It's really settled now. Threading the needle. Of course, not scoring very freely, but just seem to be milking the bowling around and picking up the singles.
Rolling the ball. It'll happen.
Another fine over from Cyrus. Cyrus bowled, 25 overs and taken 4 for 59. He's been the best bowler for the Windward Islands. And himself and Denver, I think, they're roommates on the team. Both of them have bowled extremely well.
Yes, certainly. As the Volcanoes will be looking to wrap up things there before lunch. I'm sure that's the goal here. But the CCC at the moment is putting up a good fight, really denying them quick wickets. Because it's really a beautiful day here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Lovely sunshine streaming down beautifully. And this one is swept down towards fine leg, and it will get to the fence. There's no stopping of that one. Just, of course, just playing this one with the turns there, Sebastian.
Yes, I mean, it's an off spin. It's sweeping, and then there's nobody on the fine leg boundary. There's somebody at deep square leg, not the fine leg. So, safe stroke, nobody there. I think it's Mansing who played that stroke. I'm a bit surprised that Mansing is batting a bit so low, batting number 10. I've seen him bat. I think he's much better than number 10. Mansing, he's a right-arm leg spinner as well, but I'm a bit surprised that he's batting so low.
Yes, and so far he has demonstrated that for sure. Has shown some good technique and good temperament. And also has read the situation well and is doing precisely what is required at the moment, given the context of the innings. Of course, we just want to say good morning to the folks who are listening via Radio DBS, and all those who are following, of course, via YouTube on 360. And again, just sweeping this one, but this time square of the wicket. Deep backward square is brought into play, and they'll take a single.
Bit risky though. That ball was straight on the stumps and playing across, looking to sweep a ball straight on the stumps.
Yes, of course, these shots are always risky ones. You have to ensure to execute, otherwise you miss, I hit.
I get him.
December will be looking to add some wickets to his tally. Has picked up 2 already.
Picked up the first 2 in fact yesterday.
The first 2, actually, quite right. And so far has toiled hard. Good delivery there. Was just drawing the batter forward on that occasion, getting some purchase as well. Almost lobbing this one into the hands of the man in the silly there. Appears to be very silly mid-off. Very near the wicket, right in his face there. There's also a man there at first and second slip, 2 fielders. And that might be given out, and yes, it's out. Given out leg before, coming back to that length. It was dead on, and of course, it was very easy decision there for the umpire.
Yes, it was a quicker delivery from Denbar. I think Richards missed the length. He should have been coming forward, came back and hit him plumb in front. Yes, and the umpire had no hesitation in giving him out. No hesitation at all. He looked plumb LBW.
So Richards, of course, goes for 30. A well played 30 there by Richards.
And umpire Gustav with the right finger, index finger came up, and Richards have to trot back to the pavilion, having played very well for 30. Hit a couple of huge sixes this morning. There's one of Cyrus over long off, as well as I think it was Ryan John. He hit
Yes,
straight
it was
back
Ryan John, you're quite right.
for 6.
Yes,
So,
and with such ease as well over mid-on. So really played some fantastic shots there, Richards.
it appears there are 2 sets of students in the stand, different schools. We see some in blue and some in orange. Is it orange? The uniform. So-
Yellow.
yeah, yellow, sorry. Yellow and blue. So it might be 2 different, maybe 2 different schools that are in the stand now, which is good. We hope we see much more of the students coming, many more of them coming to watch cricket today. 189 for 9. The Windward Islands obviously be very happy to try and get these guys out before 200. We want to get the combined compasses before 200 so they could probably have, what, just over an hour's batting before lunch?
Yes, precisely.
Keep going,
Because
Dams. Keep going, Dams.
already start the innings.
Okay, like a nervous.
Because Denver will continue, yes, from the Willie Doctor Pavilion end. Because fielders are spread on the onside for this particular batter. There's one at deep backwards square, deep mid wicket. And there's a man at long one, just lengthening going towards the fence.
O.J. Shields is batting, the fast bowler from Jamaica. O.J. Shields.
O.J. Shields.
Yes.
And having a go there very early, just making his intentions known, but this one evaded him, almost having his stumps knocked, passing through the gate as a result of that spin.
Well, Shields has shown he has no intention of being out there too long. I mean, his forte is bowling using the new ball. So, Mansing obviously now will have to realize he'll have to try and have a go at the spinners because Shields doesn't look like he's going to be permanent out there.
Well, he's having a chat with him now, so I suspect that just giving him some instructions as to how to go about the innings with him. So I'm sure Shields might just take on a slightly different approach after this little conference that he just had at the middle.
O.J. Shields, medium pace, a quick bowler from Jamaica. Took some wickets in the last game though, Shields.
Come on, man.
Cyrus will continue from the immediate center end. Just trying to wrap up the innings there. Just one more wicket to go. It will be interesting to see how Mansing approaches that now.
No doubt Cyrus will be looking to pick up a fifer here. He's now gotten 4 wickets. Look to get a 5.
Because currently the sun is out in all of its glory at the moment. Golden sunshine, early morning sunshine here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. That's the place you want to be. So we just want to invite you all to come here and support the Windward's Volcanoes team. Flighty delivery, and this one is driven straight back over his head, and it will be 4. This one is pitched up, Flighty, of course, got underneath this one, and of course just driving this one right back over his head, all the way for half a dozen.
Well, that's Mansing.
Well, actually,
no,
it's
it's
4
runs.
runs, actually, 4 runs. The ball falling just inside the ropes, rather. So Mansing is looking good, of course, really shaping up nicely, and now just taking advantage of that, I would say, freebie, which it was there for the hitting. So I'm sure he's going to look to push it now, realizing that he's the last, perhaps, recognized batter at the crease. So he'll be looking to push it around. He won't give it away, as we just saw, but he'll take advantage of the scoring opportunities. He seems to want to remain there much longer, as we saw in that little chat that he had with OJ Shields. So, of course, the plan is to forge another partnership. And, of course, he will be the predominant aggressor, of course, in this partnership. Perhaps get them past the 200 mark. Because the fielders are brought in there now. So mid-on, mid-off are brought in. Mid-wicket. The sweeper as well is brought in on about the 30-yard circle. So fielders are currently on about the 30-yard circle. Putting pressure on the batter. In the air, could be out, but no, the ball falling in no man's land between backward point and, of course, cover point. And they will take the single. So it's the end of the over. After 68, it's 194 for 4, Sebastian?
Yes, in the last delivery, I mean, the field was brought in, the man at long on, brought to mid-on, and the man at long off trying to deny Mansing the strike because OJ Shields doesn't look like somebody that's going to be staying out there too long. But Mansing tried to go over the top, hit it towards the right of backward point. So he's going to be facing Denver now, with bowling from the southern end.
Keep going, Denver.
Yeah, so he maintains the strike. That's Mansing. He's on 13 now.
In fact, his father is a surgeon down at UWI. I know his father very well, Dr. Mansing, at the University of West, at Mona campus, Jamaica. Yeah.
Keep going, Denver. Keep going, Denver.
Dr. Mansing.
It's quite interesting. Just playing this one late on the back foot there, nudging this one towards the gully area and picking up the single. So he's trusting his partner.
Well, I've been surprised he would have taken that single because, as I've said, that Shields doesn't look like a player who will stay out there too long.
And this time just gently pushing towards the offside for a single and just handing back the strike to Mansing. So it seems as if he was given specific instructions to play in a particular way here, instead of perhaps just going for the big heave and giving his wicket away. So it seems as if that little conference he had at the middle is coming into effect. Appeal for leg before, but no set umpires. Of course, this one lobbing.
Well, I think it really for catch at short leg. It was leg before because apparently looking for batted pad. That ball spun. If you want to look at the monitor now, it appears that
it's loud, but also an appeal could have been given there. See, watch it closely. This one is paddled around the corner. And the batters, I'm sure, 2 is the call. And they'll get it. Because sometimes, Sebastian, even at the international level, you would see that sometimes when appeal is made, they would check for 2 things, leg before or caught. So if the catch is not there, then of course they would look for the leg before.
Well, you're talking about when there's a review, right?
Yes. But yeah, when they review. So I think that case was not too far in terms of the situation itself. But they were actually appealing for caught.
Caught.
Yeah.
But not very good bowling from Denver in that over. Obviously, probably trying to restrict Mansing from batting at the other hand. And I don't think he delivered this last ball. The field placing was the best and allowed Mansing to steal the strike and get on strike now instead of having Cyrus bowl at OJ Shields, the number 11 batsman.
Yeah, you're quite right on that. You have to try to protect him as much as possible and retain the strike. But Mansing is on strike now. First men are spread on mid-off and mid-on. Mansing respects this one. In defense, and they can't score. So Mansing is prepared, of course, to to go all the way. He wants to bat as long as possible, in the hope that, of course, he'll get that support from his partner, O.J. Shields. So he wants to be there. And, of course, he'll take a quick single there again. Perhaps wanted two. I suspect it was O.J. Shields who might have wanted two. But Mansingh says no. And, of course, you could see him walking down the track right now to have a little chat with him. So he's actually directing the innings, Sebastian.
Yeah, two Jamaicans, obviously, they will understand each other very well.
Right arm over. Let's go up, sir.
Cyrus? And O.J. Shields, of course, presents the full face of the bat there in defense. So we are seeing a totally different approach from O.J. Shields since, of course, he was conversed with by Mansingh. So he seems to be following instructions quite well, Sebastian.
Yes, yes. I would like to see Cyrus probably throw that ball up a bit more, bowling a bit too quickly now. Try and flight it. Tempt Shields to go over the top.
Yes, you're quite right. Just lure him into a false stroke. Just give it some flight.
Still too quickly. Throw the ball up. Try and get him to go over. Flight it.
Negotiates this one well. It's the end of the over. So after 70, it's 200. So they have reached the 200 mark for the loss of 9.
Yes, well, I heard Gavin Richards saying this morning. In fact, Gavin had an interview with the captain where he was saying he'd really like to get 250. Obviously, that's probably now a figure they wouldn't get to, but because he said they have, free spinners now, he would like to see 250 on the board to put the Winner Islands under pressure. But 200 for 9, if Shields and Mansingh batting, I don't expect them to get there.
Yeah, that seems quite unlikely at the moment. Only if Mansingh cultivates the innings in order to get to that mark. So he has to take most of the strike. Heel for leg before there, but of course the umpire is unmoved on this occasion. Cyrus just looking for his fifer. Looking to also close up the innings of the CCC. Really wonderful to hear the Windsor Park. And this one goes through. I suspect it might just be buys.
It is buys.
As the umpire signals now, so of course it's buys. And of course Mansingh retains the strike. So if he cultivates the innings, of course, ensure to face the strike as much as possible. Perhaps he could near it. And he's going over mid-wicket there. There's a man at mid-wicket on the fence, so just falling in that gap there, just inside. Coming on, the ball squirting off the inside half of the bat.
Keep going, Demba.
Demba. Of course, O.J. Shields plays forward like a top of the batter. Sebastian? Did you coach that guy?
No, he's a Jamaican. There are several coaches up there. People like Junior Bennett, who was in Sri Lanka with me a few years ago when he went as coach. In fact, it was in India we were together.
Okay. And this time, of course, giving this one the appropriate treatment, well up. Well within his ability to drive down the ground. And they'll pick up a single, of course, to hand the strike over to Mansingh, the set batter, who is on 19 now. So he needs to just cultivate the innings and direct it. And I'm sure he will be able to, or they will be able to pick up a few more runs. Well, more than a few, at least 20 more runs there. 25 more runs. And if OJ Shields can remain at the crease and without he getting out, I'm sure they'll get more of those. This one was well struck all the way for half a dozen.
Well, the field was brought in, so Mansingh decided he was going to go over the top and hit it very well over long on for 6. And it's looking good. He's now on what, 25 runs, batting at what, number 10. As I said earlier, I'm a bit surprised that he has been batting so low.
Well, he appears to me a lot better than where the number he's batting at right now. So far, he has shown some very good technical prowess, temperament, and good sense of the game. And currently, he's cultivating the innings. So that's a man who certainly can bat and understands the game. So I think I'll have to agree with you on that. I think he's batting too low in that lineup. Of course, OJ Shields must continue to follow instructions if they are to get more runs than they are currently at. Not give it away with any silly stroke like the first shot we saw him play earlier, having a go and almost getting bowled through the gate. But since then, we haven't seen any rash shots coming from him, which is quite good. And this time he's having a go towards mid wicket. And it appears to have gone all the way, another half a dozen. And this time from the bat of OJ Shields.
Big hit by Shields over a dip mid wicket. Picked up that ball from outside the off stump. Maybe somebody like Calvin Hodge, it might be good if the captain could probably bring in Calvin Hodge at some point, because both Shields, Mansingh and Shields seem to be very comfortable at the moment. So maybe somebody like Calvin Hodge might be useful to bring in somebody like him, probably on the southern end.
Yes, and it's bowled. He has been castled, totally bewildered by that delivery. OJ Shields goal. And it's the end of the innings of the CCC. 216 allowed the score. And of course,
He's taken 5 wickets, eh?
He's taken
Cyrus,
5 wickets as well, so has taken the fifer. So that's the end of the innings of the, of course, combined campuses and colleges. Sebastian?
Yes, and very good bowling by Daryl Cyrus. Since yesterday, when we saw him, he looked very good from the start. He was economical. He's picked up 5 wickets. I think he was the leading bowler for the Windward Islands. He bowled very, very well. He bowled a few bad balls, full marks to Cyrus. And also Denver. Denver has picked up what? 3 wickets. They are both roommates, and both of them have bowled extremely well.
Yes, you couldn't have said it better, of course. Both spinners together picking up 7 and really wrapping up the innings of the CCC. So, of course, the winner was doing their job. And before lunch in the first session, of course, and I'm sure they'll be quite pleased with, of course, the work that they have done so far. So
we'll take a break now at this point while the Windward Islands get ready to commence the inning in the next 10 minutes.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Windsor Park, and we're just about set for the Windward Islands Volcanoes Innings. And this CWI regional 4-day matchup is the combined campuses, colleges up against the Volcanoes. The CCC bowled out for just 216 a short while ago. Had a very impressive 5-wicket haul from Cyrus. Good support from Kenneth Demba. The spinners accounting for 9 wickets. Cyrus getting 5, Demba 3, Kavem Hodge also got a wicket as well. So welcome back, Andy Carter, to the
Well,
commentary.
Good morning to you, Gavin. Good morning to all our listeners, those listening via DBS Radio 89.5, and those following it on the stream 360 TV. I think I've got it right. I was chastised for saying 360 degrees, but it's actually 360 TV. So, good job. Bright sunny conditions prevailing here at Windsor Park. Play beginning bang on time at 9:30. Overnight, the combined campuses and colleges 137 for 5. They went on to get 216 all out of 71 overs and 3 balls. We had the bowling for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Cyrus 27 overs and 3 balls, 7 maidens, 5 for 71. Good bowling by Cyrus. Demba bowled 23 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 68. We did not see Descard this morning. Bowled 3 overs, none for 16. Ryan John, who opened the bowling this morning and took the prize wicket of Evelyn, whom he had bowled for 53. Evelyn not adding to his overnight score. John ended up with figures of 1 for 24 of 7. Hodge bowled 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 2 yesterday. And Dorius Martin, whom we did not see today, bowled 5 overs, none for 22. So for the combined campuses and colleges, Damiel Evelyn top scored with 53. Useful scores from Captain Jeremiah with 40. And Mario Richards chipped in with 30. And Mansingh left not out on 25 in the end. 216 all out of 71.3 overs.
Well, underway here at Windsor Park with the Volcanoes getting their first single. Opening the bowling for the CCC, Akeem Jordan. Batters for the Volcanoes, Stefan Pascal and Jeremy Solozano. Stefan Pascal, of course, the former West Indies under 19 captain in his second season of the Volcanoes. Bright young prospect coming through the ranks. And a batter with a lot of potential. Hails from the island of Dominica.
Scored 230s. Got to 30 on 2 occasions in the first match against Jamaica. He scored 30 and 32. He would like to press on, because when you get this sort of starts, Gavin, you should really be well entrenched and try to go as far as possible. Batsman is driving, and up goes the finger of the umpire, Taylor. Pascal driving loosely at the delivery there from Jordan, gets the edge, and the ball goes to the wicketkeeper. So the Windward Islands in early trouble here at Windsor Park.
Well, definitely not the start that the Volcanoes would have wanted, as we have another look at that delivery. It was just pitching outside the off stump, and Pascal driving loosely at it. Maybe was a bit in 2 minds. Maybe he could have left that one alone. Got a fine edge onto it, and wicketkeeper made no mess. Picked it up quite cleanly. And the CCC have struck with their first wicket. Akeem Jordan getting the breakthrough.
So Pascal goes, caught wicketkeeper Richards, bowled Akeem Jordan for no score. And there's the second delivery, and Jordan making inroads into the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges, and a very good start by Jordan. Gets in the delivery, pitched up to the batter. Could have left it alone, but he saw it there for the drive. He went into the drive, got a thin edge. He stood there looking at the umpire, but the finger, the dreaded finger, was shown to him, and he had to make his way back to the pavilion.
I think he was in some disbelief that he actually played that shot, Stefan Pascal.
So Kavim Hodge comes out to join Solozano. Hodge, who scored that magnificent 166 scored by the Windward Islands, and Kavim Hodge alone scored 126. No other batter made double figures. Batted quite magnificently in the last match at Arnoldsville. Gets a delivery and he's bowled him. This one cuts back, and Hodge was on the back foot and the ball bit him, and you can see the leg bail dislodged. Hodge goes back to the pavilion, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes in further difficulty as one of their top batters makes his way back to the pavilion. Kavim Hodge bowled by Hakim Jordan for a duck.
Well, this is a disaster of a start for the Volcanoes. Kavim Hodge, one of their premier batters, like you said, Andy, had the century in the match before. And this is a big, big blow for the Volcanoes already with their batting that has been a little bit suspect throughout this competition so far. They would have been banking on the likes of Hodge, Athanaze, and the likes to give them some runs. And if Hodge falling off the first delivery, this is a massive blow. And Hakim Jordan is now on a hat-trick. So whereas we saw the Pacers struggling for the Volcanoes, it's been the other way around for the CCC.
Well, he brought one up outside the off stump to Pascal. This one slightly short of a length, just back of a length, and Hodge not coming forward, tending to play backward, and the ball cut back into him and dislodged the leg bail. So we see Alec Athanaze has come out to join Solozano. He's the captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They will rely heavily on him. They would have depended on Hodge and Pascal, but these two, they are back in the pavilion. Can tell you the sun is shining brightly here at Windsor Park. Number of school children on hand to witness this spectacle. And Hakim Jordan will bow to Alec Athanaze. Athanaze represented the West Indies, and certainly would want to get among the runs.
Well, Andy, it's going to be interesting to see how Alec will approach the innings, because 2 wickets are down. So obviously the Volcanoes have to do some sort of consolidation. But we know Alec is a batter who likes to be very aggressive. But here it is, hat-trick ball from Hakim Jordan. And Athanaze negotiates that one. So
yes, covering up nicely, pushing it on the offside. Athanaze has played 13 tests, 627 runs, 4 50s, high score of 92, average just about 25.08. Hodge, on the other hand, had played 11 tests, average of 25.3, 3 50s and 1 century, high score of 120. But Athanaze will have to produce some runs here for his side. A wild delivery going on the leg side, and Richards does not gather cleanly, and we will await the signal from the umpire. Looks like it's a bye. So 1 more to the total. A wayward delivery to end a productive over, successful over by Hakim Jordan. 1 over, and he has taken 2 wickets so far for 1 run.
well, this has been a dream start for Hakim Jordan, a former West Indies. Well, should I say former? He's still, he's represented the West Indies, still has another opportunity to make the team. So, dream start for him. Definitely will be loving this. The Volcanoes on their home ground. Not off to the best of starts. It's Alec Athanaze and Jeremy Solozano at the crease. The silver lining we can maybe still take from this, Andy, is that Alec is an opener in the shorter form of the game, so he should be able to, negotiate the bowling combination, the opening bowling combinations, without too much trouble. But it's still a major blow that if the Volcanoes were to lose another wicket, especially that of Alec Athanaze right now, very early, then this could be spell some further problems.
Seems that they're going to use right arm spinner from the southern end. It looks like Romario Greaves. Romario Greaves goes, drives pleasantly. The man at deep cover will come into play, and Athanaze will get his first run. He's off the mark. So combined campuses and colleges, beginning with Jordan from the northern end, and now they've decided to bowl the right arm leg spinner. It looks like Romario Greaves from the southern end.
But this is the first time that Graves is bowling in the tournament, playing in just his seventh first-class game.
Yes, G. Yes, G.
So interesting ploy there from the captain, Jeremiah.
Ain't your word, Romario.
More looking at his action there, it looks more like he's bowling off break, not really wrist spinning like Daryl Cyrus. Seems to be in the mood of more of Kenneth Denbar. Let's look at him again. Right arm, yes, off break, pushing the ball through. So Lozano guides the ball to short backward point. Mahabir Singh is in the way, and there is no run.
So
Brilliant sunshine here at Windsor Park.
So clearly the CCC saw how spinners were quite effective for the Volcanoes, so they're hoping that Graves can sort of replicate the efforts. But Alec Athanaze is an excellent player of spin.
So Lozano comes forward, eases on the ball from Graves and plays it to deep cover. Gets another run, so Lozano is on 2, Athanaze on 1. There's 1 bye so far. 4 for the loss of 2 wickets. Volcanoes in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. Goes back and cuts straight to cover point, Athanaze, and he can't get a run.
And Alec Athanaze has an arsenal of shots at his disposal. Plays the sweeps very well, both the conventional and the reverse. Albeit he gets a lot of, I would say, stick from the pundits for his use of the reverse sweep shot. But he always backs himself to produce.
Saw him playing his first test match here at Windsor Park. Got to 47, and many thought that he would have gone on to make a big score. Got a long hop from Ashwin and really played it straight to the man at mid-wicket, out for 47, and in his second innings got 28. So yet to produce a big score in front of his home crowd. Can today be the day for Alec Athanaze?
Well, we heard the excitement from the school children in attendance when he made his way to the crease. So they're out. And they're quite happy that they're able to witness Alec Athanaze batting today. Can he provide a treat for them? We Akim Jordan to continue from the media center and had a quite successful first over. Picked up the 2 wickets.
Outside the off stump, not forcing the batter Solano to play. Just happy to see it go into the gloves of Richards behind the stumps. 3 slips on a gully, cover point, cover, mid off, shot mid on, and a man deep down on the long leg boundary. Jordan, successful first over, runs away from us now. This one directed down the leg side. Good work done by Richards, gathering quite cleanly, moving to his right.
Jeremy Solozano is at the crease and he hails from the island of Trinidad and Tobago. And he had a very good season, a very good campaign last season. Hasn't been off to the best of starts so far. gotten 81 runs in his the 2 matches played so far. Modest average of 20. The Volcanoes will surely be hoping that he can, sort of replicate what he accomplished last season, where he, along with Shama Springer and the other overseas-based players, franchise players, really added a lot to the Volcanoes setup.
Captain Jeremiah there at mid-off. Sadiq Henry, short mid-on. 3 slips a gully. Skirrish cover. Mid-off. As Jordan from around the wicket gets delivered back of a length. So Lozano is quite comfortably in behind it, pushes it to cover, and he can score. Evelyn there at cover. Captain Jeremiah at mid-off. Henry at short mid-on. There's no mistaking the man there at first slip. Kyron Powell. Jordan runs away from us once again. It was fuller length delivery, but not well directed. So Lozano under no pressure whatsoever, just allowing it to go through to wicketkeeper Richards.
Andy, I remember a few years ago that Jeremy Solozano was selected for the West Indies team. I think it was against Bangladesh, that series against Bangladesh, and got struck in the head while fielding, was unable to bat, and never got that opportunity again to represent the West Indies.
That's it over.
He looks good at certain times, and the over comes to an end. It's the end of over number 3, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes 4 for the loss of 2 wickets. Both Pascal and Hodge going without scoring. 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. 216 all out. 71.3 overs, with Damel Evelyn getting 53, Captain Jeremiah getting 40, the Mario Richards chipped in with 30, and Mansingh played quite a useful knock of 25 not out. Cyrus getting 5 for 71, and Denver 3 for 68.
Yes,
So it'll be Romario Greaves to continue. Conceded just 2 runs off his first over. Alec Athanaze, the West Indies batsman on strike. Highly rated batsman, has received the attention. He has caught the eye of a number of the West Indies greats. Like you said, Andy, hasn't really delivered, hasn't had that big innings as he comes through for the quick single. Hasn't had that real big innings yet to really introduce himself to world cricket. He's fallen short of a century on 2 occasions, getting into the 90s and getting out. But I still believe that he's, one of the players, one of the young talents coming through the region that has a real bright future ahead of him.
Yes, Mario. I don't move.
So he's forced into defense there by Graves.
You working, Romario.
From around the wicket, draws Solozano forward, plays it skirrish cover. Henry is in the way, and Solozano can score. So Solozano on 2, Athanaze on 2, 5 for the loss of 2 wickets, the Volcanoes, in reply to 216. And this one is turned nicely by Solozano.
Let me see it.
The backward square leg region. Evelyn gives chase. The batters cross for 1.
Mario.
Could you hear this? This Stumps Mike steady advice there for Graves.
Keep going, buddy boy.
Keep going, buddy. You could hear everything through that Stump Mike. clear as daylight. This one, he goes on the back foot and punches it. Lovely looking shot, but finds the man on the deep cover point boundary. One more run to Athanaze as the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, 4 overs completed. Solano is on 3. Athanaze is also on 3. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges, 7 for the loss of 2.
Well, like we said, Alec Athanaze is a very good player of spin, and we just saw how comfortably he is getting back on the back foot. And if Alec Athanaze is able to stay bat for the entire day, will surely be treated to something real special.
Well, that would be what would really bring in a crowd to the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. As this one on the body, maybe just coming off the body, and we'll await the signal, a leg by, signal by umpire Chris Taylor. So 1 more to the total. Windward Islands Volcanoes, 8 for the loss of 2.
Andy, I know it's a real small sample size, but what I've noticed is since Akeem Jordan has picked up the 2 wickets, he's sort of lost his line just a little bit, either spraying down the leg side or just a little bit, too far outside the off stump. Do you think maybe he's probably just trying a bit too hard? Maybe just the adrenaline or something, the excitement that he's picked up the 2 wickets in the first overs and probably not concentrating enough?
Yes, his first 2 deliveries, they were pitch deliveries. One way he pitched the ball up, Pascal drove at, got the edge, and immediately as Hodge came in, he got that ball to cut back into Hodge, and had Hodge really not knowing much about it and losing his stumps. And Pascal gone for a duck, Hodge also gone for a duck, and Jordan has lost his direction somewhat, not as accurate as he started. Here he is once again, outside the off stump, not putting any pressure on Solano on this occasion. Solano happy to allow the ball to go through to wicketkeeper Richards. We saw Joshua James in the match against Trinidad and Tobago just getting a ball wide off the off stump, and Solano was driving at rather loosely. A lot of the batters for the Windward Islands Volcanoes really batted poorly in the match against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Outside the off stump this time, he judges it well and allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper.
Well, as you mentioned Trinidad, we can just quickly tell the viewers that no play yet in the match between Trinidad and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes on day 2. That game underway in St. Kitts. Trinidad overnight 326 for 3. Remember, we had centuries for Joshua Da Silva and Jason Mohammed. And in the other match, Barbados Pride, they're taking on the Jamaican Scorpions. Well, the Pride is 62 for 3. Jamaica earlier on made 231. They were bowled out for 231 yesterday. So again, another wide delivery there. A wide-ish delivery. Not really bothering the batter. Needs to pitch it in an area where you'll force the batsman to think about playing.
Yes, not forcing the batter, Solano, to play at, and you, as an opening batter, you really relish the fact that you do not really have to play at many deliveries. Takes the shine away from the ball.
Exactly. That's a lot better. But still just a little too straight. End of the over. 5 completed, it's 8 for 2.
Jordan completes his 3rd over. 2 wickets for 1 run so far. The other bowler, the combined campuses and colleges, utilizing Romario Graves, right arm off spinner from the southern end. Has bowled 2 overs, none for 5. Play beginning bang on at 9:30. Yesterday we had a late start, somewhere about 1:40 p.m. when play got underway here at Windsor Park, but much different story today. Bright sunny day, although Gavin was saying that the weather forecast was bad for Thursday and Friday. Today
Yeah,
it seems to be
Mario.
a
Yeah,
very
Mario.
lovely day
Working.
and
Take that. Take that.
looks
Take that.
good as Athanaze just strokes this one nicely to
Working,
deep cover
Mario. Keep
and gets
working,
another run.
Mario.
Well, as they always say, the weather is never a perfect science. But the forecast remains for some rain this evening, actually. But it'll be well after the end of play. Somewhere there about 7, 8 o'clock tonight, we should be getting a few showers. Hopefully it should clear up by tomorrow morning. Won't really affect play.
An interesting encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Two teams coming from defeats. First two matches, they both lost. They both lost by an innings to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. So trying to restore some respectability. Who can walk away with a win in this match? Graves bowls to Solazano. Solazano opens the face of the bat, guides it there to short backward point, and there is no run. So Solazano kept on 3. Athanaze is on 4. We're in the 6th over, being bowled by Graves from the southern end. Brilliant sunshine at Windsor Park. Really lovely day for cricket. Goes on the back foot, punches it straight to squarish cover. Henry's in the way, and there is no run.
So we continue to hear the encouragement in the stump mics, urging Romario Graves on into his 8th first-class match. Has already 18 wickets.
Again, Solazano going on the back foot but can't pierce the field. Ball goes straight to Henry once again, and again there is no run. The over comes to an end. The end of the 6th over. The Windward Islands Volcanoes replying to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. 9 for the loss of 2. Solazano is on 3. Athanaze is on 4.
Well, very slow in terms of the run rate, but that's sort of expected given the start that the Volcanoes have had. After losing 2 wickets in the first over, obviously the two batters will need to consolidate a little bit, be a little bit more cautious, a bit more watchful.
So we're about to see Jordan, most successful bowler so far, was just in that corridor, and Athanaze will have nothing to do with it. Happy to see it just outside the off stump, and ball going through to Richards. 3 slips, a gully, squarish cover, mid off, short mid on, man deep down on the long leg boundary.
Andy, I wonder how happy Alec must be to be batting on surfaces that are a bit more friendly to the batsman, given what he experienced in Pakistan.
This one, he works it beautifully off his legs. They run 1, ball is going towards the square leg boundary. They'll come back for
3.
in fact they take 3 runs. So 3 runs to Athanaze. He moves on to 7. Solazano is on 3. 12 for the loss of 2. And the captain and Solazano would want to do some repair work for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They wouldn't want to lose any more wickets before lunch, for sure.
Well, that's surely going to be the plan. Lunch is about 34 minutes there so away. They would want to see the team through that period, and then maybe look to be more aggressive after the lunch period. But as I was saying, Andy, Alec and what the West Indies went through in Pakistan, albeit they were able to walk away with a series draw, getting their first win in Pakistan in almost 34 years. But that experience for Alec on these sort of surfaces.
The plan by Pakistan backfired somewhat because they really brought in Sajid Khan and Norman Ali, but it was the spin of Warwican, 19 wickets in 2 test matches, which was their undoing. And all the batters, they contributed in the second innings, getting 244 and setting the Pakistan team a target of 253, and they succumbed. Here's Solano playing this one to wide-ish mid-on, gets 2 more runs, moves on to 5. Athanaze is on 7, 14 for the loss of 2. Approaching 11:30. We have how many? 2 more deliveries, and soon we will be having Windward and Lockhart Sebastian. Sebastian looks quite relaxed this morning. Seems to have had a restful night.
Just a little bit of discussion there between the bowler and captain. Just trying to see what sort of plan they can devise.
Was a delivery on target. Strokes it nicely there to Captain Jeremiah at mid-off, and he can score. Firm push there by Solano. Needs to bat as long as possible, these two, to see the Windward Islands Volcanoes out of that sticky position which they find themselves in. With Hodge and Pascal gone for no score. So it's a rebuilding process there for the Volcanoes. Gets a good delivery there. Solano pitched on the stumps and left him slightly. Good delivery to end the 7th over.
Well, the wicketkeeper was quite excited about that one, but couldn't fool the umpire. Given that out, rightly so. But that's the sort of line that Akeem Jordan needs to, to try to maintain. Just outside the off stump, not too far out that the batters won't bother to offer a shot.
So with the Windward Islands Volcanoes 14 for the loss of 2, Solano on 5, Athanaze is on 7. The next voice you will hear is Vinod Mamchan. I think I got it right this time. Vinod Mamchan, and the former Windward Islands captain, former Dominican captain, and former West Indies selector Lockhart Sebastian will join him.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Andy. Andy seems to be getting everything right today.
You work it, you work it, you work it. You get a little taller.
Pushed away on the offside.
Boy.
Good night, morning.
Yeah.
First time for the morning. Did you have a
Yes.
good night last night?
Yes, Lockhart, I did.
Did you go to the tent last night, the Calypso tent?
There was an enormous hill to the back of us.
That's a little taller.
By the time I climbed that hill to get to where I'm staying, I was tired. So it's Windward Islands in a spot of border here, Sibo.
Yes, I mean, the CCC started well. What's his name? And picked up Jordan, picked up 2 early wickets. You got Captain Hodge, who made a century in the last game, got out first ball, as well as young Stephen Pascal. So Windward's in a bit of bother at the moment. They did a partnership from Athanaze, the captain himself, Athanaze, and so your countryman, Solano.
Hello, Tala. Hello, Tala.
So Solano, I think he has served Windward Islands cricket well.
Yeah, he played very well in the Super 50, yeah?
Yep.
And I thought he batted too low at some point.
Yes, Mario. Hello, Tala. Hello, Tala.
You hear it from the stop mic.
I don't understand what he's saying. What is he saying?
I don't know his language. I don't know what language he's speaking.
It's Greaves.
Yes, Mario. Tala, Tala.
Well, right on spot. You need to find what is Tala.
Well, you maybe he's speaking some Indian. We don't know. I don't know. You will be able to help me. Decent gathering in the stands.
No, that's
You
a
know,
crowd.
That's a crowd.
That's
okay.
a crowd.
all
That's a
right.
crowd.
Well, for us in Dominica, I don't think that's a big crowd because we're accustomed of getting big crowds here. But as you said that, good over by the way from Graves, as you said, the matches you have seen so far, that's a big crowd compared to what you have seen.
Yes, it is. You know, I want to agree with that comment there. I'm definitely saying that's the biggest crowd that we would have seen at the regional 4 days so far. It means that the Dominicans come out to support their cricket and they're taking a claim for more matches here.
Well, Dominica is the place to really because we've always had big crowds, huge crowd, international matches. The West Indies board has never been let down by the Dominican crowd. And so it would be nice if we could get more regional matches. Well, again, we don't have lights, so we can't get a day-night game, but more of the 4-day games.
Well, you
would
told
be nice.
me earlier on that back in the days of playing at the Botanical Garden, you did play a match there with about 10,000
Well,
spectators on board.
not one match. That's where I played when I started playing for Dominica, the Gardens. And they were huge crowds. Even before me, one people like Irving Chillingford and playing the Gardens, Windward Islands. In those days, all 4 countries were in one island. So the tournament would be, you have Dominica, all 4 countries would be based in Dominica, and then it was high-class cricket. Well played by Solano. Yes, as I said, Vinod, yeah, indeed, even before going to grammar school, I remember we would jump the walls because we had the hostel, we sustained the hostel, go to watch people like Irvin and Grayson playing. I remember against Grenada, it was 71, and Grayson coming from the subway at top pace, a big crowd, huge crowd, Vinod, I told. It was fun watching that in the days, back in the day.
Big crowds, and I think Andy Carter was saying that the prisoners were called out to build a stand.
That is real. And you know, there were huge trees to the west of the ground, and the stands, there was a stand to attach to the ground, and some people would sit on the other end. Then towards the eastern side, they used to have a few guys, they would call them, they're dead now, Tom Webb and Owen Chillingford. These guys used to come with all their containers, and they would have, it was really good, I can tell you that.
As Andy Carter would describe it, Tanty Merle cricket. And that's so
Really
good.
lovely,
That
yeah.
gives cricket that meaning, that special meaning to Caribbean people. In the meantime, it's Jordan. And Solano's watchful, a bit of a misfeel, and he's able to get a single. So at best here, I think the Windward Islands will just be looking to play to lunch without any more casualties.
Exactly. And start back. Obviously, they'll be looking to bat all day, the rest of today for sure, and come back tomorrow, try and get a lead, I don't know, maybe 50 to 100 run lead. So the aim is really to bat till at least lunchtime tomorrow.
So speaking to Athanaze at the toss, he said he wants a big one in front of his crowd. Watchful in the approved manner there.
Well, if it's there at lunchtime, probably we'll see more people coming to the ground after lunch. You know, there's still Ambrose to bat as well, who can strike the ball very well, although he's been giving away his wicket too easily, I've found. Far too easily.
So Windward Islands will just a period of consolidation. So he's in the toe end of the bat. Just getting it away. Square on the offside. So, you know, this is really nice. It's lovely weather. It's very picturesque, as I said before. And it's so good to see the school children in.
A lot of greenery, Vinod. We've been getting some rain. If you look towards the south, the eastern side, a lot of greenery. Beautiful, lovely.
Yeah, it is.
Lovely setting. And the weather looks set fair for today.
Jordan. So he's attempt Athanaze, but he's showing that maturity. End of the over, the end of it 15 for 2. More thoughts
You know,
from Sebastian.
last night somebody, I wouldn't say who, from overseas called me and we're having a chat about cricket. The person said to me, Simo, if you were selected still, with Jason Mohammed making all these 100, what would you do? So my response was, well, if he hasn't retired, obviously he has to come to consideration. Because age in the West Indies cricket, because of the limit we have in players, age shouldn't be a factor at all. Because you see, Young Louis last year got selected. He made 300. Although two of them were in one game. If a man is making runs, he's fit enough, and you don't have too many people to choose from, you have to think about him as well. I mean,
I think he comes into the equation because of the fact that Jason Mohammed has definitely shown that he has maintained his body well. He's fit. He's fitter than some of the younger guys. I can tell you that for sure. And it's Mabir Singh.
Yes, Avi, yes,
His delivery right on spot. And he must come into the equation. Now, there's another factor. Jason Mohammed had announced his international retirement. It's whether or not the selectors can speak to him if they're interested and get him to change that.
well, we don't know who are the selectors now. That's the problem. I mean, days gone by, you knew who were the selectors, but now we don't know who selected the team. But, you know, Jason Mohammed is a very nice guy. I mean, while I was a selector, interacted with him. In fact, we made him captain for a couple of good years. Very nice human being. Very, very nice.
Remember an 80 odd against Pakistan? I was
To win the
commentating.
game.
Yep.
Yeah, I was in Antigua at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, that's the time Ali Kafanat, we were preparing for the World Cup. I was there to select. There was a training camp. Ali Kafanat was a bit injured during that time. I remember going to the hotel and watching the end of that game when Jason played that brilliant inning and helped us to win the game. Yeah, I remember that very well.
So you never know. He's still at the wicket at the moment. And a lot of people, they're speaking about the 3 consecutive centuries that Jason Mohammed has scored. And I remember mentioning to you yesterday, Sibo, that in Trinidad, you would well remember the North-South Classic. Sing again, right on spot.
That used to be a big game back in the days. If you're not listening to people like Derek Morey in those days, you had, I mean, even before I played, following people like Prince Bartholomew, Charlie Davis.
Well, up until 1981, it was considered a first-class game.
Correct.
Punching.
How is Charlie Davis, by the way?
He has been around. I don't know what's his current position, but I know a couple of years ago I did pass him.
Is he okay?
He was actually going to the gym, and that was about
Charlie
5
Davis?
years ago.
Not Brian, Charlie Davis.
Charlie Davis, that's about 5 years ago, so I don't know what's the situation. I will ever so often do some commentary. Actually, he brought his son into commentary, and he's doing some work out there.
Very reliable batsman in his days, eh? Charlie Davis, and even Brian is his brother. Well, Brian writes articles every now and then. But I remember following the cricket even before Larry, people like Sheldon Gomes playing in those days, Oscar Durity.
Yep.
Yeah, following this guy, Ron Farrier. I mean, you follow, it used to be big.
Yeah.
In fact, commentaries, you could follow commentaries on the North-South Classic back in the days.
Right, so I brought that point to make this point. Just before the regional tournament start, normally that's a final match before Trinidad selects their first-class team. Jason Mohammed scored a double 100.
Oh, yeah?
So the last 4 times that the guy has batted,
Hundreds.
he scored hundreds.
Goodness me, that is what a rich vein of form you call that. That is what you, and you know, they say when men are in form, you need to pick them, if you're making runs. But it's been interesting. Well, you say he has retired.
Driving beautifully square.
Lovely stroke.
Into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Ali Kafanaz, cover drive. Very good driver of the ball on the offside,
Yep.
Alec, very good driver. Yeah.
And you can see him just waiting on it, and they're playing it under his nose, his head very still, and driving it square. He did bring a chair from the students.
Well,
Look
a lot of
at that.
students, apparently there are 2 sets of students. You see some in yellow and some in blue.
I was asking Rice about which school they were from. I think he couldn't figure it out just yet. So I didn't press Rice because I don't know if he is from this area.
Well, what I'm saying, there are a number of schools in the Roseau area. So it'll be difficult to know which school actually they come from. There are a number of schools. Well, you have the grammar school there. You have the Goodwill Secondary School. You have, some of I think the grammar school now, they're going at they've moved because work is going on. As you can see over there, they're going to another school towards the south at Newtown. So
they're furthering their education.
Yes. So number of schools in the Roseau area.
Okay.
And Goodwill as well.
21 for 2. And this guy, Hakeem Jordan, has had a good morning here. 2 for 11. I remember we spoke about the botanical gardens, and up there I see some
Kids.
activities there. That's excellent. Is that the pavilion there, the white building?
Exactly. That's the pavilion. I remember that's where we used to go in the pavilion. And it has always been there. There was some damage after the hurricane. Work was done on it, but it used to be a real sight, I'll tell you.
Yep.
Good ball from Jordan. Playing cricket in the gardens was just beautiful, man.
I can imagine. Just looking at it from here, it's absolutely beautiful.
In fact, I'll tell you, a match was, I think, somewhere around 1996. We played a game, some of the former Barbadian West Indies players against some of us, the former Dominican players. And the crowd was over 5,000. It was a Sunday.
Wow.
People like Bird played, Sylvester Clark, Gus Logie played, Roger Happer. And then for the Dominican team, you had people like myself, Irvin Shillingford, Mervyn Dura. May his soul rest in peace. He died recently. It was, I can tell you, a huge crowd watching
I
that.
like to hear that.
Yeah, huge crowd.
My good friend Andy Carter said that, as I mentioned before, the prisoners came out and they built stands. Did Andy build any stands?
No. But it really was a sight playing cricket in the gardens, I'll tell you. That's why I started playing.
I love it. Just looking at it, we'll
so.
soon get that up on just for the benefit of our viewers, but just looking at it from here, oh my, it's gorgeous. I think Andy and I will have a walk across there. Punched. Looking very, very solid indeed. Alec Athanaze as solid as the economy here in Dominica.
Well, that I don't know about. You're putting me on the spot now. That I'm not an economist, so I wouldn't know how good he can. But I know yours in the spirit of buzzer. I heard about some $1 billion are missing, and the Minister of Finance is under enormous pressure down in Trinidad. Your Minister of Finance.
I will do something that you didn't do enough in your career, which is leave that outside the off stump.
I like that. Because we have listeners down in Trinidad, so you have to be very careful.
Overpitched, worked away. See, but once again, me in trouble here. Looking for 3, 2 good runners in between the sticks there, but they settled for 2. And it's the end of the over. At the end of it, it's 23 for 2.
And both batsmen looking very good winners. Both Alec and Solano himself, they played very well. They're trying to bring some semblance of in the Windward Islands team. And things started so badly. They're trying to put a partnership there. Obviously, with probably about 15 minutes to go before lunch, both of them are looking to come back after lunch because they need a partnership now after having lost 2 early wickets.
Yeah, definitely. They're starting to settle down. And if you needed calm heads, I think these 2 are the right men to do that for you just now. I think as Sibu just mentioned, the lunch van will be pulling up soon.
Yes, we hear the lunch yesterday was very good, I'm sure you enjoyed it. Excellent. I don't know who's the caterer, but excellent yesterday.
I told you yesterday I'd like to take the caterer back to Trinidad. Mambir Singh. Ooh, that's good.
But there would be no doubles, though, in the lunch. No doubles.
No doubles. Your good friend, who is, I think, he's just next door to us. I think he's doing the work for Quick Viz. I don't know his name. He told me that he actually bought doubles yesterday.
Doubles in Dominica?
Yes, he said at the supermarket, but they're only selling it on a Wednesday.
Oh, doubles? Oh, I've never heard they selling doubles. But I remember one as manager of the Windwards, one would go to Trinidad, when they get to the airport, all the guys would come to say, manage, can you give us a half an hour? And at the airport where they said all these doubles, and all these guys would go there, and it's all these doubles, man.
You must have that. But our good friend was telling me,
I didn't know they have doubles there.
Swept away.
Good stroke, yeah.
Finding the fielder down behind square, that's just a single. And he was telling me that it's not as good as Trinidad. The doubles is not as good as Trinidad.
I wonder if he's mistaken
So
doubles for roti.
We will have a word with him during lunchtime.
Yeah,
he was telling me the doubles here is not as good as Trinidad. I said, well, okay, it's 1.5 then.
No, I've never known them having doubles in Dominica. I've never known that. For the first time, I didn't know they sell doubles in Dominica. But
just before I could have asked him to bring some today, he retorted by saying, it's only sold on a Wednesday.
You know, I never knew they sell double. But you know what I like to see in Trinidad, you know, when you driving on the highway, you see all these long lines.
Yes,
You definitely really
yes.
sell double and people lining up, man.
It's a
And they
staple,
use
it's
their
a staple.
hands to eat the doubles.
Yes,
in
it's a
Trinidad.
staple. It's
Yeah.
a staple. Yes, in India they call it chole bature. Here is Mabir Singh.
Yes, Avi. Yes, Avi.
It's been good, Mabir Singh. He has been on
Yes,
spot.
Avi. Yes, Avi.
You know, he has been asking questions of Athanaze
Come on,
and
boys, come on,
Solano.
boys, come on, boys. Amen, man. Hey. Yes, Avi. Yes, Avi. Move it, Booners. Yes, Booners, boy.
Even the keeper who is entertaining us and on the stump mic, yeah.
That's all wicketkeepers normally do. 24 for 2 at the end of the over. In your time, which wicketkeeper was the most entertaining?
Well, you wouldn't hear that sort of chatter. Okay, take points in somebody like Derek Murray. You know him now, quiet guy. You wouldn't hear much from him behind the stump. David Murray, brilliant keeper from Barbados. You wouldn't hear too much, but you hear somebody like Milton Paidana from Guyana. He's a guy who would give you a lot of chat. Well, you would. I'm sure you would have seen Milton Paidana.
Yeah, of course.
He would give you a lot of chat. But Jeffrey Dujan didn't say too much behind the stumps.
Wow.
He didn't say too
Because Dujan was too far.
yeah, exactly. So you wouldn't be getting close. But Derek Moore would be close
Yeah.
because of the attack tree that possessed in those days.
Yeah.
You have all the spinners. Michael Finley, who played for. Together, you wouldn't hear much from Mike at all.
Yeah.
In fact, they called Mike the Pope. By the way, good morning, Mike. I'm sure you're probably listening. They called
Yes,
Mike.
yeah.
You're watching the gardens, right?
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful. As you can see, this is the pavilion here.
Right.
And of course, I think
That used to be the Coca-Cola. Well, no, that's the grammar school. What we're seeing there. There's a little school building there close to the grammar school. That's
yeah.
where most of us went to, the Dominica Grammar School.
Watch out, she's a change in the bowling outside the off stump, allowed to go by.
Yes, so in terms of wicket keeping, some of these guys didn't say much. I mean, like Derek
Yep.
Murray, Mike Finley, Jeff Dujon. They didn't say, very quiet. Mikey's always, they always call Mikey the Pope. Michael Finley.
Great guy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mike.
Must say good morning to Mike Finley.
Ignatius Cadet was a live wire who played for the Windward Islands. Ignatius, yeah. Junior Murray, quiet. You wouldn't have much chat from Junior.
The Australian seems to have some very vocal
Well,
wicketkeepers.
all their players are very vocal.
Yep. OJ Shields.
Ooh. Good delivery from Shields.
Yep. And this is what he wants to do. See, boy, he wants to.
Go away, bowling over the wicket, so he tried to go away from the left-hander.
This is what I was
He has
saying
two
yesterday.
slips in a gully with
Yep.
Ryan John. Yeah, you were saying that John should have been bowling over the wicket.
Yeah,
He
that
said
was
that.
excellent delivery. Solozano's been here for 39 deliveries now, and to beat him like that. And so just a couple of minutes, around 11 minutes to go to lunch. It has been an extended morning session here in the beautiful Dominica, the nature isle of the Caribbean. The idea was there, but the execution, another story.
Bit too wide. You need to get it closer to the batsman. You want to make the batsman play. Bowling far too wide. But it looks like somebody who has some pace. OJ Shields.
Yeah, definitely has something to work with there. It's not the quickest pitch, but he's showing that he has some pace.
In fact, just getting a text
No
from
ball, huh?
Alex King in the States. He's listening, and he said to me, I have a program every Thursday night on another radio station. I'll be on from 6 to 7. But he's saying that to tell Ralph, he doesn't know ball, by the way, to leave Shallow alone. That's Alex. Alex, good morning, man. How you doing?
Dr. Ralph
Well, we don't want to
Gonzalez.
get involved in that sort of conversation. That is Ralph and he's referring to Dr. Ralph Gonzalez.
Yes, of
So
course.
he's telling me to tell Ralph to leave Shallow alone. Alex, morning, man. Morning.
So Alex,
Alex King, that's his name.
that's
Alex
a
King.
man himself. Good piece.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Alex
from
King.
OJ.
He lives in the
Shields.
States. He lives in the
So
States.
Alex is asking Dr. Gonzalez to leave that one outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's not for us to get involved with. Yeah.
There is O.J. Shields, a strongly built man. Which country he's from?
Jamaica. O.J. Shields is from Jamaica. Yeah, he's a Jamaican. You know, I've always wondered how this combined campus team is selected. I don't know if they have trial matches, whatever. You don't know. Because sometimes you find too many people from one country get selected in that team. I wouldn't mention the country's name.
Oh, outside the off stump? Neither would I, but when last you've had flying fish?
Well, you know, in Dominica, they just part of a word, they call it vola.
Vola.
Vola. And that used to be, but nowadays you don't see too much of that, honestly in Dominica. But in the country areas, there was a lot of that in the days gone by. And they call, flying fish, they would call it vola.
I'll get some for you from Tobago.
But even in Barbados now, they're struggling to get flying fish in Barbados now.
Shields.
No ball.
Not a no ball. Did rush on to Solano though. Looking for that extra effort leading up to lunch. I think the captain probably asking Shields to give me that boost, give it your all. We're heading into lunch. You can put up your feet during lunchtime and come back again.
Yeah, 2-3 overs before lunch.
Yep.
Come on, run in and bowl fast. Let it go. Even if you bowl 2 or 3 wide. Do you remember Jeff Thompson back in the day? Tom was running into bowl. I mean, even though he bowled wide, but you know when he bowls it on the stumps, he gets it right. He posed a lot of problems to batsmen. You remember in the 70s when he had England on the run. Tony Gregg made 100. I remember every time Gregg hit a boundary, he'd be signaling and giving, you know, he was this troublesome guy who said he wanted the West Indian batsmen to grovel.
Yes,
that was
of
one
course.
of the worst things he could have said.
End of the over 27 for 2. I remember having a conversation with Sir Viv about that. And he told me that when the comment was made, of course it was broadcasted on television across in England, 1976, and he was saying that when Tony Gregg made the comment, that evening after practice they would have normally had a team meeting.
Team meeting, right?
He said, but as they were walking towards the area for the team meeting, the television was on, and there came the message saying that they would make the West Indies grovel. He said that they then settled down for the meeting, and Sir Clive said nothing, and everyone was there. So he said, Skipper, are you ready for the meeting? And Sir Clive said, what meeting? That is the meeting.
And you know, that inspired Sir Viv. You know, he made 300 in that series. He made this 291 at the Oval, 226 at Nottingham, 135 at Old Trafford. Sir Viv, over 800 runs. And he missed a test match,
It shows the power of the mind.
The guy, well, you know, Viv Richards, in my opinion, the greatest batsman ever. And some people might think because he's my friend, we're close. I'll be saying that, but the guy was just something else.
Definitely.
Never saw this guy scared. Never saw this guy. I mean, he and I shared room playing for the Common Islands. And when the guy gets up, he's a completely different person. You would never say that's the same guy you had the night before. Focus. He is just something else.
I think it's definitely the best the world has ever seen.
Javier Richards.
Yes, Avi, yes,
Greatest.
True West Indian.
Feared no one. Feared no one. You know, because of the way he felt, that to make a statement like that, he probably look at it and been racist there. That's somebody like him would think that Gregg was the same because he was this white guy saying that black people must grovel. One of the worst words he could have used.
Yeah, I think he would have taken that in that context. But when you sit with him and you spend time with him, you would realize that he wears not only the Antiguan flag on his chest, the entire Caribbean.
Correct.
The man takes it, he carries the entire Caribbean on his chest. There's a story I'll give you about an incident that happened with him and I in Dubai. As a Mahabir Singh continues short delivery, seemed to have gotten Solano in a bit of a tangle. And we were leaving, every day we left together from Dubai International Stadium back to the hotel. He was in one, I was in the other. So he had organized transport for me as well. So one day an extra commentator stayed back from the television crew. So I beckoned to him, Master, I will see you tomorrow. He said, get in the van. I said, but your van is filled. He was already sitting in the van. He jumped out the van. And told the driver, open the trunk. There was a Land Cruiser, and he made a comment, and I wrote the story that ended up, it says a loud appeal, not out, says the
Looked like
umpire.
it's going down leg, you know.
We'll have a look at that again.
Yes, clearly it looked like it was going down leg.
So he made the comment, I will never leave my Caribbean brother alone. I wrote the story, it ended up in the Trinidad Guardian, and that was the headline. And that was the mark of the man.
Yes, yeah. You know, 2016, I was the manager of the West Indies A team in Sri Lanka. Yeah, we're looking at the monitor now that the last appeal going down, clearly going down the leg side. Clearly.
Definitely going down the leg side.
Yeah, so he was the technical director for the team. I was the manager. And you know, and every night we would go out and have dinner. Everybody, he would be invited by somebody, and every night, that's how they looked at this guy. I mean, this great guy, Vivian Richardson. Every night in Sri Lanka.
Well
we went somewhere
respected.
for dinner. Yeah.
Shields again.
Shields needs to make the batsman play. Bowling a bit too far away outside the half stump. He needs to. This probably might be the last over before lunch, so he needs to make the batsman play. Bowling far too wide.
I think he probably needs to. He's there at the moment.
Yes.
He probably needs to come here.
Exactly. Have to and pitch it up. Look to bring the batsman forward. He needs to bring the batsman on the front foot. Bowling far too wide. Too many of the deliveries they don't have to play. The batsman just leaving alone.
So Shields to continue. Definitely something. You're looking at Shields, and there's definitely something to work with here. Nice strong approach.
That's better. That's much better.
The mindset of both batsmen now.
It's just to play for lunch, yeah. That's
minutes.
probably the last over before lunch. So
Right.
you want to play for lunch and come back after lunch.
Right. And what should be the mindset of the bowler?
Well, you want to get the batsman out. So you have to be trying to pitch it up, pitch up the ball, try to see if you can get it to go away from the batsman.
Entice him into a drive.
Yes, exactly. Left-hander, you have two slips in the gully, pitch it up, try and get it to go away from him. Because you only have 2 men on the leg side.
Yep. So Athanaze on 15. He will have to be responsible here.
Well bowled.
Wow, that's a line. But I still think with just a couple minutes to lunch, I would look to entice the
Carry it
batsman.
further up.
Yep.
Okay, you want to get the batsman driving.
Yep.
That's what you want to do.
I want to bring these guys here into the equation.
Yes, yeah.
So
He looks like a strong guy. You watch Shields and look at him, his chest. He looks like a strong Jamaican guy.
reminds me a bit of Adam Sanford. He was a strong guy.
Strong guy. You know, I don't know if you ever saw Newton Dow bowl.
No.
No, you look at a guy like Newton got much shorter though, shorter guy, but he can bowl fast, I can tell you. Newton Dow. So, well, he was a singer at some point, they said, Newton Dow, singing dance hall. But you know, it was in 71 when Stackpole took him to the cleaners. Do you remember that?
Yeah, Keith Stackpole. Yeah.
Keith Stackpole,
Actually,
the Australian opening batsman.
Yeah, you and I had a discussion yesterday, and we had mentioned the name of Sunil Gavaskar.
Yeah.
And the comment reached social media.
Yeah.
And whilst people were agreeing with us that
Yeah.
Sunil Gavaskar did take him to task as well,
Yeah.
someone did mention, I think it was Mark Ordine,
Yeah.
who is a great cricket buff, a man who loves his cricket, studies his cricket. Mark Ordine out of the United States did mention
Stackpole.
Stackpole.
Yeah, Stackpole took him to the cleaners for Australia, yes. Keith Stackpole, the opening batsman. He did take Dow. Took him out, really. I don't think you heard much of Dow after that. Newton Dow.
Sure.
In fact, Newton Dow bowled the Windward Islands, the Common Islands team for 32 in Antigua. Eh?
Wow.
All out for 32, the days of like the eventually.
This is the walk to the botanical garden. Our cameraman is up there. See
Yes,
what is he doing there?
Well, he's doing a brilliant job. So everybody can look at that. It's
Yeah.
lovely.
Imagine
You go for
walking
the
in
garden,
here
yeah.
and you see this cricket ground.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
On spot, the cameraman.
Yeah.
Yeah, on spot.
Excellent indeed. Shields. I don't mind that delivery, to be honest.
Yes, carry it up.
Yep.
Let him drive.
Over and time, says
Yes.
Chris.
31 for 2, the Volcanoes chasing 216. Got off to a bad start. Hodge and Pascal not getting off the mark, both of them. But Athanaze and Solano have settled in, and they have managed to put a partnership, no doubt. When they come back after lunch, they'll be looking to continue that partnership.
Excellent. So that's the situation here in Dominica. We leave you for a short while. We'll be back in about half an hour's time.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Nearly. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. So it's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
And Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Well, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Atherton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a test 50 here. It was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well, this is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around. You still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit-chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away. And we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-mid and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams. A claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park. Lovely shot. Beautifully played by Lara. He's hoisted up, down towards Lavon, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So, yeah, I mean, the greatness of Brian, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He has whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week. He had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag, and I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
2024, the year of Amir Jangu. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past, growing up in Trinidad. Who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Jangu?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him and matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game too, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. Yet another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then I actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in the West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously, it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and KC, we have such a close relationship along with Alzari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously, there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously, missing out on that World Cup, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my listed career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket. Celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list stay 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I wanted to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark. And luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list stay 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leeward. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest. And when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture. And I saw it was Darren Sammy. And then he told me that I was selected. And he saw me batting at the list A level. And he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room. And I told them the news. And it was such a special moment for us. And something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
one.
top.
Oh, Roti can be one, man.
What do you mean?
What you mad or?
Pulori. 7 or 6?
7.
Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think for the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there?
Why feed up?
You're done. What's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I'll absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think, with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden were really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad and looked at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Headley Weeks trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000
for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
He's got it.
All right, welcome back to the Windsor Park as we're getting set for the next session. Post-lunch, this CWI regional 4-day matchup. It's the Windward Islands Volcanoes and the combined colleges and campuses team. And the Volcanoes, after a shaky start to the innings, we've seen a little bit of a partnership there with Jeremy Solano and Alec Athanaze, 30 for 2. My name, of course, Gavin Richards. As I say good afternoon once again to Compton Bertrand.
Good afternoon to you, Gavin Richards. Of course, good afternoon to viewers and listeners, wherever you are, on island and the rest of the region and the world. It's really a fantastic afternoon of brilliant sunshine. And, of course, this match is really developing nicely here. Nice rebuilt innings there by this pair. That is Solano and Athanaze. Of course, having lost the early wicket of Stephen Pascal, playing a loose shot outside the off stump to Akim Jordan. And soon after, Calvin Hodge, of course, coming from a century against Trinidad and Tobago Red Foss, going for without really scoring. So, of course, really suffering 2 early casualties in the innings. But, of course, good work by this pair, 30 for 2 to score. So they will continue battle, of course, to try to bring back some respectability to the innings.
Well, it's a good recovery, like you said, but the work is only maybe 10% done. Or maybe even less if you're an avid Volcano supporter. You'd want to see these two stay out a lot longer this afternoon. You can see we have quite a few students in the house, especially in the Grayson Chillingford and Irvin Chillingford stand. And they're getting quite the treat. They're seeing the local hero, the hometown hero, Alec Athanaze.
Yes, quite right on that, and he seems to be in very good nick at the moment. He's on 16, and of course he's the man on strike at the moment. I'm sure he would want to score big here this afternoon. In the meantime, the off-spinner will continue operations. It's a very nice wicket to bat on, Gavin. There are no demons in the pitch, so really this pair should really go on and really forge a very strong partnership.
It definitely so. There's a good batting surface, and like we said at the start of the game, this was a surface primarily used for the T10 tournament, which produced a number of runs, a lot of runs, I should say.
So it's practically a white ball wicket, so to speak. So the red ball players should enjoy it.
Yeah, definitely. Once you play each ball on the merit, you should have no trouble.
Yes, the bounce is quite consistent. Because players can anticipate bounce.
Well, first single post lunch.
So Athanaze has been quite busy just milking the bowling and taking, of course, the boundary opportunities whenever they present themselves.
See Romario Graves into his 5th over. It's been very tidy. Only the 7 runs off the over, or off his bowling, I should say.
Yes, from ball 1, he has been really, as you quite rightly said, been accurate. She's shot towards mid-wicket, and they will get that boundary all the way to the fence. Slightly there, and of course, the batter taking full advantage of that one.
Well, the commentators cursed Compton. Just as we were praising Mario, offers up a delivery there, which is swept to the boundary. But you can just hear the encouragement, asking Romario to just keep putting it in that area. You never know, you can create something.
Certainly, because the bowler previously just missing his line, straight down slightly down the leg side. And of course, the batter, Solano, taking advantage of that, and rightfully so. There's a huge gap there on the onside between deep backward square leg and going all the way up to mid-on, short mid-on there, or short mid-wicket rather. So of course he can exploit that gap whenever the ball drifts down the leg side in that area. So the offside is packed somewhat. Slip in place. Short third man. Point. Because, with that delivery, we are at the end of the over. It's now 35 for 2 pardon me, after 16 overs. Was these two really forging a very vital partnership, still in the rebuilding stage, of course. There's still a lot of work to be done here by this pair. And of course, the Windward Volcanoes will want them to continue at least up to T. I think that would really do them a world of good if they are to achieve that. Gavin.
Yes, because this is, interesting phase of the game, especially for the likes of Jeremy Solozano. Like we said, into this third match, just 81 runs so far scored in the entire tournament for 2025. And he's surely due a big score. And maybe this could be the afternoon where he gets it. He's set. He's on 14. He's had a good look at the batters. He's faced 50 deliveries, 51 deliveries. So it's now for him to carry on.
Yes, you're quite right on that. Of course, it's an opportunity for him now to try and cash in. Of course, conditions are favorable for that. It's a very good batting wicket. So he's really trying to take advantage of that. Of course, Shields is back into the attack. Seems to be quite nippy. The Jamaican. Really getting some yards of pace off the surface there. Yes. Some bunks as well.
Yeah, definitely seems to be the quickest bowler on show so far for both sides.
For both sides, interestingly. It's really getting that ball to get up.
You can see the umpire has just lost his hat. Come on. It's a bit windy out there.
Yes, the wind has certainly intensified somewhat here. Of course, the bowler can also make use of that. That wind that is blowing across the ground. Get the ball to move a little bit, swirl through the air.
Yes, it's definitely not a gentle breeze. I can tell you that. You're quite right. Shields. And to be no run. And like we said, Solozano is set Compton, but also Athanaze has faced almost 50 deliveries already.
Yes, so both batters are set at the moment, and they should really go on. Well, one time I heard the Brandner say that once a batter is set, they should carry on, go past the half century and try and go on and make the century. So we believe that should be the philosophy of batters. But once you're set, it shouldn't be easy to get rid of you. You should go carry on.
Shields to continue on. I must say Compton has been a very responsible innings so far from Athanaze. You know he's known for his aggressiveness. He likes to beat ball, as they say, in local parlance.
Indeed.
But he sort of curbed his natural instincts because of the situation of the game with the two early wickets down. He's played a very responsible innings, and I think that can also help him as a batter moving forward, because he's very talented, like we say, but he also gets a lot of criticism sometimes for the type of shots he may play given the circumstances of matches. So it's good to see that he's learning to build that sort of responsibility.
Yes, you're quite accurate on that. He's playing the situation and ensuring to be there. He's the captain and really having a responsible knock. And of course, it's really an opportunity for him to improve that aspect of his batting. Of course, as you said, he can carry that onto the international stage. We've seen him go down in the 90s. Just losing his focus somewhat and playing shots that otherwise he could have done without, of course. So it's always good to continue, having some first-class knocks, despite the fact that you might be on the regional side, the West Indies team. So you can always come back here and work on aspects of your game that needs development.
Yeah, because I see Alec, not just as a mainstay on the West Indies team, a future player for the West Indies team, but also a future captain as well.
Yeah, you mentioned it to me. So you see that potential in him, of course, to perhaps someday become West Indies captain.
And that would be quite historic, and to be the first Dominican to be a captain of the West Indies team. I know we've had Stefan Pascal at the under-19 level, but to captain the senior West Indies team, that would really be something else.
Yeah, certainly. That would be a great achievement. And it's the end of the over. And after 17, it's 35 for the loss of 2.
It's good stuff from Shields. Of course, the CCC will be trying their best to try to build some pressure on the two batters. If you can't get the wickets, at least you want to try to control the run rate and maybe force the batters into something rash.
Yes, of course, build as much pressure as possible. And of course, as you quite rightly said, because just force them perhaps to just lose their focus a little bit, do something unusual to try and score. And that's what pressure does.
And that is something, Compton, and you being a batsman back in your day, how do you guys, sort of ignore the scoreboard pressure? The runs are not coming. How do you sort of mentally block that out and just try to focus on just playing each ball and just forget about the score?
But that's what you actually need to do. You literally have to forget about the scoreboard. You know what the plan is, you know what the score is, but you have to actually remove it from your mind at the time and focus on the job of batting. Because I can tell you, scoreboard pressure really does exist.
Yeah.
It's really real, right? Psychologically. You feel the weight of the score. So you have to box it out of your mind and go in there and focus on batting.
But also too as a batter, because you sort of get yourself pinned down in this sort of moments, especially when the bowler will probably bowl probably bowl 3 or 4 overs, maybe not maidens, but maybe just 1 run or maiden here and there, and then the bowler seems to get on top. So then how do you sort of
break the shackles?
Yes, and throw the bowler off his game, because you can't always sort of remain in that
in that mood.
situation.
But sometimes, Gavin, you have to absorb pressure. There are phases of games where you have to absorb the pressure. And that's the beauty of Test cricket, of the longer format of cricket. Your ability to absorb pressure. You bear the storm, you go through the storm, and then eventually it becomes easier. Because if the opposition is bowling very well, right? No point, in trying to break the shackles, you give your wicket away. Absorb the pressure, go through that phase, and then of course eventually it gets better, gets easier. I remember in a international match, I think it was Australia playing Sri Lanka, but it was white ball cricket. Shane Watson and George Beatty, who's I think now one of the main selectors in Australian cricket. They opened the batting against Sri Lanka.
Okay.
And they faced 10 overs without scoring many runs.
Wow.
Very unusually, uncharacteristic.
10 overs.
10 overs. It was one of the best spells of 10 overs we had ever seen in white ball cricket, ODI cricket. And afterwards, they just unleashed. Runs started flowing after these 10 overs. And it was white ball cricket, mind you.
Well, as you mentioned, runs flowing, Compton, I can tell you that runs are flowing in the match between Trinidad and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Trinidad, they're nearing a total of 400. And it's been a very good knock from Joshua Da Silva, the West Indies wicketkeeper. 152 was what he got, and Jason Mohammed is not out on 132. His 3rd consecutive century in this format.
So it seems to be in superb form at the moment, Jason Mohammed. One of the things I mentioned is I never understood why he wasn't selected to play Test cricket instead of ODI cricket. Not sure if there was enough personnel at the time when he was, really scoring runs, apart from now, this 2025. But he never really got a run in Test cricket, and he has always been featuring in runs at the first class level. But as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Sebastian, he was made the ODI captain, played at that level, but never featured in the red ball at the international level.
I'll probably have to do a little analysis and maybe try to figure out why, but end of another over, 18 completed, 38 for 2. The Volcanoes being very watchful here post-lunch. Like we've been saying, a lot is going to be riding on the captain, Alec Athanaze, to get a big score. We saw in the previous game against Trinidad where Kavem Hodge got a century and nobody else got past 10.
Yes, that was an interesting innings there by the Windward Volcanoes. Only one man starred. for a century.
But the interesting thing about the Volcanoes is there's a lot of batting to come. There's still the likes of Sunil Lambris, who was captain in the first 2 games. Former West Indies player.
Well, yeah, certainly really missed out on that last delivery there.
And even Sadrak Descartes, Gian Benjamin was also, Jervin Benjamin, as that's his government name, but we call him Gian Benjamin here in Dominica. The wicket keeper in need of some runs as well. Maybe his spot could be under threat if he doesn't get a score.
Yes, you're quite right on that. Certainly, really needs to do something today, produce some runs. He's due.
Wide delivery there from Shields, and Solozano just watching it go by. So I must commend the 2 batters for their temperament being shown so far. Not really chasing the wide deliveries. You can clearly see that they're sticking to the plan, showing great discipline and weathering the storm, and asking the CCC bowlers to put the ball in their hitting arcs.
Yes, certainly. Because asking them to come to them rather than going to them. So not taking too many risks, allowing the balls outside the offside to go by, and just playing very sensibly. They are there for the long haul. That sort of approach is what is required.
Well, got on top of that one, played it down on the offside. Get the single. In case you're just tuning in, just clicking on the stream or just joining us on 89.5 FM DBS Radio, Alec Athanaze is at the crease, the local hero, the hometown hero. And if you can make your way to the Windsor Park, now would be the best opportunity if you want to see Alec Athanaze batting. You can see the crowd just starting to build up in the Grayson Shillingford and Irvin Shillingford stand. It's approaching 1 o'clock, so maybe a few people will probably use their lunch break opportunities to come into the stadium, catch up maybe 40 minutes of cricket and get back to work.
Yeah, certainly that would be great, of course. Just provide some support, put some energy into the stadium.
So Solozano on strike. And Solozano watches that one sail past the offside.
Yes, one of the things I suspect about O.J. Shields, he has some very good pace, putting the good lengths as well, but he needs to really correct his line.
Yes.
He needs to get the batter to play more often than not. And that would increase his possibility of dismissals, if he's to get the batters, to play more often than not. So he has the pace, I think he has the length as well. But he needs to...
Ooh,
like
and that was an opportunity there. Goes between the first and second slip and races to the boundary.
Yeah, certainly. So on that occasion, of course, getting the batter to play, the ball coming off the shoulder of the bat and went begging between the slip fielders. Really should have been taken there, but there must have been some doubt between the 2 fielders as to who should go for the catch.
Yes, a little bit of indecision.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about. Get the batters to play, because he has the pace, he has the bounce. You don't have much time to play him. Of course, he can create something, some opportunity.
Yeah, the line that he's been bowling will probably be more suited for white ball cricket, where the batters really need to be aggressive and chase, everything.
Precisely.
But in the 4-day format, even test format, the batter's going to say, all right, you want to pitch it outside there? Fine, go ahead. No problem. I have all day. All right, end of the over. And 19 completed, 44 for 2. Just saw Solozano there getting the boundary. Probably didn't know too much about it, as that was a chance which went to begging. And it will be Romario Greaves to continue from the Billy Duckroof Pavilion end. And Alec Athanaze just being a bit watchful so far. We haven't seen the sweep shots yet, the conventional sweep and the reverse sweep. Some people listening might be saying the dreaded reverse sweep. Athanaze backs himself every time to play it. Play this one off the back foot.
I don't think that's one that you like very much.
I would probably appreciate it more in the white ball format of the game, where you have to be a bit innovative to try to get the runs quickly. But he backs himself at the test level and at this format. We saw him playing it a number of times in Pakistan, even on the wickets which favor the spinners. And it's something that he works on a lot. It's actually been encouraged, to play the shot. I think it's something, as cricket fans, that we probably have to get more familiar with or appreciate more the fact that a lot of the unorthodox shots, it's being the players are being asked to play them.
Like the ramp and the reverse sweeps.
Right.
So we are seeing some wide ball shots slowly creeping into the longer format.
Yes. It's all part of the evolution of the game. It happens in every sport, and it's happening in cricket now.
Yes, Mario. Yes, Mario. Yes, G.
I mean, Compton, I'm sure growing up you'll probably never imagine seeing spinners opening the bowling on the first day of a test match.
Not really. Very rarely you would see that. Only one time I experienced that, and that was against Roy Marshall at the Gardens, the Botanical Gardens right there. It was in the trial match. I was called to play the trial match. I think I was on Team B or something like that. I think I was captained by Balti Ward, played for the Windward Islands on the first class level. Well, it's the end of the over. And after 20, it is 47 for 2. And, Roy Marshall took the new ball and he tossed it up to me. And can you believe that he got me leg before?
Wow.
Yeah, he got me leg before. I was beaten by the extra, zip of the new ball. And so when I got out, when I went home, I asked my dad what happened because I did not understand why I got out. And he told me when the ball is new, it skids up very quickly off the surface. So what you have to look out for more than anything else is the flight of the delivery rather than lateral movement, because there's a lot of gloss on the ball still. And so he told me I was beaten by flight more than anything else.
So you learned a life lesson there.
Right there.
So good going from the Volcanoes so far, 47 for 2. Remember, they were in all sorts of trouble. 1 for 2. Losing Stefan Pascal early. And then Kavem Hodge with the very next delivery. Akeem Jordan was on a hat trick. But since then, Solano and Athanaze have done the repair work. Compton, lots of cricket action in Dominica. Not just this 4-day matchup, but we also hosting
the women.
Yes, the Windward Islands women's competition. We saw yesterday Dominica picking up their first win after 3 tries.
And interestingly, Gavin, they made a very good total of 144.
Well, very good total, yes. Given the context of things as to how things have been.
I think it's their highest total so far.
Yes, highest total, definitely.
Because they were bowled out for 33 in some 2 games before the match before, I think.
So beating the defending champion St. Lucia, that's what Dominica did yesterday. And then we saw St. Vincent remaining undefeated, getting past Grenada. St. Vincent has been having a very good tournament. The defending champions St. Lucia, however, struggling.
Yeah, very much so.
3 losses on the trot.
Oh, pleasant looking shot there on the onside.
So everything sets up nicely for tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll have the start of the T20 Blaze. So we'll have St. Vincent taking on St. Lucia at 10 o'clock at the Benjamin's Park. And then Dominica will play Grenada at 2 or 2:30 also at the Benjamin's Park. And then of course we'll have the third place match and finals on Saturday. Ooh, that was a nipping delivery cut back.
Yes, just coming right back onto the batter there, cramping him for room there of a good length. So he's quite nippy, this lad. Oche Shields from Jamaica. A very well-built lad. Seems to be well wrapped in muscles, Gavin.
Well, very fit. We're just going back to the women's tournament. Compton, where Dominica took on St. Lucia yesterday. It's this delivery again. So Lozano just allows it to go by. St. Lucia were chasing 145 to win. They lost some early wickets, I think 2 or 3 wickets very early, very cheaply. And then we had 2 batters settle in nicely. One got a 70 odd, the other one 29, 20, they're 20 odd, just say it like that. And for a moment in time, it looked like St. Lucia were going to come from behind and win the game. Albeit we had some good bowling from Bini Serjan and Valmont and Gaspar and the rest of them, and Mia Gilbert as well, to pull things back for Dominica. But the interesting thing about the scores, Compton, St. Lucia were bowled out for 120 and only 2 batters scored. 9 batters did not get a single. Can you imagine that?
Yes, very interesting there.
So it just goes to show how St. Lucia have struggled, you know, in this Windward Islands women's tournament.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
In fact, they lost their first 2 matches. In fact, 3 matches that you just mentioned. Grenada, of course, won their first 2. Lost their third. But I think the team with the best bowling attack, from my perspective, is Grenada. In terms of the pace bowlers, they are very, very fast, very nippy. I had the privilege to be at Portsmouth. In fact, I was the one who carried that game live with Vibe on TV, and they are quite nippy. Really bowl at a good length, back of a length, challenging the batters around the rib cage, waist area.
Well, it's Graves continuing from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end, and Athanaze getting a single. So approaching the 50 as a total, as a team total at the Volcanoes. So it's a very good partnership. Currently with 47. So it's really been a good job from Athanaze and Solozano.
Both batters, of course, being on 22.
For a moment there, I thought they would have gotten a wicket, but it was good glove work from behind from the keeper.
Yes, that must have been a Jaffa. That's what you call an unplayable delivery. Really covered his off stump there. But Desmond Hill said that there's nothing wrong with that shot. But every time a ball goes past your bat, that it's a bad shot. The ball may have spun too much. But the important thing is that you covered your off stump. So if it went past the outside edge, it's not a problem as such. So there's nothing really to be preoccupied about. But so far good, this pair. Really rebuilding the innings there of the Volcanoes. This time looking to drive with the turn down the ground, but can't beat mid off. Plus most of the fielders are on about the 30-yard circle. Only 2 men are on the fence. One is a deep backward square leg and the other is a deep point on the offside.
Sorry, Compton. You notice the difference in tactics from the CCC as compared to the Windwards. Remember when the Windwards were in the field, especially the spinners on early, they had a long off instead of the mid off.
Yes.
And we remember Sebastian was questioning why would you have a long off? You would want to have the mid off and mid on to try and create pressure. Force the batsmen to go over the top.
Invite them to go over the top, and perhaps in trying to do so, they might end up miscuing one
Right.
down the throat of one of these fielders at mid-off and mid-on. So just
Another over completed. 22 gone, 49 for 2. Alec Athanaze playing his first match in this season. And could he follow in the footsteps of Cavem Hodge? Remember, Cavem Hodge in his first match got 100. Can Alec say, well, hey, if you got one, I want to get one too?
yeah, now it's my turn. But it's not impossible here, because this wicket is very good for batting, and he seems to be in very good form at the moment. So Lozano providing some very solid support on the other end. We know that he has the ability to bat very long, so Lozano. And so far, the only real threatening bowler I have seen here is that Jamaican guy, O.J. Shields, with his very nippy sort of pace. We saw, of course, Solozano getting a chance in the slip cordon. Ball coming off the shoulder blade of his bat as a result of a Jaffa-like delivery.
Well, Graves is doing his job on one end where he's, sort of keeping the pressure, not really allowing. Oh, that's struck in
He
front
might be
there.
in trouble.
Could be in trouble. It is. He's given. He's given. Alec Athanaze has to go. Goes for 23, and Akeem Jordan gets his man. His third wicket in the innings. Could just have another look at that one.
Coming from around the wicket. This one just had some movement into him. And of course, wasn't able to negotiate this one there. The ball, of course, going on according to the judgment of the umpire to hit the timbers within the range. So that looks out from our vantage point and from the replays. And of course, did not negotiate well.
Yes, that would have surely been crashing into
The
middle
stumps.
stump or middle and leg. So Alec Athanaze has to go for 23.
And he did not seem to have been playing straight on that occasion. So I don't know if that illusion of thinking that ball pass was drifting down the leg side, because the bowler is coming from around the wicket, just a little away from the stumps, about, say, the 8th stump thereabout. And usually when bowlers come from that angle, it sort of creates an illusion in your mind. So when you think the ball is going down the leg side, it is actually on your wicket.
Yes. Quite a good observation, Compton.
Yeah, so I think that has been one of his weaknesses. We saw him out that way in Australia, bowled to one of the bowlers who went wide of his crease. I think it was Hazelwood, Josh Hazelwood. He went wide of the crease, even further away. And, he left the ball. So, it can really create that illusion in your mind. So you have to be very careful when bowlers go wide of the crease, coming from around the wicket into you as a left-hand batter.
Definitely.
Well, the win was 49 for 3 at the moment. Of course, the local star going for 23. And I think it's time for a change. Not yet.
Well, it's a good comeback from Akeem Jordan. Remember, in his first over, he picked up the 2 wickets. Then had a bit of a break. In his first over back after lunch, gets the wicket of Alec Athanaze, the important wicket of Alec Athanaze. Brings Sunil Ambrose to the crease. The Ambrose who was captain for the first 2 games. And bang on target again is Akeem Jordan.
Yes, making the batter play on this occasion and bringing him well up. So good ploy there by the bowler, good thinking. Of course, you bring the ball well up to new batters who just making their appearance at the crease. His eye is not in yet, feet are not moving, and so you'd want to bring the Yorker length. And that's exactly what he just produced there.
The CCC will be loving how things are progressing now. The partnership of 47 or 48 has been broken. And now they'll be asking some questions from the Volcano batters who are not in the best of form. After Ambrose, we have the likes of Jervin Benjamin, Ryan John, Descott to come. So Ambrose has to give us something this afternoon if you're a Volcano supporter. So Lozano also has to make the most of the start that he's been given.
Yes, certainly.
So it's a Another successful over for Akeem Jordan. He's been selected to the West Indies team a few times.
I think it was against Sri Lanka, that is Solano.
No, I'm talking about Akeem,
Jordan,
yes.
the fast bowler. I think he went to Australia the last time he was selected. And I think he broke down as a result of an injury.
Well, I'll just see if I can.
I think it may have been a groin injury that he suffered. Oh, very good delivery there. This one just shipping back. It was very much too close to caught. Just trying to cut this one on that occasion there. But I think that was too close to caught. And almost playing on.
Yes, so Akeem just has the 2 one-day internationals to his name, and I think 3 T20s.
Didn't he play against Australia?
Well, not in Test cricket for sure, but he has 3 ODIs against the UAE actually.
The UAE.
Yes. Bit wayward there. Brings us to the end of the over.
That's the over.
Good over from Akeem Jordan. Got the important wicket of Athanaze. 23 overs are completed. The Volcanoes are 49 for 3 and a bit of bother there at Windsor Park. Compton, after a few remarks from you, we'll have a change in commentary.
Well, yeah, certainly. So the CCC would be quite pleased of their current situation. Speaking of 3 vital wickets, Athanaze, Kevin Hodge, and the opener Stephen Pascal. So 13 for 3 to score, and it's time for change. Andy Carter and Sebastian.
Down the ground for one, Mario. Hold on, G. Stay away fast, OJ. Stay away fast, OJ. Little bit. Yeah.
The Windward Islands, the spot of buzzer, 49 for 3, having just lost the captain, Ali Athanaze, after lunch to Jordan, who was so far taken for wicket. And with Currency now joining Solano, these two need a partnership. Windward Islands need to really get back into this game, because at the moment they're on the back foot. Andy Carter, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Lockhart, and good afternoon to all listeners to DBS Radio 89.5 and 360 TV. If you are watching this stream, 50 has been posted for the Volcanoes. 50 coming up, 23 overs and 2 balls. The Volcanoes went to lunch at 31 for 2 of 15 overs. And since lunch, they have added some 19 more runs, and they've lost the wicket of Ali Athanaze leg before wicket bowler Jordan for 23. So far, Jordan has been the most successful bowler. He's bowled quite impressively. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 13.
Keep working, G.
Batsmen are Pascal for a duck, Hodge for a duck, first ball duck. Both batsmen been dismissed with the very first delivery and the face. Graves bowling, he has bowled 8 overs so far, he's into his 9th. Hasn't taken a wicket. 19 runs he has conceded. And Ambrose yet to get off the mark. So Solano there batting quite resolutely on 23. You need a big innings from Solano and Ambrose.
Oh yes, G boy. Yes, Mario. Yes, Mario.
Well, the CCC guys are really excited that we'll hear him on the stump mic, Andy. A lot of chat out there.
Yes, the Cocker Hope. We saw that from overnight last night, the combined campuses 137 for 5, dismissed for 216. This one, Ambrose is hitting it over the bowler's head. There's a man at long on. They come back for 2, and they get it quite easily in the end. And a bit of excitement there shown by wicketkeeper Richards as the ball hit the stumps, but clearly Ambrose was safely grounded.
Very excited, the wicketkeeper. You can hear a lot of chat from him when the batsman is about to face you. A lot of stuff he's been saying ever since the innings started, and the Richards behind the stumps. Played reasonably well earlier today. He made what, 30 odd? Hit a couple big sixes. Oh, young Richards. Looked like a small man, but he seemed to have a lot of chat.
So play beginning at 9:30 this morning, and just around 10:49, the combined campuses and colleges, they were dismissed for 216 as Ambrose opens the face of the bat, guides the ball down to the third man region and gets 2 runs. The over comes to an end at the end of over number 24, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, 54 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Yeah, and as we said, there needs to be a partnership. Solozana looked very solid. Ambrose has just come in. We know Ambrose is a guy who likes to hit the ball, but he needs to settle down because too often he gives away his wicket. And the Windward Islands needs to have a good lead because Andy expect that wicket to spin as much more as the match goes on. We saw Cyrus yesterday and today getting some spin, so the Windward Islands need a lead because you don't want to be chasing a big score on the 4th inning on that pitch.
Definitely not. It took 19 overs and 3 balls this morning to get the remaining 5 wickets of the combined campuses and colleges. They lost their 5 wickets for some 79 runs. Damel Evelyn top scored with 53. Captain Jeremiah scored 40. The wicketkeeper Richards 30, and Mansingh played a quite invaluable knock of 25 not out.
And as you talk about Mansingh, I found it strange. We haven't seen him yet. He's right arm leg spin and googly bowler. It's a bit strange that how many overs we have had so far? 25 overs almost, and he hasn't bowled a ball. A bit strange.
So Solazano walks away. Left-handed batter, sees 2 slips and a gully. Extra cover, mid-off, short mid-on as Jordan was back for length delivery. Solazano is comfortable behind it, pushes it to mid-on where Shakir Paris fields, and there is no run. So at lunch, 31 for 2. 15 overs were bowled. Solozano was on 10, Athanaze was on 16. Since lunch, they've lost Athanaze. Leg before wicket, bowled Jordan for 23. Jordan again outside the off stump, and Solozano happy to allow the ball to go through to wicketkeeper Richards.
And we can't help talking about the weather today, Andy. Very good, lovely weather, a lot of blue sky, nice sunshine. Very good weather for cricket.
Yes, in contrast to what we had yesterday, what obtained yesterday. It's, in and out, covers coming on, covers going back on. And it was really a difficult day for the ground staff yesterday. Not so today, as Jordan goes a delivery once again outside the off stump under no pressure whatsoever, not forcing the batter Solozana to play. He happily sees it into the gloves of Richards.
Yeah, well, Jordan, you want to make the batsman play. Maybe it might be best if he tries over the wicket and see if you get it to go away from the batsman. But I'm not, at the moment he's bowling wrong the wicket, probably trying to get it to come in. Like he got the wicket of Athanaze bowling wrong the wicket, got him out the LBW.
He has been the most impressive bowler, the most successful, 3-4-30 in his figures reads. As he bowls one directed on the off stump, this time forcing the batter into defense. Pushes it there to short extra cover. And there is no run. So Mahabir Singh, the man there, short extra cover. Jordan getting Pascal for ball just outside the off stump. Pascal flashing, getting the edge, and the next delivery he had Kavimoj bowled for a duck. And there was a false shot there by Solozano. The ball goes down to final leg. They run 1, they will come back for 2. Ball getting the inner portion of the bat. Certainly at sea on this occasion there.
And it's a no ball though. Umpire just signal no ball.
So that means there will be 3 runs to be added. So Zano really wasn't completely in control whatsoever on this occasion.
No, he got the inside edge. Was fortunate, but didn't go back onto his stumps.
Well, it still was a no ball, so fortunately,
yes,
it wouldn't have really costed him his wicket. But he needs to tighten up. Here is Jordan once again from the northern end. Bowls him, and he's clean bowled. Not playing a shot there. Well left in a delivery. Pitched on the stumps, coming from around the wicket, Hakim Jordan, and getting that one to nip back and hitting the off stump there of Solano. The Windward Islands Volcanoes in further problems. 57 for the loss of 4.
And a lack of judgment by Solano and as a batsman, you have to know that if a guy is going around the wicket, getting the ball to come back in, you have to be trying to play. He left alone, and the ball came back and hit his off stump. I think it was a bit of a lack of judgment there from Solano.
Yes, certainly coming from around the wicket, you must expect that the bowler, his intention is to try to get the ball to hit your off stump. So you've got to guard against that as much as you can. And he was raising his bat, and that's one of the most ridiculous ways to get out, to be well left in a ball and the ball hitting your stumps.
Yeah, if he's bowling over the wicket, you will understand that he's going to go away from you. But he's bowling around the wicket. 99 to 100 times he's going to come back to you. So you should be trying to protect your stumps. And he left the ball alone, that came down and bowled him off stump. Very poor judgment on Solano, who was batting reasonably well. He has been there for a while and he looked very good.
Yes, he looked good until that same over. He got an inside edge which went down to fine leg, and on that occasion Jordan pitched the ball up outside the off stump, and the ball cut back and hit his off stump.
And Jordan has taken all 4 wickets, Andy. All 4 wickets.
His figures
Hakim Jordan.
8 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 16. As we see, Shadrach Descartes has come out to join Sonny Lambris. So, difficult road ahead for the Windward Islands. We're speaking of they're getting a lead of 50. Right now they will do well to fall short, but just by 50. Going on the back foot is Ambrose, trying to punch the ball, but not getting the room to execute the shot. Forcing shot, plays it to cover, and he can score. So Ambrose is on 4. Descartes yet to face a delivery. Romario Graves in his 10th over. Ball coming off the pad, going down to fine leg, and we'll await the signal from umpire Gustad. A leg by he signals, so 1 more will be added to the total. 58 it is for the loss of 4, and we're in the 26th over.
Yeah, and again, the Windward Islands, they need a partnership. In fact, and as you rightly said, they probably struggle to get to 216 Fallers to have a big partnership. So these two, I think, the keeper to bat next, Benji, Gian, but these are the two last of the 2 recognized batsmen. I mean, Gian could bat, Ryan John can bat as well, but these are the 2 real recognized batsmen, and there needs to be a partnership.
We saw Descartes in the first match against Jamaica, scored 34 and 47. In the match against Trinidad, no one really scored any runs apart from Kavim Hodge. They were dismissed for 166 and 114, so nothing to write home about. So Descartes will have to bring about a performance as he did against Jamaica, getting 34 and 47. takes his guard from umpire Gustad. Graves goes to the Scott. Scott comes forward, opens the face of the bat, guides the ball to Henry at short backward point, and he can score. At lunch, Windward Islands, Volcanoes, 31 for 2. They've lost 2 wickets since lunch. Athanaze gone for 23 and Solano out for 25. 2 batters who were batting quite well. They have added a 48-run partnership and they're back in the pavilion. Quicker delivery there from Graves. The Scott meets it with the full face of the bat. Defensive in defense. Hemmed in there with a silly point and 2 slips. Coming from around the wicket. Graves again, he stretches forward. Ball is guided there to short backward point. Henry's in the way. The over comes to an end. Over number 26 is complete. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges, find themselves on 58 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, and we're seeing the direct opposite of what happened in the bowling department to the CCC inning. The spinners got the wickets for the Windward Island, whereas now Hakim Jordan, the opening bowler, is the man who has taken so far all 4 wickets.
Well, yesterday we saw the opening bowlers for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. They really didn't.
They look very innocuous, to be fair.
To put it mildly, because you could see there was no energy. They really did not live up to it, and it was only till Cyrus and Denver came into the attack that you could see something happen. Unlike this morning when we saw Ryan John.
Early on, he got the wicket of the opening batsman, Evelyn. Yeah, Evelyn.
Apart from that, they were flat. They really didn't produce any steam.
In fact, they didn't even look interested, if you ask me, when we saw them bowl yesterday. Both of them probably they were disappointed with the wicket. Probably they thought there would be much more bounce on the Windsor Park Straight.
But Jordan has had 4 wickets so far. Bowls the ball just outside the off stump, trying to tempt Ambrose into an injudicious shot. He allows it to go through to the wicket keeper.
Well, he's bowled a good line and length, and he's not very fast, but just bowling the ball middle off stump and bowling straight, and he's been rewarded with 4 wickets.
So we just saw before lunch O.J. Shields bowling just 2 overs. Mahabir Singh bowled 3 overs. Romario Graves before lunch had bowled 4 overs, 1 for 6. They've continued with him as Jordan draws Ambrose forward, he strokes it to the man at cover, and there is no run.
Halfway. Still have a few spectators, Andy. I think there's a much bigger crowd than we saw yesterday. I would think so.
Yes, indeed. Apart from the school children, you can see a number of people they have turned out. I can see a boy Pecker, Michael Leblanc.
Former opening batsman for Dominica, Michael Pecker Leblanc.
Yeah, he was warned not to hook at Batai.
The deceased, may his soul rest in peace, Wesley Thomas of Grenada. Yeah,
and he'll follow your instructions.
Yeah, and then the evening in the hotel, we were sharing the room, and when I would try and have a discussion with him, all I would hear.
Michael Pecker Leblanc.
There seemed to be some problem, and the 2 umpires are speaking to, I think, is it the captain?
The captain, Jeremiah.
Yeah, there seemed to be a problem. I don't know if it's because of the chatter we've been hearing of the ball, or the fieldsmen have been interfering in the ball. We don't know if it's something like that.
Well, we can never be too sure from our position here.
Yeah, so we don't know what's the problem, but the umpires have just spoken to the captain of the combined campuses team.
Could it be the constant talking
from the wicketkeeper, Richards?
Especially when the bowler is coming in. Yeah. Here is Jordan. Goes to Ambrose. Ambrose is driving powerfully down the ground for 4. Lovely shot. Just pitched up there by Jordan. and Ambrose obliges by striking it powerfully past the bowler for 4.
And that's the kind of batsman Sunil Ambrose is. If the ball is there to be hit, he will hit it, Andy. And hit it, as you said, a lovely stroke. Straight past the bowler, no chance of a catch or anything like that. Very good stroke from Sunil Ambrose.
As long as in the arc, you just drive through the line. There's no demons in the pitch. It's an easy pitch, pace pitch. And we saw mostly the spinners doing the great work yesterday. But Jordan Bowes one and he pushes it on the onside. The fielder coming in quickly. Mahabir Singh, but he can't prevent the run. Good call, and the response was good. And in the end, they got the single.
And that was the important thing. The response was good, because if the non-striker hadn't responded, Ambrose could have found himself in some problems.
Again, the ball was pitched up, and he drove at it and called for the run. The Descartes responded quite well, and in the end, they got the single as Paris came in. In fact, Mahabir Singh came in quickly, but he couldn't prevent the run. So Ambrose has moved on to 9. 63 for the loss of 4. The Windward Islands Volcanoes replying to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. Heard over in St. Kitts, Trinidad and Tobago.
Piling on the runs and the cut.
Yes, with Mohammed getting a century, a big one once again. And some welcome runs from the wicketkeeper, Joshua De Silva. Searching for a big one. Has finally got it. He's under pressure from both Django and Imlak.
Well, England made a century in the first game since he returned from Pakistan. And 18 in the second inning, 18 not out.
Yes, when Guyana beat the
combined
campuses
yes.
by 8 wickets.
Mm-hmm.
So he made 126 not out and then 80 in the second innings.
Yeah, so obviously the Silver realized that he's under pressure, so he responded.
So the over has come to an end. 27 overs completed. Akim Jordan figures reads 9 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 21. Impressive figures so far. And on a pitch where we have seen the spinners do much of the damage for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. It's good to see that Jordan has really bent his back and has produced an impressive spell. Graves draws Ambrose forward. Could hear Richards really keep going. It's really encouraging and motivating.
Sometimes it can be annoying for the batsman to hear this chat throughout the inning. It can disturb you as a batsman.
Yes, you've got to really blank it out, which can be a very difficult proposition. Graves throws the batter forward, pushing a bit with hard hands on this occasion. You've got to play with soft hands there, because pushing, sometimes you can get the ball to hit the bat and then hit the pad and just lob there to short leg. There's a slip, a leg slip, a forward short leg, short mid-on, mid-wickets, cover, man tip down on the long on boundary, and the man at mid-off. Ambrose gets into his wicket and works it to square leg and gets an easy run, brings him into double figures. He's now on 10. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 64 for the loss of 4. What a lovely day we've had so far. Don't want to speak too quickly, and then all of a sudden you see things start to change over in the east. But so far it has been an excellent day for cricket. Descart gets off the mark, gets a short delivery and hits it to the man at long off. Comes off the boundary. Descart gets off the mark. He's on 165 for the loss of 4 wickets. So they have stuck with Romario Graves. Haven't seen OJ Shields. Maybe the ploy is to have the spinners on one end and the medium pacers from the other end. So maybe after Jordan is relieved, we may see OJ Shields.
Or probably the leg spinner. We haven't seen him yet. Mansing, the right arm leg spinner. We haven't seen him.
Graves. Ambrose is going on the back foot, stroking the ball to mid-wicket. Takes an easy run.
Well, and there towards the left, I'm seeing a few dark clouds towards. And in fact, as I speak, the ground staff going towards the covers. Because if you look towards the east, in fact, we look on the monitor, you can see the dark clouds. And as we look towards the east, there seem to be some rain up there.
Yes, look, I was just saying I don't want to speak too quickly.
Well, you did that. You spoke too quickly.
Yes, because a few balls later, you can see the ground staff heading towards the covers.
Yes, and there's rain up there. If you look towards the loader area, there is some rain. For people who are not familiar with the Dominica, it's towards the east, in the valley, as they call it.
Yes.
Mount Prosper, loader area, there seems to be some rain up the road. And the groundsmen are getting themselves ready.
Yes, you called for them to be uniformed, but...
yeah, they still haven't listened to me. Everybody has a different shirt. It's not looking very tidy at all.
So they're on standby already, ready to on the first call as Jordan bowls to Ambrose. Ambrose is working this one delightfully off his legs. They run one, and that's all there will be. It was a good-looking shot, delivery directed on the line of the leg stump, and Ambrose neatly playing it on the onside and gets an easy run.
And all the blue skies we saw this morning towards the south, some of them have disappeared, Andy, the blue skies we've seen all day.
And just when the crowd is beginning to build up, we see the threat of rain. See Ambrose pulling up maybe a hamstring somewhat.
Let's hope it's not, because if hamstring, you're going to be out for a while.
And we can see a physio coming on to assist Ambrose, certainly in some sort of distress at this point in time.
Yes, and Ambrose now with the main batter out there. He needs to be there for the Windward Islands.
Not good news for the Volcanoes after having lost 4 wickets so far.
In fact, Andy, if you see him holding the back of his leg, so you're right, well, it could be a hamstring. Let's hope not. Hamstrings do take a while to heal, so let's hope it's not a hamstring.
And it's just cramps. Let's hope it's just cramps. And he can recover from it rather quickly.
Because I saw him holding the back of his leg, his left leg.
Which isn't too much of a good sign.
Yes, no, definitely not. Physio is out there. She's trying to see if she can do something with Sonny Lambris.
So just to recap what has happened, the combined campuses and colleges, they resumed on 137 for 5. They lost the remaining 5 wickets for an additional 79 runs. Enough time for Cyrus to get a fifer, 5 for 71. And Denver, 3 for 68. Ryan John took the prize wicket of Evelyn for 24 runs, 1 for 24. And just around 10:49 a.m., the combined campuses and colleges, they were dismissed for 216. And in the very first over, the Windward Islands Volcanoes found themselves losing wickets regularly. Pascal going caught wicketkeeper Richards bowled Jordan for no score, and the very next delivery, Hodge was bowled by Jordan for no score. They went to lunch, that is the Windward Islands Volcanoes, at 31 for 2, with Solano not out on 10, Athanaze not out on 16. But play continues as Jordan bows to discard. Discard plays it on the offside and there is no run. So since lunch, Athanaze was the first to go when the score was on 49. Leg before wicket, Bo Jordan for 23. And Solano followed when he was bowled by Jordan for 25. The score was then 57. So these two have added just 10 runs between them. The ground staff on hold.
Well, the umpires are calling for the covers now, Andy. Yeah, they're calling for the covers. Seem to be a little drizzle. Maybe it might have gotten heavier.
So I make it just about 1:43. So take a note of that. 1:43 p.m. on the second day of the Cricket West Indies for the regional match here at Windsor Park.
But I'm a bit surprised they would have gone off now. I still feel we could have played. It doesn't look all that threatening when we looked over the left, Andy, and I'm a bit surprised the umpires would call the covers on so quickly.
Yeah, they're taking absolutely no chances. There are no Dominican umpires, no one to give advice. There are two Jamaicans with the third umpire, a female umpire from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but taking absolutely no chances, calling the covers on rather quickly.
Far too quickly, because you look up there, it's not really going to come down, pouring like as we say locally here. And I think the play could have continued for a few minutes still. I think that was a bit too hasty really to call on the covers so quickly.
Yes, well, let's hope that their judgment is absolutely correct, because you can see that you could still have some cricket being played at the moment.
Yeah, there's really no rain as such. I mean, when you look at it, there's no rain. There's no reason why play could not have continued. In fact, the groundsmen themselves even wondering what's going on if you look at them. Sizable team though, under the ground staff.
Well, you need, these covers are heavy.
Very heavy.
And you need real manpower to get this thing on and off the field.
Yeah, well, Chief Curator Clyde Pellew is giving some instruction to the ground staff on how they must really get it going.
I think they have increased their staff somewhat today.
Yes, it appears so. If we can count 2 for 7 and 7, 14, 16, yeah, the 16 strong ground staff. Yeah, they seem to have been increased today. But as I said, there's no rain. There's no reason why cricket shouldn't be going on. I thought there was a bit hasty to call on the covers and the cutter.
Yes, premature calling of the covers, not taking chances, but I think that they could have stayed on.
You look towards where the rain comes from. There's really no rain there now. I don't understand why aren't we playing cricket, honestly.
So from the lunchtime position of 31 for 2, the Windward Islands Volcanoes, they're now 67 for the loss of 4. Pascal, no score. Hodge, no score. To take a break now with the Windward Islands Volcanoes 67 for 4 in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. We'll take a break now and till they're ready for us in the middle.
Alright, welcome back following the short rain delay. Very, very short rain delay. And now we're getting set for more action here in this CWI Regional 4-day matchup. It's the Volcanoes up against the CCC. And Volcanoes in a bit of a spot of bother. 67 for 4 in their first innings. Akim Jordan, the chief destroyer. 4 for 22 so far. This is 9.2 overs. And just before we had the rain delay, we saw Sunil Ambrose getting some attention. There's talk of a possible hamstring injury or something of the sorts. Looks like he's okay to resume. So, of course, Garvin Richards here, joined by Compton Bertrand. Compton, good afternoon once again.
Yes, so good afternoon to you again, and viewers and listeners, wherever you are. Again, in the region and world. Of course, this battle continues between these two teams, the CCC and, of course, the Windwards Volcanoes. Of course, both teams are just looking to, book their first set of points, significant points in the points table. Of course, they are among the 3 teams occupying the bottom of the table at the moment, along with the West Indies Academy. So, of course, both teams are in search of the W. Gavin?
Well, desperate need of the W, because you don't want to go too far behind if you have any hopes of winning the title. The Volcanoes, for example, were runners-up in the last 2 editions. So having not been able to pick up significant points in their first 2 matches, that will surely hurt any hopes they had of crossing the line. Oh, that's a lovely shot there. Glorious shot indeed. Well-deserved 4. They're just flicking it off the legs. The Sadrak Descart.
Yes, just helping this one there with the swing. Someone drifting slightly down the leg side, and of course, Descart being in very good form at the moment. Capitalize on that. Easy pickings there for him. Has been chipping in the innings of the Windward Volcanoes in the last 2 matches played so far. Just a pity that he can't go on to score the half centuries, but he has had good starts. First against Jamaica and also against the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force.
And he loves this ground, Compton.
He's very familiar with this ground as well, as a result of the Dream 11 National T10 tournament in which he participated for a number of years now, right? A couple of years now.
Past few editions, it's been a mainstay. And of course, Descart would know, how the pitch plays, what to expect from it, or have a general idea, I should say.
Yeah, certainly. Just looking to make a significant impact right now. And again, showing some aggression there. Not quite timing it as you would have liked, but he'll certainly get a couple.
Well, he lost his bat in the process. So that gives you an idea as to how well timed it wasn't.
Yeah.
But end of the over, 20 overs. 29 overs. So 73 for 4. So we saw Jeremy Solano and Alec Athanaze sort of rebuilding the innings. Had a partnership of 47, 48 thereabouts. But they both went in succession, quick succession. And now it's up to Sadrak and Sunil to sort of restore things, Compton.
Yes, certainly. These two really have a responsibility right now to rebuild the innings from here on. Both capable batters, particularly Sunil Ambrose, the more experienced of the two. Of course, played for the West Indies in ODIs already and has been around first-class cricket for a number of years. So he's I think he's the most experienced player in the team at the moment. I think he's the vice captain. And this one coming off the inside half of the bat towards the wicket. Just looking to go towards the offside, I suspect. But instead, the ball going towards the onside. Partly due to the reason that the bowler must have gotten some inward movement.
Well, Ambrose, like we said, is one who's going to play shots. So dancing down the wicket, the previous delivery.
Yes, certainly. He is that naturally aggressive batter, has a good strike rate. So he's not going to hang around without scoring, I can tell you.
Oh,
and he could be gone, and he's out caught. Ambrose is coming forward, the ball lobbing to short leg. And the Windward's Volcanoes, of course, losing their 5th wicket. What a blow.
So I'm just trying to play forward there, and it just, you know, straight to the fielder there. And Compton, like you were saying in the previous delivery, he likes to play his aggressive shots. This time he was a bit defensive, and it ended up being his undoing.
Yes, because in the ball before, he was looking to drive towards the offside. But instead, the ball, because of the little spin, the purchase that it got from the pitch, it ended up going towards the onside. You know, not any doing of his right, really. And the next time he played forward, the ball spun perhaps a little bit more than he anticipated. And so it didn't cover up properly. And, of course, lobbing to, of course, the man at shot leg right there, right in his face. You know, so we would really want to look at that again and perhaps in the next innings avoid making that same error.
Well, the Volcanoes are in some serious trouble here at Windsor Park. 75 for 5. Romario Graves getting his first wicket. He's bowled quite well this afternoon. It's going to bring Gian Benjamin to the crease, or Jervin Benjamin, I should say.
Yes, we are used to saying Gian, but it's actually Gian Benjamin. Is that right?
Yes.
Gian Benjamin.
And this is a batter also who is coming to the crease under a lot of pressure. He's played the first 2 matches. He hasn't had any scores of note. And he's into the team. He wasn't one of the contracted players, but made his way into the team following some good showings in the regional, well, not regional, but the Windward Islands tournament, and then also in the warm-up matches or the trial matches in St. Vincent. But hasn't been able to translate that.
Well, he's under some pressure now.
Yes.
Not just the pressure of not being able to score significant runs thus far in the tournament, but he's also under some scoreboard pressure. 75 for 5 the score. So there's a heavy responsibility on his shoulders right now to try and rebuild the innings along with Shadrach Descartes. So a sort of double impact type of pressure on him. He needs to score, and he needs to, of course, help the team now significantly.
Yeah, so Gian Benjamin for this season so far, let's see, the 3 matches played, this is the 3rd one. He has 34 runs, high score of 23, average is just 8. So, like we said, he's under some pressure, and you know, he could really use some runs. At least, you know, if he could get 40 or even 50.
Yeah, certainly that would do him a world of good. And not only that, but would really help his team as well out of that situation. But he can't be too defensive, and he can't be too careful as well, because we know him to be a naturally aggressive batter. You know, he's the type that likes ball on bat, so to speak.
Yes.
You know, but he has to play intelligently now. He has to play the situation, but he mustn't be too bogged down. He must also look for scoring opportunities. Remember, that's his home ground. That's a pitch that he's very, very familiar with. And so I think that's playing into his advantage.
So let's hope that Benjamin, for the sake of the people in the Kalinago territory, get some runs today.
Yeah, certainly.
End of the over, successful over from Graves. 75 for 5 after 30.
Of course, we are seeing a few more spectators in the stands. Hopefully more can come into the stadium and let's provide some support to the regional side, to Windward Islands. It's really a lovely day there. And just a little shower just a few moments ago. Nothing really to interrupt play. And the sun now is streaming down beautifully on the grounds here at the WPSS. Windwards, of course, have some work to do to really get themselves out of that situation they are in right now. Of course, at first I was thinking, based on the way the CCC started their innings when it was their turn at the crease, when they were some 60-somebody odd without loss, I said that's a very good wicket for batting and they might just go on to make 300 plus. that wasn't the case. They were wrapped up for just above 200.
But Compton, to be fair, if you look at the dismissals of most of the batters, this hasn't really been because of the good bowling. There's been some poor cricketing shots.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at the wickets that Akim Jordan, for example, has taken so far, and we're taking nothing away from the 4 wickets that he's had so far. But, for example, the one of Stefan Pascal.
Yes, indeed.
That was a ball outside off stump that he could have left alone.
Yes, certainly, you're quite right on that. A lovely shot down the ground from the middle of the bat. Doesn't get too much better than that. Sweetly timed shot there by Shadrach Descartes. Is really in some form. And he moves to 11.
Yes, indeed, a lovely shot from Descartes. Bit reminiscence of the way that he was playing in the T10, the way that he was striking the ball so firmly.
Yes, certainly he has brought that form into this season.
You can see some of the spectators having a good time, enjoying the cricket.
Quick single attempted, run out attempted as well, but the batters, of course, making it safely home. Just putting the fielders under some pressure, taking their chances, Gavin.
That was a sharp single.
It was a very sharp single indeed.
Maybe some might even have said ill-advised. I mean,
yeah, the way it appeared, as if he was running into the danger end.
And given the pressure that the team is already under, you don't want to create any opportunities for the fielding side to have an opportunity at another wicket.
Yeah, so maybe that was an unnecessary chance to take at this stage of the innings, in this particular situation. But this being, of course, Benjamin on strike, the left-hander, wicket keeper.
Benjamin yet to get off the mark, it's the 5 deliveries.
Yes, very good delivery there. And John Benjamin has to be careful. Akim Jordan is coming from around the wicket.
Yes.
Like in the case of Alec Athanaze.
And also Solano.
Right, so he's slightly wide of the stumps. And, of course, from that angle, delivering the ball. So you, as the batter, you have to be careful that you don't end up playing across the line. Like we saw him just trying to attempt, really trying to work this one towards mid-wicket. Again, wide of the stumps, and this time he gets this one to go outside the off stump, drifting slightly away from the batter. So he has the ability to move the ball both ways. But the fact that he's coming from around the wicket, wide of the stumps, it can really create some deception.
Yes.
And so batters have to be careful in terms of their judgment of lines coming from that angle. You don't want to be playing across the line too much.
Or you don't want to be fooled into not offering a shot.
A shot.
As we saw with Jeremy Solano.
Exactly. So they have to be very careful here.
And again, just as you said, Compton. End of the over, just, the 5 off it. 80 for 5.
Girlie, let me see your fing. Girlie, let me see your fing. Girlie, let me see your fing. Cause that fing, girl, we're my way.
So you can see the run rate compared to what the CCC were going at. Remember, Compton, the CCC were operating at about 3, almost 4 runs per over at one point in time. See the Windwards, their run rate below 3, and that's understandable given the fact that they've been losing wickets, especially losing the first 2 wickets in the first over.
Yeah, certainly have to focus on rebuilding the innings more than anything else and set another platform from which they could build.
So some more spin from Romario Graves. He's bowled quite a lot. Bowled unchanged actually from the Billy Duckworth Pavilion end into his 13th over.
And Descartes is having a go there. This one is in the air. Will he take the catch? Yes, the catch is taken. Out caught. My goodness, running from long off and covering a lot of grounds there to take that catch straightish near the boundary, just inside the boundary there by about perhaps 5 meters. And of course, Descott has to go. Windwards, 80 for 6.
And that was a very good catch, and you can see how much it means to the CCC team as they all sprinted over towards the fielder. Completed that good catch. Might have hurt himself in the process. It's just getting some attention there. But Shadrach Descott has to go. One big shot too many. Fong, the only fielder out there in the deep.
Yes.
And the Volcanoes, well, more trouble again, 80 for 6.
Yes, just didn't get the connection, of course, that he would have liked. Perhaps the speed on the ball as well contributed to his demise. Almost splicing this one somewhat, not fully. But not sure if that was the shot he should have been playing, given the length, the flight, the line, everything. But wasn't able to get hold of this one. He was looking to go perhaps straight down the ground.
So looking at the scores, remember CCC, they made 216. Volcanoes 80 for 5, in some trouble. But Compton, we've seen a similar situation with the CCC, where they've had the opponents under some pressure, and then the opponents have managed to squeeze out, wiggle out, and even come back and win the game, like we saw against Guyana, when they had Guyana 6 wickets down for about 160, 170 odd, and the Guyana managed, to get to 300 odd, thanks to
Yes.
Kevin Imlach, who got that century.
Yes, you're quite right on that. Good observation there. So some teams seem to have trouble in closing up innings, allow the tails to wag too much, so to speak. Well, for the Windwards, of course, they'll be hoping that the tail will wag. And from the CCC point of view.
Well, it's Ryan John, the new batter.
Yes, Ryan John.
And he's a big hitter of the ball, especially in the white ball format, but I'm not too sure if that's what the Volcanoes are going to need right now. But they need someone to stay and occupy the crease.
Yes, they'll need a partnership now at this stage. Of course, Ryan John is known to be naturally aggressive. He's a strong lad. Had a very good season last year. And I think and the year before. This year just hasn't really shown up much with the bat. But he's quite capable with the bat and usually contributes to the scorecard. So a very handy low order batter, Ryan John.
He played the one match. He managed the 42 runs, had a high score of 41.
That was against Jamaica, was it?
Yes, against Jamaica.
Yes, in the first game. So he usually contributes significantly down there with the bat. So they'll be hoping for him to, repeat something similar, if not go past the half century. But kudos must go, of course, to Romario Graves, who seems to be bowling very well at the moment. Because that's the end of the over.
Completed, yes.
After 32. It is 80 for the loss of 6. So the Windwards Volcano are in some sort of bother right now.
They're under tremendous pressure. And they're going to need the likes of Jervin Benjamin, Ryan John to really step up and see if they can cut into that deficit as close as possible, because you don't want to give the CCC too much of a big lead to ask your batters to be chasing too much of a big total in the second innings.
Yes, you're quite right on that. So you would want to get as close as possible, or if not surpass their first inning score.
Especially the wicket taking as much turn as it is now on day 3, day 4. Who knows?
Certainly, it's going to spin more because a deteriorated pitch is always going to favor spinners. So obviously on the last day, the spinners, of course, will be having a ball of a time.
So a bit of leg spin as his man sing into the attack for the first time this afternoon.
Yes, I heard of him. Has been an all-rounder, very handy all-rounder with his leg spin. Quite apart from his capabilities with the bat.
That's it.
So Mansing into the attack for the CCC, and what a time to be coming into bowl with the majority of the top batters already back in the pavilion. Bowl into the wicket keeper and the starter of the tail. So good chance for Mansing to get into the wickets column. And especially bowl into the likes of Gian Benjamin, who's also struggling so far in the competition. So this could be a good test though for Benjamin if he can weather this storm.
Yeah, there seems to be a huge gap there between the first sleep and cover. Square of the wicket, of course, there are acres of space there. So backward point through the gully region, cover point. So they seem to be bowling on one side of the wicket right now towards the left-hander.
Well, Mansing so far this season, Compton, let's see if I have it correctly, because it may be, yes, Mansing, well, has the 4 wickets so far in the 2 matches played, average of about a 47, and goes at an economy rate of just above 3, actually more closer to 4, 3.87. This one there, they'll think about 2 and they'll get it.
Yes, that was a nice looking shot there by Gian Benjamin, just pushing this one down the ground, and of course getting a couple of runs. It's the end of the over, and so after 33 overs bowled, it's now 84 for the loss of 6. Of course, a very beautiful day for cricket. Lovely sunshine here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, and also a lot more spectators are in. Students are also there at the stands ever since the morning. So as Graves will continue. Has picked up the 2 wickets already. Bowled 13 overs for just 28. Really kept it tight and tidy.
Take the single to bring Benjamin back on strike.
Yes, so of course he's taking the ball into the right-hander. Away, rather, pardon me, from the right-hander, but back into the left-hander. So of course Gian can play with the spin towards the onside. This one almost going to hand there. Hitting this one on the up, but almost finding the hand of the man there somewhere in at short cover. So Benjamin has to be careful here.
I think Benjamin just needs to, and like you said, it's sometimes difficult to do that, Compton. Just ignore the scoreboard pressure, ignore what's going on around you, and just try to play your natural game. Because he's a very talented batter.
Yes, he's an off spinner, so he's taking the ball away from the left-hander. I had it the inverse. So I was still thinking about Mansing, the leg spinner. So he's taking the ball away from the left-hander, but back into the right-hander.
Quite the attacking field for the CCC.
But straight to man there. Good looking shot, but won't get value for it. So really has to try and pierce the gaps. Benjamin.
Working. Yes.
Because that takes us to the end of the over. It's 85 now for the loss of 6.
Mansing looking quite impressive so far. Graves himself has been good to see that he's gotten some wickets. He's been bowling quite well this afternoon. And of course, at the pick of the bowlers, the standout, Hakeem Jordan.
Yes, really was the destroyer of the innings so far. So now the leg spinner is going to be taking the ball away from the right-hander. I haven't seen him bowl the googly yet, Gavin, have you?
No, I haven't.
Or the top spinner? And this one was straightish. Didn't really get much turn on that occasion there. Oftentimes these are the deliveries, of course, which deceive batters. Either get them leg before or bowled. Sometimes you expect the ball to turn and it does not. And this time he's having a go. All the way over the fence, over mid-on. Of course, Ryan John is known for these types of shots. He's a powerful striker of the ball. And whenever it comes in his arc, that is what you will see more often than not.
Yes, Compton, he's a big hitter of the ball, and he's not going to let these freebies pass into his hitting arc. So actually no risk there. And with the fielder up at the point in time or last time of that shot, as you can see he's dropped back just a little bit. But a good shot there from Ryan John.
Yes, and good comeback delivery there by Mansingh. Ryan John, of course, just ignoring it outside the off stump, and rightfully so.
So the Volcanoes, of course, their game plan would probably have shifted just a little bit. Down the ground again. Would it beat the fielder? Yes, it does. So it's another 4.
Yes, indeed. Fine looking stroke there. Low full toss, and of course, Ryan John is not going to miss out on that. Just applying the full face of the bat there. Don't really hit it with a full swing of the bat. More like a push drive, so to speak. But that was sufficient, of course, to get the ball over the ropes for 4.
And it just shows how quick, how lightning quick this outfield is, despite the rain that we've had in the past few days.
Yes, Gavin.
Fielder stood no chance.
Good comeback delivery there by Mansingh. Back of a length on about the off stump. This one was a bit straighter. Don't get as much purchase. But Ryan John is equal to the task here. And this time just showing his technical prowess on the front foot.
Well, a good over for the Volcanoes. Takes them to 95 for 6 at the end of 35, but still behind. A good distance behind that first innings total from the CCC of 216. The CCC will surely be looking to see if they can dislodge the remaining 4 batters for the Volcanoes team. Get the wickets as soon as possible. Give themselves a good first innings advantage.
Yeah, certainly that must be the ploy from here on. Trying to wrap up the innings. And of course have a lead to build on.
I can just imagine what the atmosphere is like in the Volcanoes dressing room right now. Well, given the fact that they're going through another struggle with the bats. Something has really plagued them this tournament.
Yes, they haven't done too well with the bat so far.
Benjamin doing the right thing so far, just trying to get himself in, face as many deliveries as possible.
Yes, G, yes, G.
Jeff agrees really as he's bowling accurately. Right lens, right line. Getting a little bit of purchase there. Really keeping it very tight and tidy. Flighty delivery on that occasion. So just showing some variation there. Inviting the batter to drive. Of course, Gian Benjamin did get the shot, but wasn't able to beat the man at shot cover.
Another dot delivery from Graves. So Benjamin's on 3 of 22. You see him walking down, just have a little discussion with Ryan John. Probably just telling him, look, there's one more delivery left. You're doing fine. Let's forget about this scoreboard. Let's forget about possible maiden. Let's just see if we can survive until tea. Ooh, that one almost had him done.
Yes, that was the faster delivery there on that occasion there. Almost had him bowled. Just speared this one in. And of course, almost getting his man there. Well, it's the end of the over. It's now 95 for the loss of 6. Of course, the Windward still need to do a lot of work here to get themselves out of what I suspect is a hole right now to be in. So they will need, of course, the salvation knock of both Ryan John and Gian Benjamin at this stage. Of course, it's time for change. It's going to be Sebastian along with Andy Carter.
Welcome once again to the listeners to DBS Radio 89.5. Those of you streaming the game on 360 TV, we see Mansing bowling, right arm leg break, bowling this one quick through the air, and John comes forward, guides it to slip, and there is no run. Say good afternoon to you once again. Look at Sebastian.
Yes, and the Windward Islands in a lot of trouble, Andy. 95 for 6.
Sing again. Bowes nice looping delivery. John plays it on the onside. The wicketkeeper darts from behind the stumps, but he can't prevent a run. So John moves on to 13. Benjamin is on 3. 96 for the loss of 6 wickets. These two getting a partnership going. 16 runs so far. Left-handed batter Juvin Benjamin gets a delivery which he plays at, misses, and Mansing seems to be looping the ball quite nicely. It's always nice to see leg spinner looping the ball. We saw Cyrus do it brilliantly, and now Mansing really displaying good control there, because to be a wrist spinner you've got to exhibit good control, because it's very easy that you could drag the ball down, but to maintain consistency in looping the ball. Mansing to Benjamin is going on the back foot and punching it through the covers. They run 1, they will come back for 2. Good looking shot there from Benjamin, just slightly short of a length, rocked back and punched it through the covers, gets 2 runs, moves you on to 5, and the Volcanoes now 98 for the loss of 6 after 37 overs.
And Andy, Benjamin needs a score. I mean, he hasn't had a good season so far. If ever he needs a score today, his team is in a bit of bother at 98 for 6. Still, 118 runs behind. So he really needs a score. Could settle down. Brian John can bat. He has shown that over the years that he can bat. So these are probably the last 2. Although Cyrus showed in that, I think it was in the 50 over, that they could bat the tail of Denver as well. But these 2 need to put the partnership, the Windward Islands, because batting last, chasing over 200 won't be very easy here.
Difficult proposition as Graves bows to John. John is hitting it over the man there. Admirov made a valiant attempt, almost brought up a spectacular catch.
Brilliant attempt. I mean, he chopped And he almost held on to it. Brilliant attempt. I think it's the captain, isn't it? Jeremiah Abdel-Bidaf.
It was really
Brilliant
ball was hit
attempt.
in the air, and the fielder there got a hand onto it, but he could not hold on.
Brilliant attempt. We do have a few people in the stands, Andy.
Yes, indeed. Good crowd on hand. And intriguing, intense cricket. The combined campuses and colleges dismissed for 216. And now the Volcanoes find themselves in the spot of bottom, maybe much more than that. 99 for 6. Goes on the back foot, punching it to squarish cover. Sadiq Henry's in the way and they can score. So Mario Graves has been the main bowler. Goes for a sweep and loud appeal from Graves. Not out, says the umpire.
Keep going, Gracie boy. Keep going, Graves.
Graves in his 16th over has figures of 2 for 30 so far. 2 wickets to Graves. And as he goes on the back foot is Benjamin punching it, trying to pierce the offside field, but he can't beat Henry at squarish cover. And again he can score. But growing in confidence is Benjamin. He needs a good score. Here is Graves once again, driving this time to the left of Henry. They run one, they're coming back for a second, and in the end they get it quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more runs to Benjamin, placing the ball to the left this time of Henry and getting 2 runs, moves him on to 7, and the 100 is posted for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 101 for the loss of 6. The 100 coming in the 30th over.
Yes, indeed. Benjamin played a few shots in the over. He only got 1 past the man at extra cover, but he's looked good so far. He needs, as I said, he needs a score. He hasn't been among the runs this season at all, Andy. And he can bat. We know Dian can bat. He made some runs in the trial games before the team was selected. So here is an opportunity for the young man to show people that he can bat, and with a score something over 50 today.
Well, against Jamaica, he had his high score 23, and Ryan John also chipped in with 41 in the match against Jamaica. So these two will have to hang on as long as possible as we see the reintroduction of Akim Jordan from the northern end. And playing back there, John would be advised to come forward, almost chopping the ball onto his stumps.
Yes, try and play, as you say, play forward, play the ball in front of the wicket instead of trying to guide it. And obviously the skipper probably has brought back Jordan. He has taken 4 wickets. That's for 2 over bursts before tea, Andy.
Indeed. He needs a breakthrough. The 115 runs is still behind the Volcanoes, and the combined campuses and colleges would want to get a big lead as possible, which will really put them in good stead. So Jordan looks a good strong lad. Goes a delivery outside the off stump. John under no pressure whatsoever to play. Allows it to go to the wicketkeeper Richards. 101 for the loss of 6. Ryan John is on 14. Juvin Benjamin on 7. The batsmen out so far. Stefan Pascal, no score. Kavem Hodge, no score. Alec Afanaz, 23. Jeremy Solozano, 25. Ambrose, 14. And Descartes, 12.
And the Trinidadians continue to pile on the runs. It's 435 for 4. Jason Mohammed, 142 not out. Big score against Leeward Islands. Look, because they're looking for like a 500 score. And Barbados now themselves 228 for 5. For 6. Barbados against Jamaica. Yeah, Trinidad, every match they have had a big score this year. They
Yes.
made against the Windward Islands over 500. I think the first game against the combined campuses, I think they made 500 as well. And it looked like they're going to be another 500 in this match against Leeward Islands.
And the game played at Warner Park.
Warner Park.
That's
and
a place where you scored a double
at
century.
219, yeah, I made it against in St. Kitts. Easy pace pitch, man. Easy pace. Lots of runs this year, Andy.
Here is Jordan. Bowes is a good delivery right in that corridor of uncertainty. John forced to play at. Ball beats the outside edge and goes through to the wicketkeeper. Fine delivery there by Jordan.
And this year there have been a lot of runs, Andy. I mean, compared to last year, we've seen a lot of big scores in this year's tournament. A few hundreds as well. I mean, probably maybe 1,000 by now this season so far. Which is and we're only in the third round of the competition.
Even Craig Brathwaite got a 212.
He had double 100, yeah. And Mohammed looked like he could be getting there. Jason Mohammed. Piling on the runs.
Jordan throws John forward. John opens the face of the bat, guides the ball to gully, and he can score. So 1 for 1, 2 for 1, 3 for 49, 4 for 57, 5 for 75, and the last wicket fell when the score was on 80. So these two have added some 20-run runs between them. And he's struck on the pad. A loud appeal. Here comes the wicketkeeper running up to the stumps. But the umpire, Chris Taylor, not interested whatsoever as the over comes to an end. The end of over number 39. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges, they're 101 for the loss of 6. John is on 14. Benjamin is on 7.
Another good over from Jordan. I put some problems for Ryan John. And that last delivery on the playing across the line of the ball, he was a bit fortunate that the umpire didn't raise the index finger. So Ryan John will be advised to try and play as straight as possible.
Maybe struck just outside the off stump from my vantage point. And clearly Taylor and Gustad having a good match so far. Two Jamaican umpires.
And the Jamaican keeper is behind the stump, still continuing his chatter.
Yes, Richards isn't. Tommy Richards is from Barbados. No, yes.
Richie,
Richards is
Richard,
from
the
Barbados.
keeper,
Yes.
The keeper is Barbados.
Yes. So we see
A
Romario.
lot of Barbadans in that team. I think of about as many as 6 of them.
Here is Graves. Batsman goes back, punches it to cover. Henry's in the way. Could see Benjamin growing in confidence. Albeit that the ball is a short ball, going on the rocking on the back foot and punching it firmly, but not the placement wasn't that good, and Henry effecting a good stop. Graves flies this one, throws the batsman in defense, ball beating the bat and going through to wicketkeeper.
Beautiful delivery from Romario Graves. Benjamin had to play at it, spun away from him, well taken behind the stumps.
He slowed the delivery down, which really gives the ball time to bite and turn. Sweeps and sweeps well down to the boundary for 4.
Bad delivery from Graves after having bowled a very good one the ball before. And well played by Gian Benjamin. Swept it to fine leg. I still say Gian, although the scoreboard has him as Jervin. We are customer in Dominica have called him Gian Benjamin. But we've seen that they're now using the name Jervin Benjamin.
Yes, so it's Jovin, Gian Benjamin, so you could choose which one you like, but the scoreboard says Jovin. Let's move on to 11, playing a delightful shot. Ball badly directed on his legs, and he dispatched it quite well to the the fine leg boundary.
Alright, Mario. Alright, Mario.
It needs to go on. 25-run partnership between them. They need to cut into that lead.
In fact, they need to get as close as possible. If they can't go past them, the combined campuses team.
Outside the off stump and flashing and missing. We saw him in the match against Trinidad getting a wide delivery from Karaya and really ball pitched wide and going further wide, and he slashed and got a bottom edge. Let's hope he doesn't make that same error again as he's drawn forward by Graves. Graves completes his 17th over as 2 for 36. Jordan has 4 for 33. The end of 40 overs. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 105 for the loss of 6.
Yes, and Andy, we saw some of the kids leaving a while ago, and some of the students who were here since morning. Still have a sizable crowd, I would call it, in the stand, in the Shillingford stand. Few people, as we have all continually said, that people in Dominica do come to watch cricket, and hopefully, well, I don't see the game probably going till Saturday if we continue to have if we have very good weather. Be tight to go till Saturday. Well, if we go to Saturday, not for the whole day.
But you can see people coming out. The crowd has built up quite nicely. I mean, in other grounds,
there's nobody. In fact, one of our committee said that he's been around and hardly seen anybody at the grounds. In fact, he said in one, I think it was Guyana, there were about 5 people he counted, he said.
Yeah, so a good crowd on hand. The school kids, they have remained on the ground, and you can see a number of people have come out on the Grayson Shillingford and Irving Shillingford stand. There's some people in the Norbert Philip and Adam Sanford stand, not too many in Clem John and Caleb Laura stand, but as the game progresses, we expect many more people to turn out. And had that game started, let's say, on a Friday, to have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I dare say that we would have had some decent crowds on hand.
Oh, definitely. I mean, in the old days, I mean, cricket would start on a Friday. When I played all weekend, but now all the matches now start on a Wednesday and the travel day is on a Sunday. So everything has changed.
So Jordan will go to Juvin Benjamin. Benjamin is on 11. John is on 15. Impressive figures for Jordan. 4 for 34 so far from around the wicket. Goes the delivery just outside the off stump.
But Benjamin will be careful living alone. We saw it was Solano living alone with Jordan bowling around the wicket and with bowled. So Benjamin has to make sure he picks the line of the ball before he plays no stroke.
I think that's exactly what Ryan John has called him down to have a small word with him. Be careful. Don't let him deceive you from bowling around the wicket. He's trying to get that ball to nip back onto your off stump. So be careful. Again, outside the off stump, he judges it well on this occasion as the ball goes through to the wicket keeper.
Well, he just has to judge the length of the line of the ball to see if it's going away from him, because he has to be very careful not playing at this ball, because we saw what happened with Solano earlier on today.
Again, John calls him down, has a word with him, trying to keep him mindful of the fact exactly what Jordan is trying to do.
And to ensure also that's the last over before tea. That's what Ryan John is doing, to ensure that there are no more overs after this one before tea.
Here is Jordan, goes the delivery, this time directed on the off stump, attacking the stumps on this occasion. Benjamin is equal to the task, plays it in front of him, and there is no run. Handled this delivery quite well.
Yeah, he's looked good so far. Again, he really has looked good, Benjamin, so far.
So 2 more deliveries to complete Jordan's 13th over. Here he is from around the wicket once again. This one directed on the legs of the batter. bellows an appeal, certainly in hope rather than in expectation. And the umpire, Chris Taylor, just walks away. Ball drifting down the leg side clearly. And Taylor has some experience. Will not be really fooled by the bellowing and the shouting from Hakim Jordan. Final delivery of the 13th over from Jordan. Again directed down the leg side. Good take there by wicketkeeper Richards. Ball drifting down the leg side. He bowled 4 balls on the off stump, and the final 2 deliveries trying to bring it a bit closer to the stumps, but this time drifting and bowling a wide one, which the wicketkeeper gathered quite cleanly.
And the umpire has called tea time on the Carter. At tea then, the Windward Volcanoes 106 for 6, chasing 216. So we take a break until we resume at 3 o'clock.
So, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We're live here at Windsor Park in Dominica, and it's been a beautiful day thus far. Mightn't be so beautiful for the home team. They're struggling at the moment on 106 for 6, and that represents a mini recovery as well, because you have Ryan John, who's on 15, and with him Jervin Benjamin, who's on 11, partnership of 26. So they were basically 80 for 6 at one point in time, and Hakeem Jordan, the big man with the ball, 4 for 34. Let me say a very good afternoon to Gavin. Good afternoon, Gavin.
Well, good afternoon, Vinod, and of course a good afternoon once again to all the viewers and those listening via radio as well. It's not been a good day for the Volcanoes, as you rightly said, and it just highlights how they've been struggling with the bats so far this tournament.
Yeah, I think some of the players were guilty of not playing situational cricket. You have to sometimes curb the aggression just to suit what's going on out there. 106 for 6. We have a Calypsonian.
Well, quite interesting there, but Gian Benjamin and...
I think he should stick to cricket.
Well,
good effort though.
I don't think his singing attracted any clouds or anything, so doesn't look like he might be bringing some rain, so maybe he can stick to some singing as well. But on a more serious note, you know, a lot of work for Ryan John and Jervin Benjamin to do. The Volcanoes are to get as close as possible, or even think of overhauling the CCC's first innings total.
Benjamin hasn't been bad though. John has been good, but at times John is looking to attack. Let's see how Mahabir Singh goes. Got 7 wickets on debut for CCC last year.
So Ryan John to face the first delivery after tea.
Not a bad delivery there from Mahabir Singh.
So the CCC hoping that there's appeal there, but a bit ambitious. Maybe you can have another look at it.
Please.
He got it to actually drift. As you can see, the ball was just drifting away, and on pitching it came back. Through the wicketkeeper and into the boundary for 4. Nothing to sing about there. It's 110 now.
Well, I think the Volcanoes will take the runs any way they can get it. And you know, the keepers pride themselves on trying to be as tidy as possible, not like the buys going against them. There's a partnership up to 30. Welcome partnership as well. Given the struggles of the Volcanoes, 80 for 6, like we said. What did you make of Hakeem Jordan and the 2 spells that he had? I mean, he's been the chief destroyer so far, 4 wickets.
Excellent. The delivery that got rid of Hodge was a brutal one to receive full stop. You feel it for Kavim Hodge.
Definitely.
He's really been good. Stuck to the basics well. Didn't try to overdo anything. And just allow the Windward Islands batsmen to make the mistake.
I think Stefan Pascal still sitting back in the pavilion.
Quick single taken. That's on the move immediately after playing that, John.
So I was saying Pascal's probably back in the pavilion, maybe still shaking his head, wondering why on earth did I attempt that shot?
Yep.
And then Solano himself left one, crashed into his stumps.
Couldn't understand that. That's the value of keeping it on and around 4th stump, because of the fact that sometimes you have the batsmen in 2 minds. And Solano just, I think it was just a bit of a freeze from him. He had done the hard work, which is a problem we have seen in regional cricket with the batting, where the guys are doing all the hard work and then just not staying as long as possible. Their concentration powers comes into question.
I think that's as a result of the amount of T20 and T10 cricket that they've been playing compared to the longer version of the game. Very few opportunities for the longer version.
I see recently in Trinidad and Tobago they had the under 23 tournament, because in Trinidad and Tobago what they've realized is the teams might do okay at the youth level, but when they reach the senior level they don't tend to perform as well. So what they've decided to do is to bridge the gap with an under 23 tournament. And this year the president, Hazim Basarat, said that he does not want any white ball around under 23 cricket. They played it as 50 over cricket with a red ball.
Yes.
He said there's a psyche involved. He said from the moment that these cricketers see the white ball, they immediately think it's something to hit. Probably when Sebastian comes in, he might want to elaborate on that. And it went off well. They got some good scores in that under 23 tournament.
But I just find that there's a lot of white ball cricket being played, especially at the Windward Islands level. I mean, just recently had the Windward Islands tournament. It was a 50 overs competition. We've had national competitions, and we've been used to the 2-day version of the game, and even that has been sort of reduced sometimes to 50 over competitions.
Well, last year for the Premiership cricket, which is the top level in Trinidad, they started 3-day cricket, starting on a Friday afternoon. Just for the benefit of our viewers, the noise you hear in the background is just construction work taking place nearby. And so the game started on 1 o'clock on a Friday afternoon, then continued at 10 a.m. on the Saturday and 10 a.m. on Sunday. And it was all in an effort to give the players time, but then it was up to them to utilize the time.
But for something like that to work, you would have had to have some sort of partnership or agreement with the private sector and government.
But this is why it didn't.
Players early to play.
Well, this is why it lasted only one season, because a number of the club owners complained that it was costing them too much, and a number of the players were not getting time off from work as well, and as worked away just behind square, and that's a situation that led it to going back to 2-day now. But another very interesting thing that people around the region should take note of as well, to introduce and to give youngsters the opportunity, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has decided this year the Premiership Division 1 and the Premiership Division 2, there will be no promotion and no demotion. So teams can now try out players, so they increase the pool of players available. It's worked away. It's asking for 2, John. John takes 4 steps and Benjamin takes 8, and they're able to complete it.
In the past we'd be joking around with Benjamin, teasing him as to he's probably the shortest cricketer in the entire Caribbean. You've made the rounds. Have you seen anyone shorter than him?
What I can tell you is that every time the Windwards picks Benjamin, they play one short.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Oh, and that's Lockhart Sebastian's home. Look at it.
Yes,
oh,
I think that's
golly.
the palace from.
That's a great view. So it's going to be Mahabir Singh, man from Williamsville in Trinidad. Looking to get amongst the wickets here. A good batting by John.
John and Benjamin seem to have weathered a little bit of storm.
So this is the biggest crowd now since the game has started. Actually, it's the biggest crowd. The students are back in school, most of them.
Yes.
But I think the parents and other fans are now here. You think we'll get an even bigger turnout tomorrow?
I believe so. I mean, a lot of people are looking forward to the opportunity to see Alec and Kavem Hodge bat again, even Stefan Pascal bat again. So it all depends on how the game goes and the weather as well.
Worked away nicely here by Vincent. He's going to come back for 2. And he's pushing for 3. This is good running. Here comes John. John was running to the danger end. So there was always a possibility he could have got in, and he did. And speaking about kids coming around the cricket, it was really good to see them today. And there you can see the older folks. They are out and probably reminiscing about the days when Lockhart Sebastian was beating the ball.
So just having a look at that picture which we saw a short while ago, would you say that's 10 times the amount of people you would have seen in Guyana or Trinidad?
I'll tell you something. It's a bigger crowd. Definitely, it's the biggest crowd I've seen in regional cricket this season. Not only that frame, but if you have a shot of the entire stand, the Grayson Shillingford stand, there are also some spectators scattered at the Norbert Phillip and Adam Sanford stand, and then the Caleb Laura stand right to the right of us. There are fans there as well. Some of the games actually that were done, the most populated area was probably the media center, apart from the players.
Wow. Just says a lot about the love, the passion that the people of Dominica have for cricket.
Worked away. This is good batting by John. John is putting a price on his wicket, which is good to see. I haven't seen that too much today, haven't we?
Sensible batting as well. But it'll be key for them to carry on because they've gotten the start. You can see Benjamin has faced almost 50 deliveries. Ryan John's approaching 40, so they've gotten in. Is now to carry on. Turn these 14s and 18s into 40s and 50s. Then look to take the next step.
Snooping. Probably got some bat onto it. It was always going to be down the leg side. Trickling into the ropes now for 4. 4 leg behinds by Costard. Kids probably looking to head back home now. So after school, their parents will be swinging out by to collect them.
Yeah, that one clearly looked like it was heading down the leg side. Very ambitious from the keeper behind the stump. End of the over, 44 completed, 123 for 6. Volcanoes just slowly fighting themselves or getting themselves back into this matchup. There's still a long way to go. Still trailing by 93. So the CCC will be quite happy with how things have proceeded so far. Yesterday the captain had hinted at a total of 250 would have been, competitive on this surface. He got to 216.
I guess as the match progresses, it's going to take even more spin. It's going to get even lower. And the grip more, drier. And we all know in the com box what it's like to feel dry.
Yes. That's an inside joke. Who knows knows.
If, as they say, if you know, you know. 123 for 6 over number 45, and it's a good man bowling. Akeem Jordan, 4 wickets so far. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. We don't have the benefit of Snicko, but we'll still have a look. Gavin?
Let's have another look. The keeper is up at the stumps as well. I think that might have been...
Yeah, there was some daylight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the noise he probably heard was the bat hitting the ground.
Let's see. Yeah, definitely. Good work by our producer, Eden. Good take by wicketkeeper. So, since yesterday there was a burning question that Sebastian told me I must pose to you. How did you get the name Rice Man?
Well, when I answer, I think I'll be answering the questions on the minds of a number of people around Dominica, because a lot of people have been asking, but I've been keeping it a secret. So I think a lot of people are probably going to be hitting the record buttons right now just to find out why.
Why?
I'll get to it after that delivery.
delivery.
Okay, all right. So it's a nickname that I got from the village in Mao, because I'm actually from Belfast, which is a community just above Mao. And as a youngster playing basketball, young guy, like 13, 14 years old, I was told that I could jump very high. But at the same time, I would take some nasty falls after, going up high, any contact.
Yeah.
I'll fall, get a burst head or something like that. And the guy said, well, the reason why you're falling so much is because you're not eating enough provisions.
Right.
You're eating too much rice. And the name just stuck, Rice Man. That's how it came about. So I've had that nickname ever since I was about 13, 14 years old. And it's stuck with me ever since. And, a lot of people don't even sometimes know my real name, but they'll just say, hey, Rice Man.
Rice Man.
Yeah.
So there you have it. And of course, I'm sure you're going to hear about it when you leave the ground today. Of course, the first Dominican who is not eating too much provision. From the moment we landed outside the off zone, that's moving away. From the moment we landed on Sunday, our transport from the airport, he was telling us about, we've been trying to find out what is the local dish. In Trinidad you have crab and callaloo. In Barbados you have Tobago flying fish. And, these sort of things. So in Antigua it's Ducana. That's the local dish. And saltfish. And in Jamaica it's, of course, ackee and saltfish. So we were asking him, for the purpose of commentary, you get local knowledge. And he was saying, man, it's just provisions here, Everything has provisions,
That taxi guy should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah.
The national dish is the callaloo. It used to be mountain chicken.
Right.
Mountain chicken is actually a frog. And that frog,
David Johnson told me he's a lover of that.
Right. And then the frog ran into some difficulties in terms of a fungus, which basically has almost wiped it out. So it became an endangered species, so we're no longer allowed to hunt it. That's what we call the mountain chicken.
Yes, of course.
So now it's callaloo. That's the national dish.
So here's Mahabir Singh. He's from the land of crab and callaloo. Worked away.
Of course, there are a variety of I would say popular dishes, popular foods that you can experience here in Dominica. We like the fig and codfish, for example. That's green banana, fig and codfish.
So the Rice Man will be bringing that tomorrow. Take note, Lockhart. What you say? Looking for that elusive breakthrough. This partnership has gone on now to 44. Doesn't deliver 44 runs in the context of this game.
Yes.
Very valuable.
I think that's like the third biggest partnership. I know we had one of 70 odd for the opening wicket. And then there was a 47-run partnership between Solano and Athanaze. So some valuable runs from Ryan John and Jervin Benjamin.
Using his reach to good effect there, John.
And it's also good that Benjamin is able to get the runs, especially given the amount of pressure that he's under for a score. Being able to stand there when the other batters fell.
At the moment he's standing tall for the Windward Islands. He's ensuring a partnership here with Ryan John. It's at the end of the over. One delivery to go. Up next will be Lockhart Sebastian, former West Indies selector. And of course, Andy Carter, man who provides lovely coffee. And we want to encourage you to go down to River Road at that establishment. End of the over. At the end of it, after a further comment from the Rice man, it's going to be Sebastian and Carter.
Well, I think we might have another 10-minute shift, Vinod. I think your watch might be moving a bit too quickly. So I think maybe the coffee might be working on your mind. But nonetheless, 46 overs completed, and it's some real good stuff from Gian Benjamin and Ryan John. They're really leading the fight back for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
So I'm back. I'm here with my good friend Rice. We're going to take you through to what? Rice?
3:30.
Okay, good. Yeah. The guys are enjoying themselves this afternoon, and it's going to be Hakeem Jordan to continue.
Jordan looking for his fifer. He's been on 4 wickets for a while.
That's good. I like the fight, though. I like the fight. Yes. I like the fight by Ryan John. And, of course, Benjamin, as you said before, Benjamin looking to get a score. As we take a look at this delivery, it's just shaping away.
I noticed recently the keeper is up to the stumps for Hakeem Jordan.
He's doing a fantastic job, isn't he?
Guessing that the ploy is to try to keep Ryan John in his crease as much as possible.
So they're not posting a fielder in that region. He's on his way. And I don't know if he's going to try something short. Probably just a bluff as he continues to pitch it up.
It's been a lovely day, though, has it been?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it. I've absolutely enjoyed the day. It's been wonderful. And you know what? You know what, Gavin? What is making it even better is the fact that Andy Carter is giving us a ride up the hill this evening.
Do you have some steep hills like what we have at the back of the stadium?
Absolutely none.
Oh.
And I can recall going up. Probably there is, but I haven't really gone up there. But the terrain here itself presents a certain beauty.
Well, I'm hoping that before you get to go back to Trinidad, you get a chance to visit maybe some of the rivers, the waterfalls.
Yep.
A lot of them are, within driving distance.
Well, the boys were actually very impressed with Roseau River.
Oh, okay.
Right in the back here.
Yeah. I think this is what sets Roseau apart from many of the other countries in the Caribbean. I think Roseau is the only city in the Caribbean with a river passing right through the middle of it.
Right. And this is probably the only stadium with a river right to the back of the stands.
Right.
Like St. Vincent, there's a lovely beach right there. The beach sea is right there behind the stand, pointing towards Beckway. That note, I'd like to say a very good afternoon to the president of Cricket West Indies, who is from St. Vincent, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
That's my good buddy, Dr. Kishore Shallow.
He's a good man, isn't he?
He's very good. Not too sure if Dr. Ralph will agree, but
I think Dr. Ralph he might just leave it outside the off stump. Or you think he would play at it? That's all. Makes it interesting over the next few months because there is an election due in St. Vincent. There's one due in Guyana and one due in Trinidad.
And there's also the CWI elections coming up in March as well.
Yeah, so that's bigger than all the national elections. End of the over, 125 for 6.
Good tidy stuff from Hakim Jordan again. It's Ryan John and Gian Benjamin, Jervin Benjamin, putting up some resistance.
Yes. So you've seen a lot of, I've noticed Windward Islands cricket over the last couple of years. I know a number of people would have made a contribution. Dr. Shallow, your president here, Marslin. Yes, of course. The gentleman sitting right next to you there, Johnson as well. Miles Bascom, all these guys would have made a contribution. And Windward Islands cricket has really made an impression over the last couple of years. They're standing up now to be counted. They're no longer the whipping boys of West Indies cricket.
Yeah, the last few seasons, as this one races to the boundary rope. So Benjamin playing a good shot there off the back foot. 4 more to the total.
Too short. And he was quickly onto it. So you're seeing Windward Islands cricket pointing in a positive direction. And when these guys go now to the higher level, which is CWI administrators, you expect, and you're seeing some positive movement as well.
And you also have to mention the likes of Emmanuel Nanton, who's been president of the local cricket association for a number of years. He was also vice president at Cricket West Indies for a number of years.
I was also told that he is president of the academy.
Yes, he's president of the Dominica Cricket Academy, and the gentleman right next to me is the director of the academy as well.
You have a good director.
Yes. David Johnson.
That's a man. Very powerful name, David Johnson. Has a name that you want to go to him to solve all your problems. Played away a bit up his sleeve, but Mahabir Singh just working away.
Well, so far, it doesn't look like the spinners from the CCC have been able to, been as impactful as the Volcanoes spinners were in the first innings.
It's much better from Mahabir Singh, giving it some air. And what the spinners from the Windward Islands did, they tossed the ball up. They gave it air. They were able to slow it down. They were able to allow the pitch to do its work. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Picked up and dispatched for 6 by the little man.
Well, the little man who packs a powerful punch, Gian Benjamin. Just have another look at that one. They're just hitting it over the mid-wicket area.
That was timing.
Great shot indeed.
Tell us a bit about Benjamin.
Well, he is the first Dominican to be, the first Kalinagu to be captain of the national cricket team. And, he's really come through the ranks. He's also captain the Barano Uti Warriors to the T10 championships. And he's been generally a very good batsman. He just, whenever he gets to this level, doesn't always capitalize. But today he's really looking good. He's already on 25. That's his highest score for the season.
He'll want to bat and bat and bat. Loads of time. Looking to bat and get his team back in the contest. And slowly but surely, the Windward Islands are coming back into this particular contest with this partnership of 55.
So just looking at the bowling figures, Hakim Jordan, the real standout, 4 for 34, and Romario Graves, 2 for 36.
Now we're going to see O.J. Shields, and I liked what I saw of him this morning.
Yes, this morning he showed that he was definitely the quickest bowler on show for both sides.
So keeps a bit low. Was quick though. See, able to squirt it away.
But what I noticed with Shields this morning is while he had the pace, he didn't quite have the direction.
Yeah, he is.
His line was a bit off. Maybe in this spell he can sort of make amends.
Yeah, I think he was basically around here this morning, or even here.
Yes, just a bit too far outside that off stump.
Yeah, you need to be here, or a little closer. Taking the ball away from the left-hander. How's my heart?
Oh, that's much better. I think you can get on a award now. But it's also a good ploy, you know, making the changes frequently, because you don't want the two batsmen who are already set to get, you know, too used to one bowler. You know, getting the breakthrough, you make the change, you know, as soon as you can.
So he's going round the wicket now. And unless he can straighten it. I'm not a big fan of going round the wicket to the left-handers unless you can straighten it. Or I've seen a number of our bowlers now go round the wicket and the ball comes in with a natural angle and then moves away. Even if you can get it to straighten, it will create problems. So here he is now. He's coming from here. And if he can just get it to go there, he doesn't have to really bring it here. But with a natural angle, it'll be going this way, like the last delivery.
And another thing which would have probably assisted him, Vinod, is the breeze which normally comes from east to west.
So
down the valley.
So it's coming from here then?
Right. But it's actually very still right now. So
Okay.
he won't have the breeze to aid him to get the ball to swing. Or get some movement through the air. That was a lovely delivery there. John had to be on his toes to keep that one out.
I've been impressed with Ryan John with the bat. He has shown that he can play situational cricket. So the Lambris seem to have been in a hurry.
I think sometimes it's said that the best defense is a better offense. But sometimes you have to play respect the situation and curb your natural instincts.
Yep, these two, they have decided to do that, and all of a sudden, they posted 57 for the 7th wicket.
Excellent partnership there from John and Benjamin. I can surely tell you that just that knock alone has relieved a lot of pressure off the back of G and Benjamin.
Oh, whipped away a la Gordon Greenwich. He's going to get one.
Typical Caribbean batsman shot. Well, we're just to the... No, actually there's one more delivery. Thought it was the end of the over. So batting quite well. Partnership on 58.
Again, he goes back too wide.
That's the over.
It's the end of the over. At the end of it, there will be a double change now with Lockhart Sebastian and Andy Carter coming your way.
Come man, come man, come man. Let me turn around, let me turn around.
38 for the loss of 6. Ryan John 21 not out. Jovin Benjamin 25. They've added 58 runs. Last wicket fell when the score was on 80. It was 80 for 6 then. Since then, these two have come together and they have put on that 58 run partnership. At lunch, the Windward Islands, they were 31 for 2. They went to tea at 106 for 6 with Benjamin on 11 and John on 15. John has moved on to 21. Benjamin has moved on to 25 as I welcome Lockhart Sebastian once again.
Yes, very good partnership between Benjamin and John. They put on, what, 58 for the 7th wicket? Very good.
Keep working, Gracie boy.
And they need to continue because there's a lot of cricket to be played still in this game.
Indeed. And it's good to see Benjamin has settled quite nicely, but he needs to go on. He shouldn't be just satisfied with 20s and 30s. He needs to get a good score. 80 and over. if most likely a batter should try to attain a century.
Yes, well, Andy, a lot of the school kids have left us. They were there from morning. They seem to have gone home.
But still a good crowd on hand. Has grown quite a bit as a delivery there from Graves. Graves in an extended spell in his 18th over, 2 for 36 so far. And the only other wicket taker is Hakim Jordan, who has picked up 4 wickets. So the 2 successful bowlers for the CCC. John has that open stance, almost twice stance, watches the ball, a quick delivery. John is equal to it, plays it on the onside, and there is no run. So quite a stubborn partnership between John and Benjamin. Bright sunny conditions at Windsor Park. And good gripping cricket. Richards not stopping.
He'll be tired by the time we close up with the wicketkeeper. He's been talking all day long. A lot of chatter from him.
Well, I'm sure he has done more commentary than what we have been doing up here.
Yes. Remind me of Calais Best when he played, would be at the slip and he would commentate after every ball. Even when he was batting, Calais Best would do that.
Come on, Bessie. And that is something else for you to be batting and commentate. The over comes to an end. The end of over 50. The Windward Islands Volcanoes chasing 216, which was scored by the combined campuses and colleges. 138 for the loss of 6. John is on 21. Benjamin is on 25.
And Benjamin has played very well. And as I said, when he came into bat early on, I said he needs a score. I mean, he hasn't done well this season. And for his own sake and for his team's sake, he needs a big score, because if he makes a good score, his team will definitely get past the CCC team. But he himself, for his own position on the team, he really needs a score.
So the Windward Islands, they trail by 78 runs. And they would want to chip on that. And if possible, try to get some runs past the 216 scored by the CCC. As we see O.J. Shields coming in from the northern end, gets a lift in delivery. Doesn't take much to get a delivery over Benjamin's head.
How tall you think he is, or how short you think he is? Not tall, short. How are you? 4 feet 5, something like that?
I think he's under 5 for sure.
Yeah, okay. 4'9"?
But thereabouts.
Okay.
So
David Williams is a small guy too, yeah, from Trinidad. The wicketkeeper, David Williams.
Yes, yes. Here Shields gets one outside the off stump. Seems to be generating some pace there. And Benjamin will come down and tap at the crease. Just short of a good length. Has to be very careful. Shields bowled quite well in the last match. Took some 4 wickets at one stage for the CCC against Guyana.
He does have some pace, actually. You look at him, he has some pace. Looks like the shoulders, big shoulders. He has some pace, definitely.
Runs away from us now, goes to Jan Benjamin. Benjamin turns down to short backward square and sets off for a run. And it's a leg by signal there by umpire Chris Taylor. So far, what we have seen from the bowlers, he seems to be the one generating the most space.
Sure, in this game, he has been the quickest bowler.
O.J. Shields from Jamaica. Ryan John, 21, he has faced 62 deliveries. Good knock from him so far. Good delivery. But there, John forced to play. Tries to withdraw the bat at the last moment. but the ball beat the bat there. Certainly a pitch of a delivery there from Shields.
It definitely was beaten. It was a lovely away swinger from O.J. Shields. And as you rightly said, John tried to withdraw, but he was definitely beaten outside the half stump.
So Shields has come and trying to do the job for his skipper Jeremiah. Jeremiah there at mid-on. At mid-off, Mahabir Singh as Shields, right arm, goes delivery on the legs of the batter. Richards gathers quite cleanly, a lovely take by him, bellows the appeal, definitely knowing there was no edge, but was happy to have gathered the ball quite cleanly.
Well taken down the leg side. Good movement of the feet. Very well taken.
He has done a good job with his glove work, apart from his commentary. He has been.
And he played well this morning. He played well.
He's for his 30 runs.
Yeah, he
batted
played
quite well.
Yeah.
So there is a sleeper gully, squarish cover, extra cover mid-off, mid-wicket, gets a delivery which he has to cover up.
Actually, it's a no ball, Andy.
A no ball signal there by umpire Chris Taylor. One more to be added to the total. And scorecard not reading too good for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Pascal, no score. Hodge, no score. Athanaze 23, Solano 25, Ambris 14, and Descartes 12. It was 80 for 6 at one stage. Now it has moved on to 140 for 6, with a partnership there of 60 runs between these two. Harry Shields. Bowes, delivery, worked nicely to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Umpire Taylor calls over. Over number 51 has been completed. The Windward Islands chasing 216, which was scored by the CCC. 140 for the loss of 6. Some 76 runs behind on first innings.
He had a good over from Shields. We saw him bit the bat of John, one that left him, beautiful delivery. And he bowled well. He has a little bit of pace, the young man. You can see that. And he's looked the fastest bowler in this match so far, the Qatar.
Yes, indeed. But the success has come to Akim Jordan.
He's taken 4 wickets.
He's taken 4 wickets, and Romario Graves has taken 2. So the 2 successful bowlers for the CCC, as we're about to see. Still Graves, yes, Graves operating from the southern end.
Bit surprised that Mansingh hasn't bowled many overs, the leg spinner. Only bowled a couple of overs, a few, maybe 3 or 4.
So bright, sunny conditions here at Windsor Park. Graves bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin goes on the back foot, punches the ball to cover, and there is no run. Benjamin would want to stay as long as possible. When you get in, you want to stay in and make as many runs as possible. Yes. Yes, set himself up nicely. He's on 25. Needs to keep on batting for his team and for himself. Gets a short delivery. The fieldsman lost sight of it. It's going into the mid-wicket boundary, and it gets there now. Short delivery, slightly short of a length there by Graves, and Benjamin getting into his wicket and pulling it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Yeah, another good shot from Benjamin. Short ball, and he hit it. Safe stroke. There was nobody at mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg and a man at mid-on. So very safe stroke from Gian Benjamin, and he continues to bat very well. He's gone to what? 29 now. 29 of the partnership between himself and John is now 64, which is very good.
Indeed. Very good partnership between these two. Here is Graves from around the wicket to Benjamin. Benjamin is sweeping, getting it down to backward square. They'll run 1, they'll come back for 2. as Jordan gets onto the ball, but he can't prevent the second run. 2 more runs to Benjamin. He moves on to 31. 31, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes 146 for the loss of 6 wickets. Chipping at that total
of 216.
Yes, always bear that in mind. They need to get it as close as possible, if not to surpass it. Here is Graves once again from around the wicket, outside the off stump, and Benjamin showing full control, not forced to play. Graves trying to tempt him outside the off stump. There's just one slip in Kyron Powell as Graves draws the bat Benjamin across his stumps. The over comes to an end, and at the end of the over, 146 for 6 after 52 overs. Hakim Jordan has figures of 4 for 34, Graves 2 for 42.
Good fight back by the Windward Islands after being 80 for 6. These two guys have played very well. And as I said earlier, Ryan John can bat. He's shown that he can bat. In fact, this inning he had a score of 41 in one of his innings. So he's shown he can bat. And we know Gian can bat, Gian Benjamin. I'm from Dominica. He's shown that. He made runs in the trials before this tournament. So he can bat, and both of these guys can bat. So I'm sure the captain Athanaze will look for them to get close or past the 216.
So we're about to see Shields once again to John. Shields directed down the leg side. Again guarded cleanly down the leg side by Richards. Richards been given some work to do there by O.J. Shields. His control hasn't been exceptional whatsoever. He bowls a few good deliveries, but he isn't consistently in good line and length.
Well, Andy, I just want to say good afternoon to my brethren in Grenada, Randall Patisse, better known as Bato, police officer, senior police officer in Grenada. I just want to say good afternoon to him. I know he's listening to us.
Here is Shields once again. Goes to John. John gets a delivery, which he tries to force on the back foot. Ball goes to Gully, and he can score.
Well, Jason Mohammed now has got 203 not out. 203 not out, Jason Mohammed. This man will not stop scoring runs. My goodness.
That is a man who has announced his retirement.
Has he done that? I can't remember seeing that. When did he do that?
Well, the selectors will have to have a word with him because he has always been a very good batter.
Regional batsman.
Yeah.
He has made many runs.
But somehow he didn't kind of lived up to his potential, his true potential.
Well, they say as you get older sometimes, and old people say, it's part of people who are overseas who don't understand English. Probably you can explain to them, Andy.
Yes, well, this is no saying is me puika koje, which when you get a scolding, you tend to correct your mistakes.
Right, well.
And this time around Mohammed getting so many runs, he's in a purple patch, they would say. Here's a delivery wide of the off stump, and
and you know, Jason Mohammed, as Vinod said earlier on, made a double 100 before the tournament started, and then he has made 300 in successive innings. I mean, when last has that been done in the Caribbean?
Well, that's a rich vein of form. And but sometimes they score all these runs, and then when you bring them back into the fold, they really do not sting. But I think if a man is getting the runs in, he deserves an opportunity.
Sure, definitely. Well, it happened with young Mikel Louis. He made 300s, and he was brought into the West Indies team right away last season.
Cheers to John. John is getting a short delivery, trying to hook it, not getting full control. Ball goes down to long leg, and he gets a run.
Well, Jason Harmon probably would have gone past 500 runs for the season already, in 3 innings. Yeah, because he would have gone past 500. That's an outstanding feat in 3 innings in a tournament.
Indeed, indeed. So a few batters are putting up their hands. Powell is making a claim once again.
Which Powell?
John Campbell.
Oh, John Campbell.
John Campbell.
I was worried when you said Powell. I was wondering which Powell.
Rovman Powell. He stays in the white ball version.
Yeah, I was wondering which
Rovman Powell stays in the...
Even Black would have made runs.
And even taking wickets.
You're right. Well, you know the batsman would know that.
As the final delivery of the over from Shields. Benjamin covers up quite nicely. Looking quite good so far. Juvin Benjamin, he's on 31. Ryan John is on 22. They've added 67 runs. And they're really trying to steer the Windward Islands closer to that 216. 69 runs they trail by presently.
Yes, and a lead if the Windward Islands can get a lead. And with the spinners tomorrow, Cyrus and Hodge and Denver, the CCC team could have some problems tomorrow. If Windward Islands can bat out today, surely they'll have a lead if they bat out today. So the CCC team, we saw them against the spin. They had some difficulty. So a good lead, and the Windward Islands could really be in pole position to win this game.
Here is the batter, John, going for a mighty heave, swinging across the line. The fielder from deep mid-wicket comes around. Not getting hold of the delivery as he would have liked. John gets a run for it nonetheless.
You know, I have to laugh. You know, the keeper makes you laugh because we can hear him clearly from here. The wicket keeper.
So Graves continues in his 20th over. 2 for 43 from around the wicket. Bows to Benjamin. Benjamin is sweeping and sweeping nicely. Finds a man at short fine leg and gets an easy run. One more to Benjamin. He moves on to 32. Ryan John is on 23. 149 for the loss of 6 wickets, the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yes, but probably what's the name? Graves now has had a very long spell. Maybe now the captain needs to try something different. He has a wrist spinner. He also has Singh, who can bowl off spinners as well. But Graves has had a very long spell.
John comes forward to delivery from Graves, and he seems to be quite amused by Richards. As you say in Patois, he has laddie wide.
Oh yeah, well we'll know that tonight after the day play.
Yes, a lot of stamina.
Yeah, he probably go to bed early tonight.
Gets in one, the off break, turning away, pitched on about the center stump, drifting down the leg side, guarded cleanly there by Richards. And he keeps on telling his bowler, trying to motivate him, keep working. And he's out. John plays the ball straight into the hands of short leg, where Evelyn takes the catch. The Windward Islands lose their 7th wicket with the score on 149. John goes, caught by Evelyn at short leg of the bowling of Romario Graves for 23.
And that is second batsman that has got now caught at short leg of Graves. And we saw Ambrose early on pushing forward, got an inside edge, and now Ryan John. And it appears that this one came off the face of the bat and caught at forward short leg.
So persevering Romario Graves, persevering. One time Lockhart was saying that maybe he needed a rest, but the skipper Jeremiah knows what he has in his bowler. Romario Graves kept on with him, persevered with him, and in the end getting the prize wicket of Ryan John out for 23 after having featured in that 69-run partnership with Benjamin.
Yes, good hand by Ryan John. I mean, just gotten out, but he played well together with Benjamin. They had this good partnership because 80 for 6, the Windward Islands were in a lot of problems. They're still in trouble, 149 for 7. Surely they don't want the CCC team to have a big lead. So I would expect Cyrus, who can bat, he's shown that he has the ability to bat, so he can stick around with G and Benjamin, and they can carry the score probably to 200 or further than that.
But that's certainly a big wicket there for the CCC, getting rid of Ryan John. He's
Yes.
one who can score rather quickly. And to lose him just when they were getting things under control. 67 runs they trail by the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Which is a lot on a pitch that is spinning.
If you have a lead of 67 and you just get 140, the side has to score 200 runs. So they would want to cut down that lead to maybe somewhere in the region of 30 or 20.
Well, you want to get as close as possible to the score, as close as possible.
Indeed. So Denver has come out.
Is it Denver or Cyrus? Yeah, it's Denver.
Denver.
Yeah.
Struck on the pad. Denver essaying a sweep. The over has come to an end. Over number 54 has been completed. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 149 for the loss of 7. Graves has taken 3 for 44 of his 20 overs.
Yeah, and 2 bowlers have gotten all the wickets. Graves 3, Hakim Jordan 4, and you see, is it Jordan or Shields coming from the northern end? It looks like O.J. Shields will continue from the northern end. And Dian now has to take most of the strike, although Denver has shown that he can bat. He has shown that he can bat. So also Cyrus, who comes at number 10, has the ability to bat as well.
Yes, all is not lost. Denver can hang around for some time, and Cyrus has shown that he can handle himself well with the bat. Here is Shields. Posed to Benjamin, a wide delivery. On this occasion, Richards not gathering cleanly. The ball just trickling to slip.
And Andy, what is funny, the umpire is signaling 1 for the over. This for a double batsman would be like a shortish delivery. The umpire is signaling 1 for the over. Very funny.
So Benjamin is there on 32. They need to put on another partnership. 30, 40 runs will do well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Delivery outside the off stump. And once again, Benjamin not forced to play on this occasion. And again, we see signal from Chris Taylor. So that would mean the second short pitch for the over.
Yeah. Well, the next one, probably umpire would call it no ball. If he bowls another once. But these are balls a normal batsman would have been playing forward. These are not short bounces. And it's funny that the umpire should be signaling 1 for the over and 2 for the over.
Shields from around the wicket, Dobos, a delivery down the leg side. Wicketkeeper moves smartly across to his right, gathers quite cleanly. But the Shields not maintaining one spot. He's bowling wide outside the off stump and then a delivery wide down the leg side. So spraying it all around.
Well, you know, and I wonder, most of these bowlers have been bowling around the wicket. Is it a ploy to create some rough outside the off stump for the off spinner? I'm wondering.
Could well be. Here is Shields once again. From around the wicket, goes outside the off stump. Benjamin not forced to play. Happy to see it go into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. The more you can see the ball going through to the wicketkeeper without being forced to play, you tend to grow in confidence. You still got to be watchful, because people like Boomerang, they give you wide deliveries and then all of a sudden they get one directed right at the stumps.
Well, Boomerang is a special bowler. Although he's injured now and he's not in the Indian team for the Champions Trophy, which starts next week.
Full toss driven down the ground, past the bowler. This one will go pretty close to the boundary. In fact, it gets to the boundary. Lovely shot by Benjamin. Pitched up delivery, and he stroked it quite pleasantly past the bowler for 4.
And GN continues to play very well. As you said, a lovely straight drive. No doubt it was going to get to the boundary, and it's played very well. I mean, 32 now. He has really looked good. I mean, as we said earlier, he needs a score. He continues to play very well. And he needs to stay there for the sake of his team because they need runs. They need to get as close as possible or pass the CCC team and get some points, I think, batting points as well.
So he's actually on 36, 153 for 7, 63 runs. The Volcanoes trail by. Here he shares, shot delivery, gets into his wicket and pulls it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Slightly short of a length, and the diminutive Jovin Benjamin getting into his wicket quickly and hitting it to the mid-wicket fence for 4.
Yes, and he continues to play very well. I mean, the confidence has grown on the Benjamin, and now in fact he's covered at 40. He's on 40 now. I mean, it's very good if he could get to his first half century at that level. He's never scored a first-class half century, so continues to play very well.
So the over has come to an end. 55 overs completed. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 157 for the loss of 7. Jovin Benjamin is on 40. He has faced 74 deliveries. Denver has only faced 1 delivery so far. He will have to contend with Romario Graves, who is operating from the southern end of the ground. So good, intriguing, intense cricket, and a good crowd on hand to witness it. This game, if it could go right down to Saturday, we would see many people turning out here.
If it goes on to Saturday, Andy, I doubt if we don't have any rain, we mightn't have much play on Saturday if there's no more rain for the remainder of the game. If we have a full day's play tomorrow, there might be much play on Saturday.
Graves goes to Denver. Denver turns to leg slip. And Shakiro Paris is in the way and they can score. So there is Kyron Powell at first slip, Paris at leg slip, Evelyn is at short leg, and Denver was trying to force this one through a huge space on the offside.
Very dangerous stroke, playing across an off-spinner bowling and he's looking to hit the ball past extra cover. Very dangerous stroke.
Graves again, turns it to a leg slip once again. Paris is in the way and he can score. They need Denver to stay as long as possible. Try to cut down. It's only 59 runs that they trail by now. Again, he turns this time. He gets past the man at leg slip. And the ball goes to short backward square. Shields is in the way. And I think 1 run to Denver. 158 for the loss of 7 wickets. Bright sunny conditions here at Windsor Park. It's just about 4 o'clock. It's the second day of the CWI regional 4-day match between the combined campuses and colleges and the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Second day's play. Drive in straight to extra cover. And there is no run. Ball hit straight there to Mansingh. Jovan Benjamin has batted quite well. Gets a delivery which chops down to backward point. Shields runs across, picks up the ball. The over comes to an end. At the end of over number 56, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 158 for the loss of 7. Benjamin is on 40 of 76 deliveries, and we are going to have a drinks break, and after drinks we will have
Gavin and
Compton
Bobby 4, and batsmen continue to make runs, and the Jonathan Drakes has just made 100 for Barbados. That's his second successive 100 as well. Barbados 293 for 9. Yeah, take a break now.
All right, well, welcome back to Windsor Park. Time for the final hour of play there, so maybe hour and 15 minutes. This interesting encounter, Windward Islands Volcanoes and the combined campuses, colleges and campuses team. 158 for 7 on the Volcanoes. Credit to Jervin Benjamin. High score, 40. Not out. I in a high century. Once again, my name is Gavin Richards, joined by Compton Bertrand.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Gavin, and good afternoon, of course, to viewers and listeners. Those of you who are, of course, following via Radio DBS. It's still a lovely afternoon for cricket, lovely sunshine streaming down. And, of course, the Windward's Volcanoes are continuing to do some battle here to try and, of course, post a respectable enough total on the board and, you know, make life easier for them going forward into the second innings of the match. Meantime, of course, the fast bowler, Shields, will continue from the media center end. Of course, Gavin, as you mentioned, it's nice to see that Jervin Benjamin is among the runs finally. Something significant, at least something you can write home about.
Yes, that's a very good total. And given the context of the match again, you know, sometimes you can get a score of 30 or 40, but it has the value of a 60 or 70 in terms of the context of the game. And Jervin Benjamin has done this quite well. Just hoping that he can stay for the Volcanoes' sake. We'll be hoping that he can stay as this one goes down the leg side. Will just be one. Waiting the signal should be leg buys, is it? Yes, leg buy signal by the umpire. Because Compton, the Volcanoes have this sort of tradition, or, well, yes, tradition is probably the correct word. At the end of every day, they award the Lava Man of the match.
Yes, the Lava Man
of the day. Sorry.
Yes.
And, well, there's also a Lava Man of the
match as well.
Yeah. Lava Man of the day. Jervin Benjamin will be a strong contender for that award for the day.
Oh, yeah, certainly. He's trending towards that. I'm sure if he gets the half century this afternoon, he will certainly be considered as that man. Really has shown some batsmanship here. Really just, you know, fell into his groove here. Placed his head down and really played a very, very important innings in the context of the match. So really just repaired the innings there. Had a good partnership with Ryan John earlier of 63. Of course, John going for 30, was it? 30?
Yes, about 30, yeah.
And here again looking to forge another significant partnership with Denver. And much needed as well.
No ball signal by the umpire.
Yes, just overstepping on that occasion at the fast bowler. You know, I've been looking at him, and I really believe if he can be more consistent in terms of making the batters play more often with that back of a length delivery that he bowls, he can be a lot more effective because he certainly has the pace. And when he was brought on, of course, the ball had been used already for several overs. And even with that ball being in that state, he was generating some good pace. So it wasn't even a new ball yet. So, and even now we are seeing the ball is 56.4 overs old. And even in that state, he's still able to generate some decent enough pace. So if he can focus on landing the ball in the right areas, just asking more questions of the batters.
Yes, just
basically.
His line. Really needs to improve.
You know, he needs to work on that. I believe he'll get a lot more results if he is able to do that. Of course, the Windwards are still trailing by 56 runs here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium against the CCC.
Well, just going to give a little update on some of the other games. Barbados was just bowled out for 293 short while ago, actually the innings break. And we had Jonathan Drakes getting 108 Compton. It's also a score of 55 there from Lenico Boucher. And the name Lenico Boucher, I'm sure it rings a bell for you.
Oh yes, certainly. Has participated, of course, in the Dream 11 right here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, and also was here for the A team, the Barbados A team.
Yes.
When they played at the Benjamin's Park against the Academy. Oh, this one squirting off the inside edge there, but colliding with the helmet immediately behind the stumps. Otherwise, I believe it would have gone down to the fence.
Signal dead ball by the umpire.
Signal dead ball, and I believe it's as a result of that collision there with the helmet.
So a century for Drakes and a half century for Lenico Boucher.
Yeah, Boucher has a lot of potential. You know, seems to be a very well-organized batsman, very solid, good defense, has good offense as well, can be very attacking when he needs to be. A very fluent drive of the ball, Lenico Boucher, from what we have seen here, right here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium in the past.
Yeah, so the scores in that game, remember Jamaica made 231 batting first and Barbados replied there for 293, so the Jamaicans just about to take to the field for the start of their second innings. And then in the other match, Compton, the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and Leeward Islands Hurricanes, a double century for Jason Mohammed. As a Trinidad and Tobago, they declared on 529 for 5. And an unbeaten double century from Jason Mohammed, 204 not out.
Wow, that was a mammoth total there for him, and a mammoth total, of course, for the team. So Mohammed again, just showing his prowess with the bat. A senior batter, and really showing it. I always wondered why he never played Test cricket. I don't know. Gavin, you might have to find that out for me.
I'll probably have to find that out.
He's always amongst the runs of centuries and half centuries, winning games for Trinidad and Tobago. But never, ever has played a Test match yet for the regional side.
All right, so we're seeing Graves again from the Billy Doctor Pavilion, and it's been a marathon spell from him.
Yes, has picked up 3 wickets, of course. So has not got in vain. That long spell, a fine looking stroke there. A late dab down towards the third man region. Might just trickle into the fence, and it does so. So it's 4 runs for, of course, Demba.
Well, I think the fielder gave up chase very early, but it was a long chase for him. Don't think he would have gotten to it anyway, but 4 more for Demba or Benjamin.
Demba.
Demba. Yes, Demba. And of course, Compton, the other game we have the defending champions Guyana Happy Eagles up against the West Indies Academy. And that start has been delayed. Guyana 87 for 4 overnight. Looks like there's some rain in Guyana.
Of course, here at the Benjamin's Park, the score is 169 for 7. Of course, Jevin Benjamin is on 40, and Demba just on 4. We'll need, of course, to provide some support to the well-set Jevin Benjamin. So we know Demba, his area of specialty is with the ball. But right now, it is required of him, of course, to really produce a very good and solid partnership with Gian Benjamin. I'm sure he's no slouch with the bat and would really want to put up his hand now. Having a go there. This one will find the fielder at long on. Of course, handing the strike over to the well set Jevin Benjamin.
Well, he's having a career day. 40 not out. His previous high score was 24. So like I said, and I think everyone says the same thing, a batter with a lot of talent. Wicketkeeper batsman with a lot of talent, but up until today, I haven't really been able to convert that talent into a big score.
Yeah, certainly. Really one of the more talented players, especially on island. But has not really produced the runs to match that talent.
But he is into the, what would you say, nervous 40s? End of the over. It's 170 for 7.
Yes, I'm sure they'd want to really pass the 200 mark from here on. Equal or surpass the score. Really put them in a much better situation as far as the overall match is concerned. You don't want to be having to be trailing by too many. If anything, you'd want to have a small lead at the start of the second innings of the match.
You do want to apologize to the viewers who are probably seeing something different on the screen as it relates to the score, just having a little bit of a technical issue with the scoreboard.
Change a bowler, right arm over Kenneth.
So as soon as it's corrected, we'll let you know.
Yes, it is currently being rectified. So first, Hakim Jordan comes back into the attack from the media center end. That is the northern end, and straight away he's on the money.
Well, Hakim Jordan has bowled quite well in the innings so far for the CCC, and what I've noticed about him is he tends to get the wickets, you know, in his first over or two of his spell, of his spells, and eyeing a 5 as well. He has 4 for 34. His ball, he's into his 17th over, 7 maidens, so it's been quite a good day for Jordan.
Yes, only went for just about 2 runs and over. So has really been quite economical. I think he picked up his first wicket in the first over that he bowled, and the second as well. The first one being Stephen Pascal in the first over, and the second, Kavem Hodge.
Yes, indeed. I think we're almost there as it relates to the score, 170 for 7. 3 deliveries left in the over. Denver on strike. Hakim Jordan played for the West Indies. Oh, this one in the air, but will drop safely despite the chase from the fielders. Batsman will cross for 2.
Yeah, this one was hit high up over mid-on. Not quite getting the leverage, of course, to have gone all the way. But he got enough on it to have gotten a couple.
So slowly but surely the Volcanoes are ticking off some of the small targets they probably would have set given the slow start to their innings. 172 for 7. Trailing now by 49 runs, so they've brought it down below 50. And psychologically, you can, I'm sure you appreciate the impact that would have on the Volcanoes team. They can bring that deficit, to the 20s. And then they'll surely be feeling that they're right back in this game.
Oh yes, certainly. They can reduce that amount of runs, that difference between them and the CCC. Of course, they would be a happier bunch.
Especially the wicket taking or offering so much assistance to the spinners. And we saw what Denver and Cyrus were able to do in the first innings. Even Kavem Hodge at the end of the over, 173 for 7. But as I was saying, Compton, the Volcanoes will surely be backing themselves in the second innings. They would have learned the lessons from the first innings, realized that spin is what is required on the surface. And they could be putting the CCC batters who were looking a bit suspect to spin in the first innings under some pressure.
Yes, of course, they might just opt for that, but they might also try to make use of the new ball, try to get some new ball wickets, and then soon after, of course, employ the spinners.
Well, I think our fellow commentator Lockett Sebastian would probably disagree with that based on how the fast bowlers operated in the first innings. They were
Yes,
not
so
quite
fast.
effective.
Well, they'll have to try and make the adjustment, try and work much harder. Bend their backs more, get some more extract or some bounce from the wicket. Because we saw that from Shield, the Jamaican. They were quite effective.
But we've seen Gian Benjamin in the 40s for a while. Hasn't been on strike as much. You can see that the CCC are doing a good job of keeping
Demba on strike.
Yeah, on strike and Benjamin away.
So he needs to try to counteract that. Yes, like now, of course, just carving this one nicely down towards third man. It might just go to the fence, and it does. 4 more.
Well, Demba showing that he's quite a capable batsman.
Yes, playing this one behind the bat. Just showing some finesse there, some dexterity with the bat.
Great shot indeed, and more importantly, we can see that deficit is going down even further. It's now 44 runs that the Volcanoes are trailing by. You can just see that the momentum is just swinging a little bit away from the CCC.
Yes, it seems as if the tail enders are really wagging now. And it seems to be happening for both teams.
But I still think that the CCC, even if they're not able to, have a sizable, well, it won't have a sizable first innings lead, but I'll still think that they'll be a happy bunch, given that they were bowled out for
just 216,
and with the likes of the Alec Athanazes and the Cavem Hodges and the Sunil Ambrises to, be able to restrict the Volcanoes, they'll still be backing themselves.
See, certainly, they should still be quite pleased with what they've done. To restrict the Volcanoes, of course, for, well, not totally yet, but have them at the score right now, 177 for the loss of 7 wickets. And, have them still trailing by 39 runs. So I think they will be quite pleased with the situation of the game.
Get the single.
And Demba so far has been looking quite capable with the bat.
Yeah, he's keeping the strike. He's keeping
Yes,
Benjamin away.
Yes. That's quite interesting. So he seems to be an all-rounder who is really backing himself, both with bat and ball.
Bowling all-rounder, maybe.
Bowling arounder, actually.
But you have to be very careful with the use of the word
the term all-rounder.
According to
Sebastian.
Yes.
So his definition is you have to be capable both with bat and ball equally well.
Yes.
Like a Sobers, Jack Callis, for example, would he compare so much with Sobers?
Even a Jason Holder.
Jason Holder, the likes. So,
so we're still seeing Hakeem Jordan. CCC still a little bit attacking, 2 fielders in the slip. One just behind backward point. He's appealing, but that one's clearly heading down the leg side.
It's just showing some ambition there, Hakeem Jordan. This one drifting slightly down the leg side there. Of course, one of the reasons why I did that because Demba walked slightly across the stumps. Lucky for him, this one drifted down the leg side. But had that delivery been straighter, he would have been in trouble.
As we're nearing the end of play, you can just see some clouds building up in the east, but I don't think they will pose a threat for the remainder of today. However, the forecast is for some showers overnight, and we're hoping that it will just be overnight, and by 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning we'll stop and we can come back tomorrow morning for some cricket bang on time at 10 o'clock. Still some real good stuff from Akim Jordan. Just look at the figures. Into his 18th over, Compton. He's only conceded 37 runs.
Yes, that is excellent bowling there by Akim Jordan. Of course, just going for just 2 runs and over, 2.1 runs and over. Of course, anyone would take that. That is more than good.
And what I've noticed also is this first spell he was a little bit, despite taking the 2 wickets, a little bit erratic.
Yeah, just a little erratic. Yeah, you are quite right on that. But he seemed to have found a groove.
Yes. Since then he's really come back and hitting those hard lengths, pulling a very tight line. Akeem Jordan hitting from the island of Barbados. Probably might be feeling a little bit hard done that he was called up to the West Indies team a few times but never really got the opportunity to play.
This one is short of a length but drifting down the leg side, and they'll get an extra. So signal a leg by. Let's see what he signals. And it's a bye. Because the shadows just begin to lengthen now from the western side of the ground.
One thing the wicket keepers and the fielders near the stump mics, they've been very encouraging throughout the entire day. Despite the situation, it's always been positive.
Yes, you're quite right on that, and especially the keeper. I heard him singing earlier. Did you recognize the song that he was chanting?
Yes, I think it's one of the 2025 releases. Just slipped my mind, but brings us to the end of the over. 61 completed. It's 181 for 7. Of course, we will have a final comment from you, Compton, and then we'll have a change in commentary.
Yes, so of course the Volcanoes are currently at 179 for the loss of 7. Jovin Benjamin on 40, of course, and Demba on 13, providing some very good support there in this partnership. Really looking good. And of course, right about now, it's time for a change in commentary. It's going to be look at Sebastian. Well, I will have to continue, so it's going to be yours truly, Compton Belshon, along with Andy Carter.
Come on, G. Come on, G. Come on, Chris.
And straight away, I say good afternoon to you, Carter.
Thank you very much, Compton Bertrand. It's 2 days now since we've been doing commentary, and that's the first time I'm having a stint with you.
Interesting, yeah.
Because Lockhart is going to do his program Sports Wrap. As we see, Graves continues. Romario Graves in that long spell, 23 overs, 3 for 55, 181 for the loss of 7. Denba is on 15, Benjamin is on 40. Here is Graves, goes on the back foot, punches it to squarish cover, and he can score. So these two have taken the score from 149. So they have added what? Some 31 runs. Is it 42 run partnership. Very good partnership, a useful one. Gets into his wicket. Is Denba. The ball is going down to fine leg. They'll cross for what will be signaled by umpire Gustad as a leg bye. So slowly chipping at the 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. Just 35 runs they trail by.
Yes, just 35 more runs behind. I'm sure they'll fancy their chances of getting up there. And of course begin to themselves be ahead in that match. If they can really wag that tail some more along with Gian Benjamin, who's there. Well set. I think he might be I think he's the last of the recognized batters.
There's still Cyrus to come. Cyrus has shown that he can do some useful batting in the lower order. So Benjamin needs to stay there. He's on 40. The monitor tells me 40. Denver is on 15. Here is Graves. He chops this one to backward point. The fielder moves quite swiftly onto the ball. OJ Shields. Benjamin was thinking of a single, but rightly sent back by Denver.
Yes, of course, he had to be sent back. I think it would have been very risky if they had taken that run on that occasion. Benjamin not able to pierce the gap there. For there's no one beyond that particular fielder. It would have been really good if he had gotten that ball to just go past that man. And this time squarer, a similar shot, but this time squarer. And of course that brings us to the end of the over. After 61, it is 182 for the loss of 7.
182 for 7, 62 overs completed. Jordan 4 for 38 of 18 overs. Romario Graves 24 overs and has taken 3 for 55. The wickets to fall. The first wicket fell with the score on 1 run. Stephen Pascal caught by wicketkeeper Richards. Bo Jordan for no score. Hodge went immediately after the next ball, bowled by Jordan for no score. Then Athanaze and Solano put up a 48-run partnership before Athanaze was legged before wicket Bo Jordan for 23. Solano soon followed with the score on 57, bowled by Jordan for 25. Ambrose was caught by Evelyn, bowled by Graves for 14. Descartes caught by OJ Shields, bowled Graves for 12. And the last batsman, Ryan John, caught by Evelyn of Graves for 23. So we had that 69-run partnership between Ryan John and Jovin Benjamin.
Jordan continues. And again, a fine shot there, delicate shot behind the bat. And the batters are squeezing through for the second, and they will get it. It's really showing some urgency there. Just a little bit of misfielding there on the part of backward point. And that was enough, of course, to allow the batters to take the second one. Of course, these two seem to have a very good understanding as far as running between the wickets. And they are taking advantage of that, Carter.
Yes, indeed. Hakim Jordan, the most successful bowler, has 4 for 40. He's in his 19th over. And slowly the Windward Island Volcanoes chipping at the 216. This one on the legs of Denver. Denver is turning it down to short backward square. I think the ball came off the pad. So signaled a leg by there by umpire Chris Taylor. One more will be added to the total. 185 it is for 7. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes trail by just 36 runs. At one stage, 80 for 6. We're in all sorts of trouble before that 69-run partnership between Ryan John. Ryan John, who contributed 23, and Benjamin, who is on 40. Waits now for Jordan. Taps at the crease. He's driving straight to mid-off, where Jeremiah, the captain, is in the way. But fluent shot, fluent drive there by Benjamin. Has really looked good at the crease so far.
Oh yes, elegant looking shot there. Timing to perfection. Sweet sound of the bat. Just wasn't able to get value for it. But he has certainly found some form, Benjamin. And really looking to capitalize on that form.
Jordan from around the wicket is driving powerfully. Beats Jeremiah. They will run 1. They will come back for 2. A powerful drive. This time hits with a bit more venom there on this occasion by Benjamin. He gets 2 more runs. He's on to 42. And the Windward Islands Volcanoes 187 for the loss of 7.
Yes, fine looking stroke there by John Benjamin. This one was pitched up further up by Hakim Jordan. And of course, Benjamin being in such superb form, was able to drive through the line nicely. And the ball rebounding of the fielder there at mid-off, of course, to allow for the second.
Between Denver and Benjamin. It's good to see Gian Benjamin in today, getting some runs, climbs under the short rising delivery, plays it square of the wicket and gets another run.
Yes. Back of a length there. Benjamin had to go up on his toes to play that one. Away on the offside.
He's moved on to 43. Invaluable knock there by Benjamin. This is the sort of knock that will instill more confidence as he moves forward into his cricketing career.
Yes, certainly, if he can get that half century today, that will certainly do him his confidence a world of good going forward. Sometimes all it takes is just that half century. And then others begin to flow.
Indeed, the final delivery of Jordan's 19th over. Driven there down to the man at mid-off, who fields well. Andrew Bailey it is on the field. And the over comes to an end. Over number 63 has been completed. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 189 for the loss of 7. Denver is on 18. Benjamin is on 43. It has been a tough day for the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but they have persevered. At one stage, they were floundering at 80 for 6. Then they had that good partnership between Ryan John, who scored 23, and Jovin Benjamin, partnership of 69. And now Denver and Benjamin, they have taken the score from 149, so they have added some 40 runs, 40 more runs, and invaluable runs.
What is it?
You need, if they can get it, at least if they get to 200, which I think it's quite possible now, the lead would just have been, will be about 16. And that can be, you can work with a lead of just 16.
Yeah, certainly.
So, good progress done by the Windward Islands. The sun is out in all its glory. We have had a play from 9:30 today, unlike yesterday when we had play beginning at 20 minutes to 2 o'clock. There is a ball driven pleasantly past the man at cover by Denver. Gets another run, chipping away, and the total is 190 it is for the loss of 7.
Yes, Denver really has been making a very good contribution so far in this partnership. Really provided some very good support and removed some pressure from Jovin Benjamin as well. Scoring 19 of 36 there. So that's releasing some pressure on the well-set bat as well and forging a very healthy partnership as well. That's 190 for 7 the score. Just trailing by 31 runs at the moment.
So they have made a change up at the southern end. Mahabir Singh has been reintroduced. He is in his 8th over, none for 24. Driven on the onside, sets up for a run, and they get it easily in the end. The ball hitting the batter there, Gian Benjamin.
Yes, of course, look, they are calling on the medics.
Yeah,
so
ball.
Hopefully it's not anything too grave. Carter?
Yes.
They will need him to bat.
And bat very long
and
indeed.
bat long.
He's moved on to 44, but Denver is on 19. 44 of 91 deliveries. He has really put his head down. He set up for a run. The fielder got onto the ball quickly, tried his best to run him out, but seemed to have struck him somewhere on the elbow.
So
and that is quite painful.
Oh yes, very, very painful. So let's hope that the magic spray works. Give him some relief. If that's what is required of us.
I don't think that the Windward Islands Volcanoes would want their main batter now to retire hurt. But he seems to be okay.
Yeah, he appears to be okay from here, from our vantage point. Doesn't seem to be too seriously injured at the moment. Perhaps just a little spraying of the area, just to give him some relief.
And a drink.
And some water, of course, to refresh him. And he'll be...
And the advice to him is keep on batting, Sonny.
Oh, yes, of course. A message also has to come with that package. So, get some Medicare. Got a good message, of course, from management.
Come on, boys. Come on, boys.
Seeing a picture on the screen there to show what building that is. It is the Public Servants Union building. Not too sure.
Carter, you should be more familiar with that.
Let me see. No, it's not.
That's somewhere around the stadium, it seems.
Yes. So the camera men exploring the city. They have shown some pictures of the Botanic Gardens, the scenic Dominica, so many sites to visit as Denba is stroking the ball to cover, and there is no run.
Going Avinash, going Avinash. Working Avinash, keep working Avinash.
Again, going on the back foot, forcing the ball to mid off, and you can hear the wicket keeper keep on working Avinash. Avinash Mahabir Singh is his name, and he keeps on singing, keep on working Avinash. Looks like an off-break bowler. He drives, beats the man at cover. This one will run pretty close to the boundary. In fact, it gets into the boundary. A lovely shot there by Denba, coming forward and stroking the ball for the covers for 4.
Oh yes, that was pure elegance there. Just coming forward and just opening the face slightly and picking up that cover point gap. The ball just rolling nicely along the carpet there, almost escorting the fielder into the fence.
Reducing that deficit to just 21 more runs. The Windward Islands Volcanoes trail by 21. The over has come to an end. 64 overs completed, 195 for the loss of 7. Benjamin is on 44 of 91 deliveries. Denver ably supporting him in that partnership. Denver is on 23 of 39. There is still Cyrus to come. So Cyrus and Martin still in the shed. But these two would want to complete the task, maybe take the Windward Islands Volcanoes to the close of play today. And if they do get on to the close of play, they may be in the lead. Any lead will be very good, very useful, I should say.
Yes, you're quite right on that.
So we're about to see Mansingh. We haven't seen much of him.
That's the leg spinner?
Yes, Mansingh is bowling 3 overs, none for 17. We'll bowl over number 65. And he'll bowl to Benjamin, who is on 44. Mansingh from the northern end. But Benjamin forcing the ball back to the bowler.
Yes, although he didn't get much purchase on that occasion there.
But Jeremiah persisted with Romario Graves for most of the innings so far. Goes on the back foot and he hits it straight to the man at extra cover. A false shot there by Benjamin and put down there at extra cover.
Yes, so of course Benjamin getting a life on that occasion there. He really should have been taken at this level. Ball went straight to hand and it was put down. So Benjamin of course gets a life. Lucky for him.
It was a short delivery.
Could have put that almost anywhere, Carter.
Almost anywhere. But he stroked it straight to the captain, Jeremiah, who put it down. It was hit firmly, but straight to the fielder, and he certainly should have held on to that. But good luck to Benjamin. He's on 44. Waits now for Mansing. Driving to mid-off. Jordan is in the way and they can score. Would have been certainly a prize wicket there for Mansing and the combined campuses and colleges. Mansing is working this one. Is Gian Benjamin is going pretty close to the fine leg boundary. They run one, they come back for two. They're coming back for three. Well run. And 3 runs to Benjamin moves him on to 47.
Yes, very good run in there between the wicket by this pair. Of course, playing this one fine with the spin. And of course, capitalizing on 3 runs. Of course, the man at square leg had to really run back all the way towards fine leg, deep fine leg, which allowed, of course, for the 3rd run. So, of course, very good thinking by this pair in really capitalizing and taking that extra run. As you can see now, well, he's at point now, but earlier he was at square leg, just behind square on the onside. And there was nobody in the deep at fine leg. So, of course, taking advantage of that situation, fielding situation.
Mansing to Denbar. Denbar meets the ball with the full face of the bat, plays it back along the track to the bowler.
Yeah, very sound looking defensive shot there.
2 slips, squarish cover, extra cover, long off. Goes on the back foot, chops this one nicely. Denbar, they run 1, they'll come back for 2. And that will be the 200 posted by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 200 up as the over comes to an end.
Yeah, so very good effort there, especially in the last few deliveries. Of course, taking them to the 200 mark. So it's now 200 for the loss of 7. Only trailing now by 16 runs. So good work there. So of course, we've seen some significant partnerships, 3 of them already. And I think that's accounted for the score at the moment of 200.
There is a 51-run partnership between Denbar and Benjamin so far. Following up on that 69-run partnership between Ryan John and Benjamin, which really restored some respectability to the total. And now a 51-run partnership, 200 for the loss of 7. The Windward Islands Volcanoes only trail by 16 runs now on first innings. So Benjamin opens the face of the bat, steers the ball along to a 3rd man. O.J. Shields gives chase, but not unable to prevent Benjamin from getting his 48th run. 201 for the loss of 7. The lead on first innings slowly being chipped away.
Come on up, D. Come, man.
So it's Mahabir Singh in his 9th over. He'll bowl to the right-handed batter, Kenneth Denbar. From over the wicket, he's turning the ball nicely to mid-wicket. The fielder will come off the deep mid-wicket boundary, but he can't prevent 1 more run to Denbar. Denbar moves on to 26, 202 for the loss of 7. It's been a good fight back by the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Yeah, certainly, of course, the batters at the end there, towards the tail, the lower other batters have really played a very good hand in terms of their batting.
Another run there to Benjamin, moves him closer to that 50 mark. He's now on 49. He's faced 97 deliveries. Denbar, who has faced 42 deliveries so far, is on 26, 203. So just been trailing by some 13 runs now on first innings. Hitting this ball in the air, ball falling just short of the fielder there at long on. Ball was in the air for some time, but falling short of the fielder, and Denver getting another run.
Yes, of course, it's a good thing that he did not get that ball as he would have liked. So not making, the connection, I think that is what saved him. Had he struck that ball better, I believe it might have gone down the throat of the one posted down there.
And he's out. Benjamin getting a delivery outside the off stump. Play that, and he goes back to the pavilion, falling short of his half century, gone for 49, caught at slip of the bowling of Mahabir Singh.
Yes, that was a very good delivery there by the off spinner. Of course, just slowed this one down, gave it a little bit of flight, and of course, getting some more purchase off the pitch, getting a little bit of bounce as well. The ball leaving the batter, forcing him to play on the front foot, and was able to get the edge. Of course, the ball lobbing into the hands of the slip fielder. So really, just slow it down. Of course, Benjamin pushing at it just outside the off stump there, and of course, first slip, making easy and light work of it.
Kyron Powell making no mistake whatsoever. Mahabir Singh getting his first wicket and a prize wicket. Jovin Benjamin was batted quite well, deceived somewhat in the flight, and prodded at the ball, got the edge, and Powell at first slip held on to it quite comfortably in the end. The Windward Islands lose their 8th wicket with the score on 204, and that 55-run partnership between Benjamin and Denver has come to an end. The scoreboard shows that there are 10 overs and 1 ball left in the display. We have really been blessed with fine weather today, unlike yesterday when we had a truncated play. Just 52 overs out of a possible 90 were bowled yesterday, but today it has been quite different. We've had almost a full day's play. Doesn't look like we'll have any interruptions. It's a bit dark. I see, as I say that, been pointed at the ground staff, because I was just looking over to the east and it looks a bit dark. As Cyrus comes forward, plays to cover, the over comes to an end. The end of a successful over there from Mahabir Singh. 66 overs have been completed. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 204 for the loss of 8.
Yes, unfortunate, of course, having to lose Gian Benjamin at this stage, just 1 run shy of his half century. I'm sure they'd have liked him to be there for much longer, but unfortunately had to make his way back to the shed. But of course, I'm sure they can still try and see if they can, just produce some more runs, and just 2 more wickets still in hand. And I'm sure they can try to see if they can extract some more runs. Hey.
Maybe Benjamin started to lose his concentration the over before from Mansingh. He played one uppishly and was dropped at extra cover.
So perhaps he was trying to be too careful too. Oh, good delivery there, getting some bounce. The leg spinner. Of course, Denver on 27 now was really sort of, just made uncomfortable by that last delivery, but in some bunks and turns.
So Benjamin featuring in 2 very invaluable partnerships, 69 between him and Ryan John, and 55 between Denver and Benjamin. Mansingh bows to Denver. Denver, who is on 27, started quite well in partnership with Benjamin. Benjamin would be a bit disappointed in not getting his first half century in regional cricket. Mansingh floats this one up, driven down to Jordan at long on, and the batters cross for 1. So chipping down slowly. The Volcanoes trail only by 11 runs at the moment. So they really have pulled back things. After at one stage you were 80 for the loss of 6 wickets, and in a situation where they could have been led on first innings by many runs. This one is struck, and this one hit powerfully. It goes to the wideish long on region. 6 runs there struck by the batter Cyrus, making no mistake, getting the ball from Mansingh and hoisting it over the wideish long on boundary for 6.
Oh yes, that's a good maximum there. Although he played against the spin, but he was close enough to the pitch of the ball and was able, of course, to get that half a dozen. So good shot there by Demba. Of course, having a go there, throwing the kitchen sink at this one and getting the maximum.
Has reduced the deficit to just 5 runs now.
Yes, importantly, of course, the leg spinner has something to think about. Has to really adjust his length now.
Driven powerfully straight to OJ Shields at long off. 1 more run to the total. 212 it is for the loss of 8, and it will definitely be a second innings affair.
Yes, certainly. Yesterday, Carter, importantly.
Seeing he's hitting this one again. This one in the cow corner region, and the boundary again there to Kenneth Denba. So 4 more runs, the slog sweep, and effecting it quite well. And the scores are 11 now, 216 for the loss of 8. Denba has moved on to 32 of 47 deliveries, and certainly has batted quite well for the Windward Islands Volcanoes.
Oh yes, certainly has really batted very well, and I'm sure the Windward Volcanoes will be quite pleased with where they are now, considering where they came from, being some 80 odd for 6 thereabout, and of course getting up to the 216 mark with still 2 wickets in hand. I think that is something that they really have to commend themselves for. But they would want to push on from here and really, add some more runs here.
Well, any runs they get now will be bonus runs, because they have done a tremendous job to have to level the score as Cyrus comes forward, plays to squarish cover and gets an easy run. So Cyrus moves on to 8. Denba, who is on 32, comes down to take strike. So the Windward Islands, they lead by 1 on first innings.
Interestingly.
Keep going, Avi. Keep going, Avi.
So tomorrow promises to be an interesting day's play. How both teams play tomorrow will decide how the outcome of this game.
Oh yes, certainly. Quite right on that, Carter.
If the Windward Islands Volcanoes can dismiss the CCC for a low total, then they can be in business. On the other hand, if CCC can bat and score anything close to 200 runs, that could be very interesting indeed on the 3rd and 4th day.
Oh yes, you are quite right in your analysis of this. And of course, Carter, I also thought yesterday, and I think I was with Sebastian, that if this game ends, it would not surprise me if the game ends in a draw. It would not surprise me. But there can certainly be a result.
I definitely
that was my gut feeling. That was my gut feeling. It's not based on any statistical,
yes,
facts, but it's just a gut feeling from what I saw in the first instance when CCC was batting at first and they were 73 without loss until they followed the first wicket at 73. So I really felt it was a very good wicket for batting at that moment yesterday. That's when I got that feeling.
Yes, but with the scores now, 2-18 for 8 with just a lead of 2. I do believe that there will be a positive result for one side or the other. Here is Cyrus hoisting the ball to the cow corner region. The umpire watches and he signals 4 runs. So Cyrus isn't going to hang around, not playing shots. The over comes to an end. the completion of over number 68. The Windward Islands Volcanoes 222 for the loss of 8. A slender lead of 6 runs on first innings.
Oh, yes. And they'd want to build on that, of course, that lead, put themselves in a stronger position, give the opposition a deficit to clear.
Danger bowler, right arm over. Get it.
So I think they're
Right
going
arm
to
over,
change.
change the
You could hear Chris Taylor, in fact, the umpire, saying that there's a change of bowling from the northern end. We're about to see O.J. Shields. O.J. Shields.
He comes back.
Yes,
into the attack.
He hasn't been successful. The successful bowlers have been Jordan, Graves, and Singh. Mahabir Singh getting 1, Graves 3, and Jordan 4. So these are the wicket takers so far for the combined campuses and colleges. So it will be Shields to bowl to Denver. Denver on 33. Plays this one beautifully to the left of cover. He is giving chase. The batters cross for 2 runs. So 2 more runs to be added to Denver. He moves on to 35. Windward Islands Volcanoes 224 for the loss of 8. As we come pretty close to the close of play on the second day. And this the Cricket West Indies Regional 4-day tournament. Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they've declared with Mohammed getting 200. It's been in a rich vein of form. Joshua De Silva getting a century. Django getting 60 or thereabout.
Jermaine Blackwood got a century as well. Earlier against the Windwards. Jermaine Blackwood, yes, he's got a century.
That was in the
first match against the Windwards, yes.
Yes, okay.
And also a half century, by the way, to follow up.
Yes.
Yes.
Here is Shields. Bowls to Denver. Denver is chopping the ball down to the man at slip. Powell fields well. Tries to knock down the stumps, but the batter, Denver, is well entrenched in his ground. We've lost the rays of the sun presently. A small crowd on hand. They have stayed to watch some intense and intriguing cricket so far. Tomorrow promises, with good weather, promises to be an interesting day's play. Here is Shields. Goes to Denver. Denver is playing this one. In fact, the ball beating. He was trying the glance there. Ball going through to the wicket keeper. But Shields hasn't been consistent in his lines. He has really strayed. He hasn't been hitting a particular specific spot too regularly, too consistently. And that is, he has the pace, but would he keep a good line and a good length more consistently, he would pose much more
Oh
problems.
yes, certainly he would have gotten a few wickets already, but he's not consistent enough.
No ball signal there by the umpire.
That's his second, I believe, already.
So 2 runs will be added to the total.
So
Right arm over.
Shields really need to improve on that aspect of his bowling, consistency with lines and lengths, because he has the zip, he has the nip.
Darrell Cyrus has come out and he's scored 12 runs rather rapidly, just of 6 deliveries, 226 for the loss of 8. Shields continues from the northern end.
And this time, that one just drifting down the leg side slightly, just looking to help it away in its direction. As you can see him repeating the shot now, looking to get that mid-wicket region.
I can tell you the people who are watching this game are real cricket fanatics. They won't move till the last ball is bowled, Compton.
Oh yes, they really appear to be the die-hard fans of the game.
Here is Shields once again. Goes to Cyrus. Cyrus gets a delivery. Going down the leg side. Denver calls for the run to be a leg by signal there by umpire Christella. Every run is invaluable towards the cause of the Windward Islands Volcanoes. 69 overs completed, 227 for the loss of 8. A slender lead of 11 runs on first innings by the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The sun has reappeared. Shadows lengthening, but you could see that the sun has come out, which is very encouraging that we have, as I see, 7 overs left in the day's play, and if the sun keeps showing off, we will have the 7 overs completed. So it looks like Akim Jordan will move from the Billy Doctor of Pavilion end, the southern end of the ground. Has figures of 4 for 44 so far. Has bowled 19 overs. And he really sets the Windward Islands Volcanoes back very early. Had the first 4 wickets. Pascal for a duck, Hodge for a duck, Athanaze for 23, and Solano for 25. Here is Jordan. Bowls to Cyrus. Struck outside the off stump. Could hear a loud appeal, but umpire Gustad not interested whatsoever. I think we had a glimpse of some stilt walkers practicing over at the Botanic Gardens. Remember, we're in the carnival season, and the stilt walkers, the very young ones, they're training. We've got to do some training to be able to walk on these stilts. Opens the face of the bat. Cyrus plays down to third man. Mahabir Singh comes off the boundary, but not before the batters cross for 1. 228 for the loss of 8. We're in the 70th over, being bowled by Akim Jordan. He is in his 20th over. Had a magnificent first spell. Really had 2 vital wickets before Athanaze and Solano put on that 48-run partnership. Getting into his wicket and pulling it down to the backward square leg boundary for 4. So getting into his wicket rather quickly there and playing it down to the deep backward square leg boundary. 4 runs there to Denver.
Yes, very good shot there indeed by Denver. Just taking advantage of that short ball and scoring opportunity.
So increasing that lead now, increased it to 16. 16 runs on first innings. Denver has moved on to 40. Started quite well. And together with Gian Benjamin and Ryan John, they really have helped the lower order of the Windward Islands Volcanoes to put themselves into a very good position.
Well, there is a slight drizzle at the moment in the valley region. I can also see a rainbow.
And immediately we see the ground staff on the alert. They recognize that it's getting a bit stronger. And in fact, the stumps have been removed. The umpires call for the covers and play will be halted. Not too sure if we will have any more play. The scoreboard says that there are 6 overs and 2 balls remaining. can tell you that the Windward Islands Volcanoes 232 for the loss of 8, 69 overs and 4 balls have been bowled. Kenneth Demba is not out on 40, Daryl Cyrus not out on 13. The scorecard reads Stefan Pascal caught by wicketkeeper Richards, bowled Jordan for no score. Kavim Hodge bowled in the very next delivery by Jordan for no score. Then we had that 48-run partnership between Athanaze and Solano. Before Athanaze was leg before wicket, bowled Jordan for 23. Solano was bowled by Jordan for 25. Ambrose was caught by Evelyn, bowled by Grace for 14. It was 6 for 80 when Descartes was caught by O.J. Shields, bowled by Grace for 12. And then we had that 69-run partnership between Ryan John and Jovin Benjamin. And when the score was 149, John was caught by Evelyn at short leg of Graves for 23. And then we had that 55-run partnership between Benjamin and Denver. They took the score from 149 to 204 when the 8th wicket fell. And so far, these two have come together and have added 28 more runs. So play has been halted here because of an interruption by rain. The score is the Windward Islands Volcanoes 32 for 8 of 69 overs and 4 balls. Denver is on 40 of 57 deliveries. Daryl Cyrus is not out on 13, and that is in reply to 216 scored by the combined campuses and colleges. So a lead of 16 runs. That's the position here at Windsor Park. Not too sure if we will have any more cricket, but from the time being, it's bye from the Windsor Park. Well, back here at Windsor Park, the news is that the umpires have decided that's it for the second day's play. We had the third umpire coming on and really indicating that that's it. Name is Maria Abbott, the third umpire who hails from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, giving the signal that that's the end of the second day's play. And just to recap, the Windward Islands Volcanoes chasing 216 on first innings. They end on 232 for the loss of 8 wickets. Kenneth Denby is on 40, not out, and Cyrus is on 13. The Windward Islands Volcanoes lead on first inning by 16 runs. So you will rejoin us tomorrow. Play promises to start, I think, at 9:30 once again. So please join us at Windsor Park for continuation. Tomorrow will be the third display. The game is interestingly poised, and we do hope that you will join us on DBS Radio 89.5 and 360 TV. So join us. So Andy Carter, on behalf of all the other commentators, Gavin Richards, Vinod, Lockhart Sebastian, Compton Bertrand, all of us saying bye from the Windsor Park.